Chapter 421. The Tower of Blood in the Western Regions. When Eli was observing Gade, he was also observing Eli. Generally speaking, he would come outside the wizarding world for nothing. Generally speaking, his strength is not too bad, because occasionally there are some powerful creatures in the void. Will pass by, and even those world fragments may hide powerful creatures. Those who can come here are basically Wu and above. But what made him feel strange was that he seemed to be a bit confused about the warlock in front of him. He always felt that his blood was strange, but it still gave him a feeling of uneasiness. There is also the Tower of Bloodline, as a true spirit warlock of the Thousand-Eyed Tree Demon clan, a major force in the central region. He has never heard of this force. For the western regions, most warlocks in the central region may only know the Heart of the Abyss. However, Gade's performance is also very proficient, and he stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "The Tower of Blood, I seem to have heard of it. It's a pleasure to meet you, Eli." Eli smiled back, and naturally he wouldn't take the polite words seriously, but he was still very curious about the question just now, and asked, "I don't know what you mean when you said that this area is not recommended to enter. Is this your first time entering here?" Gade didn't answer, but asked. "Yes." Eli nodded, admitting his ignorance. "No wonder." Gade suddenly realized, and then said, "That's it, then let me explain to you. Do you know the war involving the wizarding world and many affiliated worlds with that civilization thousands of years ago?" "Yes." Eli nodded. "Then it's easy to explain." Gade nodded, and then said, "Since you have seen those world fragments, you can definitely guess where these world fragments came from, and they were all destroyed because of that war. Broken worlds, but those worlds are shattered. But since you know their opponents, then you must also be very clear about the weirdness of which world, and most of these world fragments still have influence." "Ah!" Eli opened his mouth wide, and even took a step back subconsciously. In the stories Nicholas told him back then, those weird infections also impressed him deeply. "Hey, there's no need to be nervous." Gade smiled, as if recalling his first time here, and he behaved similarly. "Don't worry, although the power in these world fragments still remains, those weird creatures were basically killed in that war, and now the remaining ones don't have the effect of contagion." Gade said, then he added, "However, each world fragment still has more or less residues, and the world fragments in this area have a higher concentration and are more dangerous." "That's it." Eli also suddenly realized, he said that if it really remained, how could those wizards keep it so reassuringly? "What does your lord mean, you can still enter the less polluted areas in other places?" Eli asked. "Yes." Gade nodded, then seemed to remember something, and then said to Eli, "In fact, for these areas today, most of the world fragments are still unexplored. That's it, I found a large fragment of the world in another area before, and I plan to invite some people to explore it. I have already invited 3 true spirits. I wonder if you are interested." "Exploring world shards?" Eli frowned. In fact, he doesn't reject these things now, as long as he doesn't enter the main body, his clone is also fine. And he is also quite curious about which civilization it belongs to. Maybe he can find some interesting things by exploring the world fragments. After all, it is a world that almost collapsed the wizarding world, and the intensity is ridiculously high. But now there is a very serious problem. Once the distance is too far, his avatar may lose control directly. Even if he wants to go, I'm afraid it won't work. As for the main body? Don't be kidding, how could he risk himself? It doesn't fit his character. But he didn't want to miss this opportunity either. Maybe I can build something like a signal tower, so that I can connect the faith clone further. Eli thought. When encountering a problem, it is Eli's instinct to think about how to solve it, and he also has some ideas. That is, in a sense, the statue of faith far away in the green field is a kind of base station, which can radiate his power there, but if he enlarges the statue, then uses spiritual materials, and then continuously infiltrates it with the power of faith, then it should be possible to expand the influence and reach farther places, and the feasibility of this idea is very high. So he felt that he could still agree temporarily. Thinking of this, Eli looked at Gade with a smile and said, "Of course, I'm also very interested in these world fragments." "That's great." Gade smiled, and then said, "It's like this, we plan to go to that world fragment in 30 years, if you want to go then, come here in 30 years, and then let's go to that world fragment together." "Okay." Eli nodded. "Anyway, if you don't go at that time, you will be a clone, so there is nothing to worry about. Seeing that Eli agreed, Gade also nodded, but in the next second, he raised his eyebrows and apologized to Eli, "Sorry, it seems that something happened to my power, I may need to leave temporarily once, see you in 30 years. Okay." Eli nodded. A few seconds later, Gade left, and Eli turned his head to glance at the world fragments behind him, then turned and left. "Forget it this time, let's talk about it in 30 years. Anyway, for the warlocks of the fourth ring, although their lifespan is affected by the world, 30 years is still acceptable." The other side. Gade quickly passed through the atmosphere of the wizarding world, entered the sky above the central continent, then flew towards a familiar location, and finally landed in a bustling city. Under the ground, there is an endless stream of sorcerers. Among them, there are quite a few in the first and second rings, and there are not a few in the third ring. Gade just took a look and flew directly to a wizard tower in the center of the city. Partially isolated area. As soon as he entered the wizard's tower, a warlock in a white shirt and black suit who looked like a butler approached him. "What happened?" Gade asked. "My lord, some accidents have happened in the western regions. A top 8-armed snake demon in the second ring of the western regions died, and some remaining warlocks sneaked out and appeared in our territory. I think this may be a hidden danger, and it needs to be decided by your lord," the butler said quickly. Western regions. Gade frowned. This was the second time he heard about western regions today. Moreover, the second-level forces, even in the central territory, are powerful forces, and no one dares to ignore them easily. As a Sunshine Warlock, he has naturally known most of the second-level forces in the mainland. He has heard of this power, understand that the power is not weaker than their family. He was suddenly a little curious about what kind of force wiped out the 8-armed snake demon. Which force did it? The Heart of the Abyss? No, they seem to be quite peace-loving. They haven't done anything to anyone for more than 1,000 years. Gade asked, frowning. "My lord, it's a newly rising force called the Bloodline Tower. It is said that this battle was fought by a powerful warlock named Eli. He killed them all with one fight for 3 days, and then destroyed this family," the butler said calmly. Click. The butler was still waiting for the adult's response, but this time he went to see the adult and froze in place. "My lord, are you all right?" the butler asked. "It's okay." Gade recovered, waved his hands, and then let out a long sigh of relief. "Damn it, I didn't expect to be such a strong man. Fortunately, I didn't have any wrong thoughts." He wiped off the cold sweat from his head, feeling terrified. But it seems that Eli is quite easy to get along with, and also agreed to explore the world fragments with him. So, he directly said to the housekeeper, "Give me an order to get rid of this remaining force, and the Thousand-Eyed Tree Demon clan should not suffer from these troubles." "Yes." The butler nodded and left quickly. Chapter 422. Call. The cold winter came quietly, and there was light snow in the sky. Eli stands in the wizard tower in the green land, looking out the window. The green land outside the window is still full of greenery, hill is waving branches in the distance, surrounded by an unknown number of birds, and under the ground, Hydra is heartless. He was sleeping, but with the passage of time, he also advanced to the Huido level in the last month, and in the distance was Nicholas sitting cross-legged. Thanks to the previous war with the 8-armed snake demon, his strength leaped again. At this time, it has been a month since the last time I accidentally entered the outer layer of the wizarding world, and within a month's time, this world is also in winter. Of course, these are nothing to Eli. After all, he has spent more than 2,000 winters. How fast time is! Eli pursed his lips. "Brother Eli, the statue you ordered to be built has been built." At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Eli turned around and saw Vivica in a black tunic dress. "It's faster than I thought." Eli nodded. Since his return, he has asked Goering to start building giant statues of faith. "Then go out and have a look." Eli walked out of the gate with a smile, followed closely by Vivica. Walk out of the gate, leave the land of greenery all the way, and come to the familiar City of Blood. As soon as he entered the City of Blood, Eli saw a huge statue standing outside the city just like the Amina family. But he lifted it up and looked into the distance with firm eyes. And the volume of this statue is also a full 100 meters high, and the whole body exudes a special spiritual wave. You must know that in order to build this statue, the Bloodline Tower probably spent nearly 2 million magic stones, almost 1/3 of the harvest from this war. But it's all worth it. With this, my avatar can go to farther places, and even land directly in a certain area, which greatly improves my mobility, and the most important thing is, as long as I am in this area, I can even mobilize the power of faith in the area, increase the combat power, and even mobilize the faith to go directly to the green field, and the power that the avatar can carry will be even stronger. Eli took a deep breath, one breath. Although it costs a lot, it is worth it. He still attaches great importance to his own safety, and with this, his safety in his own territory will be even higher. After all, the Heart of the Abyss and them seem to be doing well for now, but Eli always feels that there are some problems with this faction. And one's own strength needs time to improve, but other resources can also be called, these are good supplements, and so is the power of faith. I just want to grow with peace of mind, but the Heart of the Abyss has been stable for so long, and it still maintains such a good image, it shouldn't have any impact on my life. Eli thought so. He hoped that the Heart of the Abyss would be more interesting. Brother Eli, what a big statue! Viveka sighed when she saw the statue. Hey, Goering insisted on building it. Eli explained with a smile. After watching for a few more seconds, I was sure there was no problem, and Eli also returned directly to the green land. But just when Eli arrived at the gate of the land of greenery, he found Alida waiting in a purple dress. Alida, what happened? Eli asked curiously. My lord, a sun warlock came to visit from the Heart of the Abyss, and Luo Yat, the young pagoda master of the Holy Tower, came to visit. Alida glanced at the two of them, and then reported. Heart of the Abyss? Luo Yat. An inexplicable light flashed in Eli's eyes. Just now I was thinking about the Heart of the Abyss, but I found it, and I heard an unexpected name. Luo Yat? Isn't this the little guy who helped him explore the ruins more than 1,000 years ago? Then arrange a meeting. Eli said with a smile. Okay, I don't know who you want to see first. Alida asked. Luo Yat, let that warlock from Heart of the Abyss wait for a while. Eli replied. Alida was a little surprised. She didn't expect Eli to see the Heart of the Abyss. It's a first-level power, and it's a Sunday visit. But she naturally didn't dare to disobey, nodded, and said, Then come with me, my lord, the two of you are already waiting. Okay, Viveka, you go back first. Eli turned his head and ordered, and then left with Alida. Viveka also glanced at the two figures leaving side by side, and inexplicably came up with an idea. Everyone has their own things to do, and she can't stay in the green land forever. Although brother Eli doesn't care, she doesn't want to be a canary either. She felt as if some consciousness in her body was awakening. You know, she was quite salty before, but suddenly, she seemed to feel that she had to improve herself. Strange? Wavika felt that she was a little strange, and finally attributed it to her own wild imagination. But she still felt that something needed to be done. The other side. At this moment, in a room, Luo Ye was sitting anxiously on the sofa, and there was a person standing on the sofa behind him. Luo Ye, calm down. I heard that the Heart of the Abyss is coming this time. Eli will definitely come after seeing them. The warlock behind him is an old-looking warlock, but his aura has reached the full moon. Okay, Mr. Liz. Luo Ye nodded, he didn't know what he was anxious about, but here, he had an indescribable feeling, and he didn't know why. Slay. At this time, the door suddenly opened, and the two looked at the same time, only to see a handsome sorcerer walk in under the leadership of a beautiful sorcerer. Eli. Luo Ye and the two were taken aback at the same time, as if they didn't expect that Eli would come to see them first. That's good, friends of the Holy Tower, I am Eli of the Bloodline. Eli nodded with a smile, no surprise that the two recognized him, after all, things like portraits are not worth much. It's just that he glanced at Luo Ye a few more times. More than 1,000 years have passed. The third ring warlock back then has grown into a Huito-level warlock. He even has the opportunity to receive a second-level power, the Holy Tower, in the future. My lord, hello, I'm Luo Ye, the master of the young pagoda of the Holy Pagoda. Luo Ye lowered his head to say hello, and the sorcerer behind him also lowered his head. Spirits, even the powerful warlocks of the Three Suns. Nice to meet you, let's sit down and talk, we are neighbors. Eli sat on the sofa with a smile, and the two raised their heads again. And the following chat was relatively smooth, and the content was also very normal. It was about the relationship between the two forces and some possible cooperation. In the end, the two also concluded some friendly contracts and some cooperation verbally. During this process, Luo Ye also mentioned He-Man's matter, and the atmosphere suddenly became more heated, but of course it was limited to this. It wasn't even until Eli left that Luo Ye suddenly lost his mind. He turned his head to look at Liz behind him, and sighed, "Mr. Liz, I thought it would be interesting for me to meet Herman's students, but when I actually met, I realized that everything seems to be like that, and he's also different from Herman. Of course Luo Ye, after all, he is Eli, not Herman, and he is much stronger than the Herman you mentioned," Liz said with a smile. "Yes." Luo Ye smiled and nodded. "Things are like this a lot of times, I look forward to it when it is not completed, but it is just like that when it is completed. Fortunately, this time it is still very friendly, at least this neighbor has no plans to expand, and their goal has been achieved. The only thing that makes him regret is that it's a pity that Eli is not Herman, otherwise the story might be different." The other side. Eli left the room and headed towards another wizard tower, just feeling a little emotional. He didn't recognize Luo Ye. After all, it can only be regarded as having some contact with his previous identity, not to that extent. He is an immortal, and it is inevitable that he knows many people. It seems that he has experienced one story after another and met one person after another. It sounds like he should be a person who does not lack friends, but only he knows his situation. He has always been alone, and will always be only one. At this moment, Eli suddenly felt that he had a deeper understanding of time. Time is always ruthless. Under time, everything is just ants. However, this emotion only lasted for a few seconds before Eli returned to normal. "Just kidding, it's just a small flaw. You can't imagine the happiness of the immortal." Behind her, Alida saw Eli's rising mood, a little strange. Didn't she just meet Luo Ye? Why do adults have such big emotional ups and downs? It's impossible for something to happen. Ba ba ba. She quickly threw this emotion into the trash can. An adult's sexual orientation is still normal. Chapter 423. And just as Eli was advancing, another wizard tower was used for hospitality. Tumun Slam is sitting on the sofa. He is wearing a black and red jacket and trousers, and a pair of red shoes. At this time, he has one leg crossed on the other, but with eyes under the mask it seems that there is a flame flickering, very uncomfortable. "Really, you made me wait so long." Tumun felt a tyrannical anger in his chest that he wanted to express. He felt that this warlock named Eli didn't seem to have much respect for the heart of the abyss or him. "Hey, it's a pity we can't have a fight. After all, this time we are here for a friendly exchange, and we haven't killed anyone for a month." Tumun stretched his muscles and felt a little bored. At this time, suddenly there was a sound of shoes trampling the ground outside the door. Tumun's eyes lit up, he put his legs down, stood up and looked out the door. The door opened and Eli walked in. "Hello, Tumun Slamu, heart of the abyss, this time I'm here to talk to you about something." Tumun lowered his head and introduced like a gentleman at this time. "Hello, Eli." Eli nodded. At this time, Tumun also raised his head, but when Eli saw his eyes, there was a momentary stagnation, and no one noticed. "I don't know what it is that the Lord of the Heart of the Abyss came to the humble house this time," Eli said enthusiastically, but inadvertently looked at the masked Tumun more carefully, and was more cautious in his heart, although he couldn't see it. The face and the mask seemed to be different, but this pair of reddish eyes Eli will definitely not be mistaken. The warlocks in front of him were those who helped Jose. Although he didn't understand why Eli suddenly became enthusiastic, Tumun still revealed the purpose of this time. "Master Eli, I do have something to do this time, it's about the heart of the abyss." Tumun said. "Oh? Heart of the abyss, what does that have to do with us?" Eli asked, frowning. "Ha ha ha, my lord may not be very clear, let me explain to you." Tumun said with a smile, "My lord is like this. Since 300 years ago, although our heart of the abyss has been guarding the abyss heart, but in fact we are also under a lot of pressure, and for a long time, many forces have been worried about the situation in the abyss for some reason, so after that, every force above the second level will also send part of their combat power to share the pressure. My purpose this time is precisely for this." Eli frowned when he heard it, as if he didn't expect such a thing to happen. "My lord, it's true." At this moment, Alida reminded. Alida has been following Goering and indeed knows a lot. Okay, then I will send warlocks as needed. Eli nodded. Although it is help, it is obviously a kind of monitoring to prevent problems in the abyss, understandable. If there is really a problem with the heart of the abyss, the dispatched team can also report it in time. Hey, thank you sir. Tumun said with a smile, as if the heart of the abyss really needs this support. I don't know how many warlocks you need. The bloodline tower is still under construction, so we may not be able to send too many people. Eli said. Of course, this depends on your lord. We can discuss it carefully. My lord, let's sit down and discuss it. Tumun said to Eli like a gentleman, without the irritability when he was alone. Yet. Eli nodded, but in fact, the silver eye has been secretly opened. He found that although Tumun looked very calm, but this calmness seemed to be suppressed above the tyranny and cruelty like a raging fire, and he unexpectedly found that he was a little bit unable to see through this warlock, and Eli even faintly felt how weird is this man. Of course, these are secondary issues, and the more important issue is about support. Soon the two discussed it, and in the end, the bloodline tower will send a true spirit, 33rd rings, and 102nd rings, a certain number of support. Since the discussion is over, I have to go back and report. Tumun stood up and said goodbye. Okay, let me give it away. Eli nodded. Don't bother me, I'm going to take a stroll. Tumun refused with a smile. It's okay, this is just my avatar, I have more time. Eli said casually. He is not at ease with this person in front of him. He seriously suspects that the 8-armed snake demon had something to do with them. Okay. Tumun nodded with a twitching corner of his mouth. Finally, after half a day, Tumun finally realized that Eli was wary of him, so he left directly. Eli sent him dozens of kilometers away, and then quietly marked him with a gun, before returning. And watching Eli's leaving figure, the calmness in Tumun's eyes disappeared instantly, as if a flame was rekindled. I'm so upset. It seems that the incident with the 8-armed snake demon still has some warnings for Eli. It seems that we have to let it go for now. Tumun shook his head, then plunged into a mountain range, and the mountain range was filled with blood mist in an instant. He loves to kill. The other side. Eli also told Goering about this, and then asked him to spread the news. If there are warlocks who volunteer, they can be selected directly, and it is best to install a few more clever warlocks. Although Goering was a little strange, he quickly sent the news down, causing another commotion for a while. Because although this matter does not seem to be very important, it is an invitation from the heart of the abyss, and the starting qualifications to guard the abyss are also the forces of the second ring, which shows that the heart of the abyss is already qualified to replace the 8th ring. The armed snake demon is a real secondary force. This surprised many people. After all, although the bloodline tower has absorbed many remnants of the 8-armed snake demon family, it has not yet transformed it into strength. Hard power is actually like that, but it is still recognized, and Eli is strong enough, so strong that even if it is the heart of the abyss of the first level power also has to admit it. For a while, there was a new discussion about Eli's strength in the western regions, that is, how strong is Eli's ultimate strength. But this is unsolvable. At least for now, I'm afraid no one dares to touch Eli's brow. At least for a short time Eli will never fight again. Hey, it looks like there's going to be another fight. Eli, who had returned to the green land, frowned suddenly before his butt was hot. The moment he just came back, he seemed to sense that someone was asking for help from the faith statue far away in the green field. The elves seem to be in big trouble. V, and I also need to arrange the teleportation array there, just to verify the newly built giant faith base station, statue. Eli grinned. Moreover, they haven't joined the elves recently, so it seems that they still have doubts about wizards. Hey, Wizard Loya is about to go online. Eli smiled. The next second, Eli closed his eyes. At the same time, outside the City of Blood, everyone seemed to sense something and looked out of the city. The huge statue of Eli suddenly exuded a majestic force, exuding a golden light. A beam of light shot up into the sky, broke through the space, and then disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. What is this? A miracle. The warlocks opened their mouths wide, stared blankly at the scene, and murmured. For warlocks, this is still a bit high-end. Chapter 424. Greenfield. Moon Shadow Forest. This is not only the new territory of the elves, but also the construction site of the current elves' palace. But at this moment, the atmosphere here was so solemn that the air seemed to freeze. The Queen of the Elves, Elwyn, stood on the tall steps outside the elf palace, followed by 5 priests of the elves, and behind them were 4 ringed elves of various races. "Hold your weapon and hold your head up." Not only them, in the entire forest at this time, there are countless elves holding bows and arrows in their hands, looking at the sky. At this time, above the sky, there are feathered people flying one after another, with human-like bodies and white wings, holding sharp metal long hairs in their hands, staring at the ground like giant eagles, as if ready to hunt at any moment. And in front of these feathered people, there are 7 or 8 feathered people, but the aura of each has reached the 4th ring. The one at the front reached the terrifying limit of the sun, and it was the Urin who only wanted to bring back Eli's head. At this time, he lowered his head and looked down with cold eyes, more precisely, the elves on the ground and the huge statue not far away. "Is that the wizard they invented?" Yun ignored the elves' true spirits and carefully observed the statue. "Yes, my lord, but we have been scouting for many years, but we don't seem to have found any trace of that wizard," a feathered man replied. "I also suspect that this was made up by the elves. Maybe they were weak at the beginning, so they thought of using the reputation of wizards to make those races dare not act rashly. After all, the outer world is covered with a layer of world debris. It's easy to break through." Another old Urin guessed. "Hey, it looks like the trip was in vain, but maybe that warlock didn't dare to show his face." Yun sneered and said disdainfully. The other Urin also showed smiles. "That's right, Master Yun is a creature at the peak of the Siwanye Ori. Even in today's world of wizards, at this level, he is still a top powerhouse. Greenfield Core Area. Even if it is really a foreign wizard, I believe Master Yun can easily solve it. Wait another 5 minutes, if that wizard doesn't show up, we will destroy this place." "Yes. My lord, you must come." Alwyn stood in front of all the true spirits, biting his lips lightly. Half an hour ago, the Urin clan invaded them, and relying on their powerful strength, they went all the way to the core area of the elf clan, and then surrounded them. At first they wanted to resist, but when the leader of the feathered people after showing their strength, they understood that everything was useless. That's a sun-level creature, they can't resist it at all. Fortunately, she had already prayed to Eli just now, and the Lord should have received the news. "My lord." Alwyn prayed. At this time, not only Elwyn, but also several elf priests were praying. Facing the powerful Feet Herman clan from the inner area, there was really not much they could do. Even knowing one piece of Yun is enough for the old fellows to desperately resist, not to mention that Urin is not the only one coming from the Urin clan. The passage of time every minute and every second. 5 minutes later. "Forget it, it looks like I've been disappointed, what a cowardly wizard." Yun tut. "I am even more dismissive of wizards in my heart. It seems that the so-called wizards are nothing more than that. No wonder they left in embarrassment thousands of years ago, but they were just weak and brainless people similar to the pig people. As a new generation of Urin, they should have the will to be brave and diligent. How can they be frightened by wizards?" In his opinion, Yawang is like this, and should have been replaced by him long ago. He shook his head, turned his head and glanced at the many Urin, then waved his hand indifferently, and wrote lightly. "Attack!" Yun ordered, and many feathered people nodded instantly, and the next second, they directly flapped their wings and flew towards the ground, while many feathered people of the 4th ring level flew directly towards the elves in the spirit temple. At this time, many elves in the forest were surprised, they pulled up the bows and arrows in their hands, and then the dense number launched a counterattack. The 4 ringed elves in front of the elf temple flew towards the sky, started a battle with the feathered people, and several elves sacrificed one after another. Shot! "My lady queen, you enter the palace and leave through the secret passage, I will block them." The moon elf priest looked at Alwyn beside him with serious eyes. "No need, everyone is fighting, how can I leave?" Alwyn shook his head and refused. "Okay." The moon elf priest nodded, but his approval of Alwyn increased a little. Then Erwin took out a slender long sword, and with brisk steps, he flew directly into the sky to fight with the low-ranking featherman. Seeing that the queen had come out to fight, the many elves were also encouraged, with great momentum. It directly surpassed the Urin clan. "Hey, the new queen of the elves!" Yun looked down at Alwyn and flew towards him, but was stopped by several elf priests. "Ugly Urin, your opponent is us." The priests headed by the moon elf priest looked at Yun with serious eyes. "Ugly? The smile on Yu Yun's face disappeared instantly, and anger gradually burned in his eyes. He is the most popular Yuan of the Yuan clan. Okay, then let me play with you for a while. Yu Yun shook his head, his eyes became sharper. In the next second, the storm suddenly rose, and 6 tornadoes rolled up from the void, pressing towards the 6 priests. The battle begins. The development of the battle gradually became clear with the passage of time. Although the fighting spirit of the elves was very good, there was still a big gap in hard power after all. Surrounded by a group of feathered people, there were many scars on the body, and the clothes were even torn, revealing some skin. As for the few elf priests in the sky, although they were beaten by 1 to 6, they were beaten by pressure. Finally, after a counterattack, Yu Yun found an opportunity, and in an instant, countless feather-like wind blades appeared behind him, heading towards several priests like waves, and the priests were hard to resist, one by one directly smashed towards the ground, and the ground appeared big pits one after another, arousing large clouds of smoke. And Erwin, who saw this scene, was also taken aback, found an opportunity to leave the battlefield, and flew directly towards the ground. At this time, the smoke on the ground has also dissipated, and in the big pit, several elf priests climbed up with difficulty, spitting blood from their mouths, and looked at the feather clouds in the sky tremblingly. Come, stand beside the moon elf priest. I'm so disappointed. The elves are so weak. Surrender. If you surrender, let your queen become my slave permanently. Maybe I can let you go. Yu Yun looked down at the elves from above, calmly rode. And hearing Yu Yun's words, many elves were angry at this time. This is a complete insult to the proud elves, and it is absolutely impossible for the elves who value dignity to agree things. So at this time, including Erwin and even a few elf priests, even though they were injured, everyone's eyes were full of anger. You're dreaming! Alwyn shouted angrily. Ha 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 ha, then I can only invite you to die. Yu Yun shrugged helplessly, but said regretfully, it's a pity that I didn't get to see that cowardly wizard. Oh, you want to see me? At this time, a voice suddenly came, and Yu Yun was taken aback. My lord, that statue! At this moment, the true spirit of the feathered people suddenly pointed at the distant statue and shouted loudly. All to see and go! I saw the huge statue standing in front of the elven temple exuding golden light at this time. A beam of light shot up into the sky, and in the beam of light, a figure wearing a black wizard robe and holding a staff walked out slowly. Look calm. Are you a wizard? Looking at the sudden change, Yu Yun frowned and asked. The reason why he asked this was because the person in front of him was almost the same as the statue. Aren't you looking for me? Eli replied with a smile, but the smile became colder and colder. It was a bit late this time, and I almost missed it. Oh, it's you, then let me see, the so-called wizard. After confirming what was behind Eli, Yu Yun looked at Eli and smiled contemptuously. In the face of absolute strength, you are just here to die. Behind Yu Yun flapped his wings, his tone was disdainful, but he was ready to fight. You're right. Eli nodded. In the next second, a huge true spirit came out through his body, turning into a 100-meter-high elemental giant, looking down at Yu Yun, and the 40% breath transmitted by Eli with the help of the giant statue of faith was also here. It erupted with all its strength in an instant, sweeping the entire battlefield like a storm. Feeling the aura, the smile on Yu Yun's face disappeared little by little. It seemed that maybe this aura was much better than he imagined, and the warning belonging to his blood also told him that if there was a battle, he might die. Grunt. Yu Yun's throat moved slightly. At this moment, he seemed to suddenly understand where Lord Yu Wang's fear of wizards came from. Too strong. Is this the wizard? Chapter 425. You are stronger than I thought. Yu Yun looked at Eli and took a deep breath, but his fighting spirit gradually rose. As the top genius of the Yuan clan for nearly 1,000 years, he thinks that he is responsible for the revival of the Yuan clan's destiny. He thinks that the people in front of him are just obstacles in his path. Fear. After all, he is also the existence of the peak of the four-ring sun. With so many burdens on his back, he will never lose. Come on, let me see what a wizard is. Yu Yun roared loudly, looking at Eli. At the same time, the huge wings spread out, and a storm hundreds of meters rolled up from his side. He roared, and even the sky became darker, and there was even faint thunder roaring in it, and the storm was surrounded by electric light, and the feather cloud living in it. He looked at Eli resolutely. The environment changed instantly, the sky was dark, and even many big trees were directly uprooted and caught in the storm. At this moment, both the elves and the feathers stared blankly at the confrontation. On one side is the powerful Yun, and on the other side is the true spirit, the legendary wizard. Master Yun will definitely win. My lord, come on. The Yuan clan left quickly, but they were still cheering at Wei Yun. Everyone was full of confidence, and adults would not lose. My lord, come on. On the side of the elves, several priests watched the confrontation and felt a little depressed. Only then did they realize that Yun didn't even use his full strength to deal with them. My lord, let's work hard. Alwyn clenched his hands and looked at Eli floating in the sky. Although she has full confidence in Lord Eli, the problem is the body. What came this time is only the arrival of faith, so it must not be able to exert its full combat power, and Yun is so powerful, can the Lord really win? Believe me, sir. At this moment, one hand held Alwyn's hand, and when he looked back, it was the moon elf priest beside him. Yet. Alwyn nodded. Eli, on the other hand, looked at Erwin calmly. Thanks to the improvement of the power of faith, the strength in his body was also unprecedentedly full at this time. The huge true spirit behind him stretched out, raised his hand, and the air in front of him instantly became dark, and countless shadows rushed towards Yun like a tide. Seeing Eli's attack, Yun let out a roar, and every feather stood on end. At the same time, a boundless gust of wind rose, and this kind of power from nature gathered together like never before, and then turned into a wave that could almost strongest storm ever seen. The storm rushed towards the wave of shadows. Confrontation head-on, my lord chose to confront it head-on. Zhenling of the Yuan clan stared blankly at this scene. The proud adult really chose this way. This is the pure power confrontation, without any skills, but it is very dangerous, because once one side fails, it may be crushed by the majestic torrent of power in an instant. Come on, my lord. Alwyn's silver eyes flickered, praying for Eli. Next second, the storm wave in the sky collided with the shadow ocean in an instant. The cyan wind element and the black shadow instantly split the sky into two colors, and the shock wave of the elemental impact made it almost difficult for everyone to stand. You must know that this is still all the power all concentrated in the sky. At this moment, everyone held their breath, waiting for the result. And after only 3 minutes of this confrontation, a change occurred, and the black was expanding a little bit, while the cyan storm was gradually shrinking. Feather Cloud is at a disadvantage. How can this be? My lord is the limit of the sun, how could he be at a disadvantage? My god, is this a wizard? Each of the originally confident Yuan showed panic, obviously they hadn't expected this. In their eyes, your lord is invincible, even if the one in front of you is a legendary wizard. The eyes of the elves lit up, and Elwyn raised his head gradually. Damn it, I've been suppressed. At this moment, amidst the storm, Yun showed horror. In the frontal confrontation, he actually lost. No, how could I lose? I have so much on my shoulders, and I still have to lead the Yuan clan to become the strongest clan in the wizarding world. The tide pushed back a little. Not far away, listening to Yun's lines, the corner of Eli's mouth twitched, but he didn't hold back his hands at all, and more power poured out. Boom! The shadow waves rolled, and the shadow instantly suppressed the storm again. No, it's impossible. Yun couldn't believe it, how could the warlock in front of him be so strong? He felt like he couldn't hold it anymore. No. With his will broken, Yun waved his wings and escaped from the storm. At this moment, he actually chose to run away. And the Yu people in the distance were also stunned and opened their mouths wide. They couldn't believe that the mighty Yun escaped like this. But in the top-level confrontation, suddenly withdrawing power is actually more dangerous. With Yun's departure, the storm will be swallowed by the sea of shadows in an instant, and then chased towards Yun, and the speed is even faster. No. Yun turned around and looked at the shadow that was only tens of meters away. He was even more horrified, but he didn't have the courage to fight. After the confrontation just now, he already understood the gap between the two. He is definitely not Eli's opponent. But at this time the shadow was getting closer and closer, and Yun found out bitterly that he couldn't run away at all. Is that the end? At the last moment, he stopped suddenly, looked towards Eli in the distance, and asked bitterly, are all the wizards in the fourth ring as strong as you? No. Eli shook his head. Yun nodded, so it wasn't that he was too weak, it was just that the wizard in front of him was terrifyingly strong, even stronger than Siwan. Comfortable. As if he had settled a matter in his mind, Yu Yun nodded, and then fell into the boundless darkness the next second. Win, my lord won. Alwyn looked at the scene in the sky and shouted happily, and the other elves also shouted happily. The Yuan clan who were not far away were standing there in a daze, with complicated moods. Master Yu Yun actually lost. That's how it is the wizard so strong? Is this the wizard? All the Yuan were desperate, standing where they were, and even forgot to run away, but many people understood that running away was useless. They could run, but could the Yuan clan run? And even if they run, where can they go? After today's battle, will this wizard really let the Yuan clan go? It's over. Each of the Yuan closed their eyes. What? Yu Yun died in the battle of the elves, and that wizard showed up again. The Yuan clan, the old King Yu almost fainted on the ground when he heard the news. He was actually aware of Yu Yun's movements, but he didn't stop him. Maybe he was lucky in his heart. But with Yu Yun's death, he understood that everything was over. Ye Wang, what should we do? At this time, there were other Yuan in front of Ye Wang, all of whom were high-ranking members of the Yuan clan. Fail one. But they have to bear the consequences of failure. Even these real spirit feathermen who have lived for thousands of years are panicking at this moment. They looked at the leader of the Yuan clan, that is, Yu Wang. After a few minutes, King Yu sighed deeply and said, "What should I do? It's already like this." "My lord, what do you mean?" a feathered man asked with a frown. Yu Wang slowly sat up straight, then looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, it's been 5,000 years, and it's time for us to remember our identities again and return to our own positions." Hearing this, the feather people sighed. They naturally understood what King Yu meant. The Yuan clan used to be the slaves of wizards. Everything will be different. Yu Wang walked out of the green field slowly, and looked at the vast green field outside the tree house. "I am afraid that after today, not only the Yuan clan, but also those races who were waiting and watching before, many of them will probably make choices with them. After all, even more than 4,000 years is a long time for these uncursed alien races, but for those top alien races, their lives are enough to survive this time, or in other words, there have always been many races in the world. Wait. And the notion that the wizards will eventually return has never dissipated on this green field. The Yuan clan used a combat power of the sun level to completely confirm this. A week later. In the Elf Palace. There are two huge thrones placed in the temple at the top. Eli sits on one of them, and Erwin sits on one side. At this moment, Eli looked down at the palace in front of him. There were dozens of creatures standing on the ground at this time, except for a few elf priests. The rest were nearly 30 races with different mentalities, and the Yuan clan was also included. It was Yu Wang. "Let's talk about it. I don't know your purpose," Eli said calmly, looking at the many races. "My lord, of course I heard that your lord is back. You know I've been waiting for you all this time." Among them, the first one to come out was Yu Wang. He said humbly. "Yes, my lord, we are all looking forward to your return." Other alien races also bowed their heads, expressing their acceptance of the command. Eli nodded. The scene in front of him was something he didn't expect, but since it was installed, it would be complete. At least the races themselves were in the wizarding world back then, and they were basically part of the wizarding logistics system. No exception. And even if it's just in front of your eyes, you have enough combat power at the level of 8 suns, directly far surpassing the 8-armed snake demon. "Well, I'm very happy." Eli nodded, looked at everyone and said, "I'm sure everyone knows the purpose of my return this time, but the return of the large army is unknown, but everyone believes in me. It means that everyone believes in the Wizarding Union. And I won't let everyone suffer. I once said that I have established a trading line with wizards with the elves. This plan has not yet started, but each race must have its own specialties, so you can participate in it when the time comes, and then mutually beneficial. I don't know what all races are good at." Hearing Eli's words, the races that came were also stunned. Obviously, this scene was something they didn't expect. But thinking that if a connection is really established, then for them, that would indeed be a great thing. "My lord, we are good at planting magic plants. We are the digging and smelting of metals. We are making extraordinary food." The corners of Eli's lips are also rising more and more as each race speaks out what they are good at. He seems to have seen a system that is about to be complete, and he has benefited from this system. Alien man, he is. As for the Uran clan, Eli also generously chose to forgive. To him, this was not a big deal. So good. Ai Irwin also looked at Eli, his eyes shone brightly, as expected of a wizard. The elves are about to rise, although Eli didn't mention these responsible issues afterwards. But there is no doubt that the elves will be responsible for this, which is also a huge opportunity for them. Chapter 426. Spirit Temple. Eli looked down at the dozens of patriarchs of different races, took a deep breath, and said, "Since this is the case, all the patriarchs will stay here for the time being. Let's discuss the future development and how we can connect the various clans together in the future. After all, you are all one now." Yes. Many patriarchs of different races nodded. It is true that many races were enemies among them, but it should be over now. Among them, King Yu heaved a sigh of relief and his eyes relaxed. Fortunately, adults are easy to talk. The human family finally escaped a catastrophe. However, the situation in the green field will change completely. King Yu looked up at Eli on the temple, filled with emotion. But it's good, at least for now, this is more beneficial than harmful for them, but I'm afraid those races in the core area will be in trouble. Dragon family, dwarf family. Core area. The sun shone into a lake, sparkling with waves. At this time, on the edge of the lake, a huge red dragon stood on one side. Its huge body was hundreds of meters long, its huge wings were retracted, and its body was covered with red scales one after another. He looked at the lake and made a humming sound. "Smelly blue dragon, a big event has happened in the green field recently, I think I need to tell you about it." The roaring sound spread throughout the lake, and the water surface suddenly began to tremble, and then a similar behemoth slowly left the water surface, and a huge blue dragon got in to deal with it, looking at the red dragon with blue eyes and saying, "Ortiz, what happened? What's the matter?" "The wizards are back." The red dragon Ortiz said calmly. "What?" The surface of the water exploded suddenly, turning into countless sprays, and a blue dragon suddenly broke away from the water surface, its eyes widened. "Are you kidding me?" "No, in fact, it was passed on a long time ago, but it has not been confirmed. It's just that the feathered people started to do it recently, and finally found out that it is indeed a wizard. Moreover, the wizard claimed to be a warlock who returned from the Wizarding Union, with the mission of leading the way for the large army. If dozens of races have already announced their return to the embrace of the Wizarding Union, almost one-third of the green field except the core area will already be covered by other areas. One fell into his control. There was a faint flame burning on Ortiz's body, which also showed that he was not calm at this time. "How do you think we should deal with it? As the strongest dragon race in the green field, what do you think we should do?" He continued to ask. "Your Excellency has fallen asleep, and the Dragon Clan is indeed under our management at present, but I think we'd better hold on to this matter, then let that wizard do it, let's ignore it for the time being, this should be our best choice, maybe there will be idiots who will help us find the way." Blue Dragon said. "It's not good." Red Dragon didn't quite agree. "Humph, the outside world is full of dangers, and if you encounter a powerful warlock, you may be drawn blood." The Blue Dragon said, but seeing the Red Dragon seemed to refute, he continued to add. "It's like hundreds of years ago, when you laughed at the dead dragon, you were caught by someone on the way back and had hundreds of liters of blood drawn." Hearing this, the Red Dragon's body froze suddenly and stopped talking. This is the dark history of his life. He flew well that day, and was about to cross the west coast to return to the green field, but he was knocked out with a stick and had blood drawn a series of times. "Okay." The Red Dragon Ortiz directly agreed this time, he didn't want to talk anymore. The other direction of the core area. Seen from the sky, a large piece of black stone land suddenly appeared in the forest. There was a huge deep pit. This deep pit was unknown how many kilometers wide, and in it, one dwarf after another was urging the orcs to move the ore. And then move to another volcanic area. In the volcano, only the sound of rattling can be heard. Thousands of dwarves are forging. As a family of dwarves who have inherited wizard alchemy and mechanics, forging has already imprinted their souls, even those of the past. Most of the castle in the sky is their credit. Even the legendary wizard Great Tower was built with their help. At this time, in a rough black stone palace, the tall and strong dwarf king frowned and looked down at the many dwarves in front of him. "Wizard." The dwarf king frowned, thinking. He never thought that he would hear this familiar name again in this life. After thinking about half of the disappearance, he slowly said, then ignore them, although I miss the time when those great creations were built, but the times are different after all, a wizard can't do anything, and can't give any grandiose things. If maybe he can find the legendary Grey Wizard Tower, maybe I'm still interested in helping to see and restore it. After all, it was a legendary wizard tower that could destroy a world with one blow. And hearing the words of the Dwarf King, the other dwarves also nodded. The dwarves are only interested in construction. Even in the age of wizards, it was not the wizards who conquered them, but they were interested in the creations of the wizards. But today's human world is no longer worthy. Unless that wizard tower reappears, then maybe they will leave here. Just when the Dwarf King shook his head and decided, the other races in the core area also decided to stand still, and no one wanted to be the leader. Time blinks and another week passes by. A week later, the matter of uniting many races and future matters also ended in the Elven Temple. In the end, the elves were temporarily in charge of coordinating the many races, and the Elven Queen Elwyn will be the supreme leader of the clan other than Eli. With a clone, it will also stay here after being weakened. Eli walked out of Erwin's room, and then looked at the large open space not far from the tree house. At this time, the ground there has turned into a flat stone ground, and on the ground, there is a complex witch formation exuding a silvery light, surrounded by many high-level energy cores, which are concentrated by high-level magic stones. What is solidified is the energy source of this space teleportation array. My lord, the space array has been built, and the potion system of the elves has basically been built, and the next thing is to need a lot of magic plants. A clear voice came from beside him, and Eli turned his head to see that it was Erwin in a white gauze. Well, the witch array on the side of the Bloodline Tower is almost built, and there will be a steady stream of potions and resources coming in later. Eli smiled and said, he is naturally very concerned about this system that can continuously create money for him, and he has already ordered Goring to open the pre-sale of potions and start harvesting wealth in advance. Well, it's up to the adults to arrange. And Erwin leaned over naturally, and Eli was still calm. For some things, he will not deliberately stop, but he will never show mercy. Try new things, just like the Mermaid Queen back then. There seems to be nothing else to do next. The next step is to sort out and learn the sealing technique, purify the runes, and then steadily refine the potion to upgrade, and search for the knowledge to break through the fifth ring. Eli thought about what to do next. Things to do. Among them, upgrading is naturally the most important. Now he has potions, and he is still too weak as he is just a newcomer to Corona. After all, it seems to be stable now, but Eli feels that the whole world seems to be in turmoil, whether it is the races and creatures in the immovable core area of the green field, or other areas of the central continent. Of course, Eli does not know about other areas. But in the western regions, they have never let down their guard against the heart of the abyss. Maybe something will happen in the future. And from the day when Tumun couldn't see through, Eli felt something bad, and after that, a large number of slaughtered wild monsters were found in the mountains that Tumun left. Of course, there is one more thing to improve their strength, that is, they will agree to explore the world fragments after 30 years. Stronger strength will bring more gains and protection, not to mention that Eli is also very interested in that civilization, that terrifying civilization that almost destroyed the wizarding world. The second thing is to search for the knowledge and materials of the fifth ring. He will arrive at the fifth ring sooner or later, but the knowledge has not been obtained for a long time, which also makes him feel very anxious. After all, it was a sudden breakthrough, but he must have a direction first. If he didn't find it at the peak of Yaori, he really didn't know what to do next. The third is to digest the things of the past. Since he came to the central continent, he has stopped for 20 years. He still has a lot of research that he has not studied. He calculated that he would start at least 3 experiments, namely the sealing technique, the purification of runes, and the blood bamboo flower. The first 2 are leftovers, and the latter one is what Eli thinks has potential. He plans to let Hill try to see if he can cultivate it into a 4th ring. At least in his subconscious, the way of devouring should not be so hasty. Maybe this road will bring Eli a lot of help in the future, just like the 2nd ring road. Of course it will take time. I want to become stronger, whether it is to cope with future changes, or to protect everything. Eli's eyes were firm. Although he has plenty of time, the external environment cannot be controlled by his mind. And Erwin beside him also followed Eli's gaze and looked into the distance, full of emotion. And just when Eli was thinking, The central continent is unknown how far away from the western regions. 2 huge sky cloud whales were tied with long black chains, and the chains stretched behind them, pulling a floating island. Under the island, there is a resplendent and magnificent building. The ground is made of precious black hard rock, and the buildings are mixed with gold powder. There are also statues made of elemental crystals on the island, and the lighting is made of rare high-grade alchemy lamps, which looks luxurious. Extreme. And at this time in the most central building, Jinji and the president of the Jinshan Chamber of Commerce stood together. He was a very strong old man. At this time, the old man suddenly said, "Jinji, you have been by my side for decades, and you know the model of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce very well, and I also recognize you very much, and I think you have the hope of becoming my successor in the future." "My lord's praise." Jinji humbly lowered his head, but he felt emotional in his heart, and finally it was almost time to go back. "Are you very worried about the situation in the western regions?" The president smiled and looked at him. "Yes." Jinji nodded. After all, the western regions are his base camp, and because he has been with the president these years, many news are unknown. "You don't need to worry about this. Your power in the western regions has expanded rapidly over the years, and you have almost suppressed Applin, another vice president." The president smiled. "Ah." Jinji blinked his eyes, a little confused. Chapter 427. Applin was suppressed. Jinji had a weird face, a little surprised. Is Tamas so powerful? Is he underestimating this subordinate? "Hey, I've been paying attention to you." The president smiled, and then explained, "It's like this, you may not know it, all this is due to a change caused by a tower called Bloodline, or a warlock called Eli." "Eli? The Tower of Blood?" Jinji narrowed his eyes slightly. "Is he a student of the adults?" It seems that something really happened, otherwise Eli would not have been able to get into the eyes of one of the most powerful people in the central continent. "Oh, it looks like you know this person." The president gave him a strange look. "I know a little bit, and it has some connection with mine." Jinji nodded. "I see." The president didn't ask about the origin, and explained directly, "Since this Eli came to the western regions, in just a few decades, the western regions have undergone earth-shaking changes. An unknown 4th-level power has grown into a 2nd-level power, and it can even produce a lot of potions and alchemy creations. And Tama came into contact with this warlock. No, now it seems that it should be contacted by you." After that, with the help of the channel of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce and its own characteristics, it also developed rapidly, and now it can almost suppress Applin. The more Jinji heard it, the more frightened he became, and he could no longer keep calm. "Potion? Alchemy creation? Are there warlock forces that can produce these things?" And what's interesting is that a few days ago, Eli opened a large-scale pre-sale of some potions again. "Do you understand what it means?" The president smiled. "Hiss." Jinji naturally understands the meaning behind this, which shows that the Tower of Bloodline already has the capital for mass production. This is a great opportunity even for the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce, but why did the president suddenly want to tell him about it? "My lord, are you going to let me go back?" Jinji's eyes lit up. "No." The president naturally understood what Jinji was thinking, but he still comforted him, "Don't worry, Applin can't take it from you. In this economic battle in the western regions, Applin is obviously still not suitable, so in the future I'll leave it to you." "Ah, this." Jinji opened his mouth wide. He never thought that he was the one who left, but unexpectedly he won in such an inexplicable way. "My lord, you helped me when you were alive, and your students helped me when you died." Jinji sighed, and his admiration for He-Man reached the extreme. Thinking of this, he touched the dice in one pocket. These years have helped him a lot. It's just a pity that the Lord is no longer here, otherwise he will definitely return 1,000 times a billion times. Originally I planned to let you go back, but this time a major event happened in the eastern region. You come with me." The president said. "Eastern region?" Jinji frowned, but there was an unknown distance from the western region. Did something serious happen? The president cast a glance at him and said, "It was before a wizard war left, an injury did not leave the wizard's ruins. It is said that he was once a student of Wizard Grey, the owner of Wizard Grey's tower. It is very likely that he knows about Wizard Grey. The specific location of the tower, so we have to take a look, and the excavation has already begun. It is said that his inheritance is also in it, and it also contains all the information from the first ring to the fifth ring. Maybe we can find something useful to us. What these wizards left behind is really a treasure. Wizard Gray's Tower. Jinji's eyes flickered, and he was naturally familiar with this name. Didn't those forces in the western regions do it for this? And only when he arrived in the central continent did he know that the major forces never gave up and were always looking for this wizard tower. After all, it was said that if they found it, they would have the power to unify the world today. No force can absolutely refuse this temptation. Okay. Jinji nodded, feeling emotional in his heart. The Eastern Territory is so far away, I'm afraid it will take decades for this time. I have to postpone my meeting with Eli again. So, following the command of the president, Sky Cloud Whale also changed direction and left here. Jinji and the president returned to the room and sat down, and began to talk about the future development of the Jinshan Chamber of Commerce. Just inadvertently, a thought flashed through his mind, that is, if the Lord is still there, he should be asked to help get the wizard's information. The Lord has always been very interested in these. Forget it, there is a chance to get a copy of the Wuhuan information. Jinji leaned on the comfortable sofa and stretched his body. And the next time he goes back, he will go to see Eli. With his relationship with Lord Herman, Eli must be shocked. Hey! Jinji thought of it in a wicked way. At the same time, Greenland. Eli felt that the statue of faith in the distance was slowly withdrawing his power of faith, and then returned to the wizard tower. Then it's your time. 1 year later. The connection between the bloodline tower and the green field is completely achieved in the space teleportation array. The resources of the bloodline tower are continuously transported to the green field, and the resources are transformed into wizard resources that can bring benefits with the help of many races. Most of them sell it, and part of it supports Eli. At this time, Eli also collected all the materials of the Potion Sun Potion in the Corona stage, the harvest from the first time in the green field, and began to configure potions under the cultivation of Hill to promote the growth of the true spirit. At the same time, Eli also began to study sealing techniques and purification runes, and began to cultivate blood bamboo flowers. But another thing happened this year. The team of warlocks who went to the heart of the abyss confirmed that there was a person who surprised Eli, Vivica. Eli was also taken aback when Vivica asked to join the team. After all, it was very dangerous. However, under Vivica's insistence, Eli finally agreed and gave her a small statue of faith to protect her in times of crisis. In the end, Eli sends Vivica away, and this time the maintenance period is 30 years. The second year. Vivica, who had just arrived for a month, encountered a life crisis. The statue of faith saved her life and allowed Eli to observe the abyss briefly. It was an underground cave under the darkness, and the creatures inside were a large number of demons, like abyssal creatures like lemurs and fire demons. Other than that, there was nothing unusual about it, but Eli still felt that it was just the appearance. He didn't let Vivica do anything, and then disappeared again. This year, Eli configured the first sun potion, and true spirit increased by 2 units, and was 1 unit closer to Yaori. 5 years later. At this time, Eli's true spirit power has reached 241 units, and it is still growing steadily. At this time, the Tower of Bloodline also started a large-scale sale of potions, making countless profits and accumulating wealth rapidly. And in the process, Eli was also searching for the knowledge to break through the 5th ring, but still found nothing. But this year, with the help of a lot of resources, Elven Queen Elwyn successfully advanced to the 4th ring, and all races came to congratulate her. Of course, the races in the core area of the green field did not come, and they still chose not to see it, and neither did Eli. Enter the core area. One is that it is not clear whether there are stronger creatures there, and the other is that the current ones are enough for his development, so there is no need to cause trouble. Of course, the races in the green field who have taken refuge in Eli are also developing well because of the large amount of resources, and even several races have taken refuge in them. At this time, his power in the green field even surpassed that in the human world, and there were 10 Yaor level alien races. This was the deterrence brought by the Wizards' Union. Even thousands of years later, the power still lingered. 10 years later, Liliana returned. At this time she had been promoted to the True Spirit, but she was still in charge of contacting Eli with the Bloodline Tower. Eli doesn't come back to the lab for days. Also, another big event happened this year. In the northern territory far away from the western region, where the northernmost point of the world is connected to the extreme cold, a force named Lich Tower was discovered. It is said that the idea is that warlocks are inferior, and all warlocks should be transformed into immortal liches, but it is said that once transformed, human will gradually go to darkness, and finally fall into darkness. This event actually shocked the world of warlocks a lot, because warlocks have been affected by life. For a while, I don't know how many old warlocks went to the extremely cold place, preparing to join this evolution that is destined to be the abyss, and even the western regions. There are also many people. This time it really shook the entire warlock world. But in the end it seemed that it was repelled by the forces of the Central Territory and the forces of the Northern Territory, and the Lich Tower retreated to the extremely cold place. Of course, Eli didn't pay attention to this matter, because at this time his true spirit power had already reached 250 units, and he was getting closer and closer to Yaori. In recent years, Eli has also descended into the abyss several times, but found that there seems to be no problem. For a while, Eli doubted his own guess. Could it be that the heart of the abyss is really all right? Therefore, Eli temporarily put down the heart of the abyss and concentrated on developing himself. Another 10 years. With a large number of high-level potions, Eli's true spirit power finally reached 259 points, which is the peak of the corona. In the same year, he tragically discovered that he seemed to be stuck in a bottleneck again. In the previous potion formula, in fact, the Eternal Night potion of the Sunshine stage can help break the bottleneck, but this potion still lacks one of the magic plants, the Flower of Eternal Night. Time blinks and 2 years pass again. Eli has also fully mastered the sealing witchcraft and the purification runes, and the blood bamboo flower still hasn't broken through its own limit. But at this time, there is still no clue for the Flower of Eternal Night. Even if Eli mobilized the 4 forces of Greenfield, Tower of Bloodline, Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce, and Charming Mansion, he still couldn't find the Flower of Eternal Night. Eli is so sorry. But at this time Eli can't take care of this matter anymore, because with the passage of time, the time agreed with Gate has arrived. Time to explore the world fragment ruins. Chapter 428. The golden light pierced the sky, and Eli traveled through the atmosphere and entered the world of wizards again. Outside the world, there is darkness, and world fragments flicker in the interlayer of space. Eli is also full of emotions. When he was young, he used these world fragments as stars to pray. Who knew that the so-called stars were actually fake? Shoddy. At this time, Eli also came to the last area, which happened to be the sky above the western regions, but at this time there was no one there. Eli is also very clear that although the agreement is 30 years later, it is normal to have a deviation of 1 or 2 days. Wait. 3 days later, a cyan light pierced the sky in the distance, and Eli saw Gate again. As soon as Gate arrived, he showed an apologetic expression to Eli, and said, "I'm sorry, I was negotiating with Heart of the Abyss today, so I was delayed for some time, sorry." "It's okay." 3 days is nothing to Eli, but hearing the name Heart of the Abyss still made Eli subconsciously alert, pretending to inadvertently ask, "Oh? The Heart of the Abyss is far away from you, it's so far away, I didn't expect to be in touch with you." Gate didn't think too much, and explained with a smile, "The Heart of the Abyss is a big force in the western regions. In fact, it is more or less connected with us. This time it is just a normal transaction. They purchased a batch of boundary breaking stones from us." Boundary breaker stone. Eli blinked. He naturally knew about this material, because this thing is actually the raw material of a bloodline ring or a space ring, and it contains a lot of space power. It looked normal, and Eli didn't ask any more questions. "Yes, I don't know if you need it or not, maybe we can also establish some connections. Your bloodline tower has a lot of fame in the central region now." Gade laughed. "Of course, you can send someone over when the time comes." Eli replied. "Thank you so much." Gade nodded. The bloodline tower is more than famous now. In the Central Territory, its reputation is almost the same as that of the Heart of the Abyss, and even spread more widely. At least many forces are very interested in its potions and some creations, but the quota is always gone at once. If you can take a line to Eli, then this is naturally a good thing. At the beginning, it was also good luck to meet Eli, and the status of the two was almost similar at the beginning, but the growth of the bloodline tower was completely beyond everyone's imagination. At least wealth is no worse than a first-tier power. 30 years have already arrived. I wonder if His Excellency Gade has summoned him to go to the world fragment? Eli asked, changing the subject. "It's ready." Gade nodded, and then said, in addition to the two of us, I have summoned the other 3 warlocks at the sun stage, all of whom are trustworthy, and what we are going to do next is the once the middle world fragment of the wizarding world, the location is, when the time comes, we will go directly to gather there, the time is tentatively set in 10 days, you can prepare for another 10 days. Okay. Eli nodded, and then asked, which world did that world fragment belong to? Mountain Giant World. What? Shards of Mountain Giants. The Green Field, the Elf Temple. When Eli summoned some races temporarily, he began to ask for information about this world. Yes. Eli nodded, talking about those races in the world, the alien races like Liu Yi knew better. I do know something about the world of mountain giants. At this moment, one of the aliens said, it was King Yu. Eli looked over. Sensing the gazes from all around, King Yu coughed twice and said, it's like this, in the age of wizards, the feathered world was separated from the mountain giants, so we still have a lot of records about this world. The world of mountain giants should be regarded as a medium force in the middle world, and its environment is similar to that of the wizard world, but it is either a plain or a mountain, and there is no ocean. It looks extremely brave, and by virtue of the giant's own physical fitness, it belongs to the first rank of the Wizard Alliance in the war. Eli nodded. This is true. The mountain giants are considered tall among the giants. Even ordinary mountain giants have at least the strength of the third ring when they are adults. If they reach a height of 100 meters, they can reach the true spirit. More than 400 meters, like a mountain range. Of course, the shortcoming of this group is that there are few people, otherwise it is at least the top middle world. Yu Wang was still talking and continued, and the King of Giants in the mountains is also a member of the Wizards Union, and holds certain power. Of course, the main method of the mountain giant is to rely on its body made of stones to fight. Famous premium material. Wait. Yu Wang was still talking, but was suddenly planned, looked up, and saw Eli staring at him. Master Roland, the name used in Greenfield, what's wrong? He asked cautiously. It's okay. Eli shook his head, but there were waves in his heart. The flower of eternal night. I didn't expect this thing to be a creation of the world of mountain giants. No wonder it was not found in the catalogue of the wizarding world, and the CO author is not in the wizarding world. It seems that this fragment of the world still has to go, after all, the burden of breaking through is placed on it, and there is also information about dark and strange civilizations. Go on. Eli said again. Yu Wang started to talk again, and the outline of this world became more and more clear in his consciousness. After Yu Wang finished his story, other races, including Elwyn, also shared their impressions of this race. Okay. Finally, Eli nodded, and dispersed the multitude of races. Time blinked again and 9 days passed. On this day, in the land of greenery, Eli watched helplessly as his clone flew towards the sky and then disappeared from his eyes. He then returned to the wizard tower and closed his eyes. Concentrate on exploring the fragments, and the main body will temporarily fall into a deep sleep. Hope everything is fine. Eli went out of the world like the previous few times, and then moved forward quickly according to the space coordinates provided by Gade. And the space coordinates are actually located in the sky above the central domain, and the distance outside the world is also closer than Eli imagined. In just an hour, Eli also arrived at the destination. This star field is similar to Eli's previous one, but the world fragments here are obviously much brighter. At this time, there were already 4 people standing in the starry sky, 3 men and 1 woman. One was wearing a white sorcerer's robe with bright eyes, the other was wearing a black sorcerer's robe, her skin was dark, and she looked a bit vicissitudes, while the sorceress was wearing a tight purple dress, he looks elegant and has sharp eyes. The last person is Gade. Eli flew over directly, smiled at Gade and said, I didn't expect that I would be the last one to arrive. It's okay, we just came 1 day earlier. Gade smiled, and was about to introduce the other 3 to Eli, but the 3 were the first. The female sorceress in purple nodded directly, and said enthusiastically, Hello, Conrad family, Stacy Conrad, 4-ring Corona Warlock, Blood-Vein Starry Sky Giant Spider, Gade has already mentioned you to us, I didn't expect to meet the famous leader of the Bloodline Tower. Hello, Eli, Shadow Dragon Bloodline. Eli nodded with a smile, and the other 2 also greeted Eli. The warlock in the white warlock robe nodded and said, Carol Shepherd, the 4-ring Dark Sun Warlock, the Holy Blood of Pegasus. Black warlock robe, Klesh Wrath, 4-ring Dark Sun Warlock, with the blood of the blood wolf. Eli responded in the same way. It seems that everyone is still very harmonious, and it seems that the next journey will be smooth. Gade laughed beside him. Gade, since Eli is also here, you should tell us the specific information about the world fragments. Stacy looked at Gade and said. Gade nodded and said, this time we are exploring the fragments of the world where the mountain giants used to be, and I have already made a preliminary investigation. It is the core area of the mountain giants, which is the area with the richest resources in the mountain world, and the target is the mountain giant tree in the core area of the mountain giant. I only want this. As for other resources, I can distinguish them according to my contribution or needs, or even buy them. I don't know what's your opinion? Gade was sincere, and the other three didn't say anything, but Eli asked a question. He asked, is there any danger here? Since you have explored initially but withdrew, it shouldn't be easy. The other three also looked at Gade. Ahem. Gade coughed and said, that's true. Not long after I entered, I found that there were still some giants inside, but they had been polluted. For safety reasons, I ran out, and then everyone is invited. And giants? Eli blinked his eyes. There is still a race of giants among the fragments of the world. But what does it mean to be polluted? Was it polluted by that civilization? The other three nodded their heads. It's not normal for there to be no danger. Eli didn't ask any more questions, and they'll know when they go in. That's it, let's go, the world fragment is not far from here, everyone follow me closely. After Gade finished speaking, he flew towards the distant world fragment group, and everyone followed. Eli also followed closely behind him, avoiding the world fragments around him, and Eli also memorized the route while walking. Time passed little by little, and finally everyone arrived at their destination. Among the numerous world fragments, a huge fragment suddenly appeared. Its exposed area was several times that of others, exuding pale white light, and there was still space power floating around. The black light flickered in it. It's here. Gade turned his head to look at everyone, and then went straight into the world fragments. Eli and the others looked at each other, and then entered it. In the next second, the strong power of space enveloped them. Enter. Chapter 429. Eli shook his head skillfully, counteracting the dizziness of traveling through the space, and when he turned his head, several people beside him were also recovering. Eli looked down as he waited. As far as the eye can see, there is a dark void, and in the void, there is a small continent, and this continent seems to be different from the continent of the wizard world, surrounded by black mist, which seems to contain the world. Of all these evils, black mist, a product of that world. Eli thought but was not afraid. Because although this thing looks very bad, but Eli has a faint sense that the fog is dead. Not dead in the physical sense, but killed at the rule level, without ability. And passing through the black mist, Eli also saw the purpose of their trip, the fragment of the mountain giant's world, which was the continent. This continent, Eli is estimated to be about the same size as the west coast, so this world fragment should be considered a medium-sized world fragment, and what Eli cares about is not this, but the color of this continent is very interesting even though it is far away. Seems to be only black, and the only different color is the center of the continent, which is a gray area. Eli guesses that is the destination of their trip. This is the first time I came to such a different world, and Eli also wanted to take a closer look, but at this time the other people also returned to normal. Gade glanced at everyone and said, I suggest that we land directly in the outer area, and then gradually explore inside. Yes. Everyone agreed, and Eli nodded. Then Gade flew towards the ground first, and entered into the black mist. Eli hesitated and also entered. Call. The air is as thick as jelly, and Eli waved his hand lightly, feeling as if there was a weak layer of resistance. And as soon as he entered it, Eli could feel the specialness of the black mist, as if it was some kind of spiritual alienation. The black mist was not important, what was important was the emotions on it. It was an extremely complex and dark emotions are like thick pain, despair, desire, darkness, death, and other negative emotions mixed together, and then stirred and mixed. Just being in it, you can feel the emotions in it, and a warlock with weak willpower may have a mental breakdown in an instant. But it's just a remnant, even the black mist that has lost the most important pollution and transmission ability. Eli was extremely cautious, as if he had watched the war in the wizarding era through it. Shaking his head, Eli speeded up, and the others were almost passing through the black mist. Soon, everyone passed through the black mist, and before going out, Eli collected hundreds of liters of black mist and prepared to take it back for research, but the others didn't say anything when they saw it, because no one had done it yet. The same thing, only Gade said with a smile. Eli, the black mist has lost its effect, it's useless. It's okay, I'm just curious. Eli explained with a smile, but ignored his reminder. Isn't loss of function a safe research material? There is always something to discover. Okay. Gade smiled, didn't care, and continued down. And as the altitude slowly dropped, everyone was getting closer and closer to the ground, and Eli also looked towards the ground, feeling more and more frightened. The entire continent is dead silent at this moment, and what can be seen is almost black. The winding and undulating mountains are black, flickering with black light, and the rivers are flowing with black liquid, just like the rivers in hell. Even the land is black. Black, growing plants are all black. I thought it would be a desolate place, but I didn't expect it to have vitality, it's black vitality. Stacy said with a smile. The world rules of this world have been completely changed. Clancy nodded. I think so too. Carol agreed. Eli raised the corners of his mouth slightly, but he was even more curious about the upcoming journey. Soon, everyone landed on the ground at the edge of the continent. Boom! Eli stepped on the soft soil, and the feeling of his feet was not much different from usual. But Eli looked down, at his feet, some black weeds were wriggling, trying to push him away, and the woods in the distance were also shaking, as if they were not welcoming their arrival, as if they were conscious, and still yes, there are cracks on it. Call. It's really interesting. Eli shook his head, and Gade on the side also turned his head and joked with a smile, I also felt the same way when I came here for the first time. Although all the creatures here have lost the ability to infect, they are past this pollution down so you can see all kinds of weird creatures. Of course, these plants still have the original effect of the magic plant, so you don't have to worry, just pick the ones you are interested in, and you will know when you pull them out. Yet. Eli nodded, then squatted down, trying to pull out the flowers next to him. Who knew that the top of the flower opened a mouth directly, and cursed, you are bullying the flower, don't pull it out. Eli pulled out the flower, and the moment he pulled it out, he saw a layer of black mist emanating from the flower, and when the black mist dissipated, he found an ordinary wild flower in his hand. The color was delicate and dripping, exuding a faint fragrance. As for the black mist, it penetrated into the void here. Hiss! Eli also sucked in a breath of air conditioning, and was very surprised. Can pulling out the plants restore the original appearance? Let's go, this is the periphery, nothing good. Gade patted Eli and walked forward. The other three followed, and Eli also looked back at the weird forest not far away, and then followed. And just after they left, the woods behind them stopped shaking, and the cracks opened, revealing black eyes that watched them leave, and then closed again. On the other side, everyone who left the edge of the forest also entered a plain. The black river seemed to be rushing across the plain, and the weeds several meters high protruded wildly, dancing gently in the breeze. Gade walked in front, waving his fingers, and countless wind elements converged to form a huge scythe. With a single swipe, the plain in front of him instantly turned into a flat land with the painful wails of countless weeds, covering the man. The weeds in sight disappeared instantly. Although the environment is weird, don't forget their strength, they are sunshine warlocks. In the normal middle world, they are all top powerhouses, not to mention that this is just a plain of fragments of the middle world, even if it is a little weird. The plain in front of him was suddenly empty, and only then did Eli realize that there were still many creatures on the plain here. The closest to Eli and the others is a huge elk-like figure. Black striped skin, huge antlers with black cold light shining like a sharp blade, even the eyes are black, but the body is indeed very weird, and there are strange sarcoid tumors one after another on the body, as if there is something wriggling inside. Generally speaking, the position of the teeth is one after another black tentacles with teeth. And the aura of this weird giant deer also reached the third ring. Is this a native creature of this world? Keelakesy asked curiously. Like Eli, he hadn't entered any world fragments. No, it's just polluted by this world. Gade replied. At this time, the giant deer also noticed the crowd and let out a roar. Eli felt a burst of mental shock, but it was weak and negligible. Ju Lu looked at the guy in front of him like a breeze, and he was also stunned, his black eyes blinked. I can't understand how these strange creatures in front of me can be so relaxed. The giant deer felt that this was a bit beyond his brain, and the next second, he rushed towards the few people with his mouth open, like a tentacle-like mouth. The weapon is biting towards several people. Boom! The black blood mist exploded suddenly, rising like a mist of mist, only to see countless flesh and blood returning to normal, scattered on the ground. The ground was blood red, as if those tentacles and pustules just now were an illusion. Gade also gently put down his hand. This is what he did. What a waste! Behind him, Eli sighed silently, such a rare living material. Fortunately, there are many more on the plain. Eliminating the giant deer, everyone continued to move forward, and Eli also noticed the changes here. He felt that this was a normal world, and then it became a weird version of the addition, and these creatures seemed even more weird and powerful. Eli also collected a few samples, and then prepared to go back and study slowly. And under the flat push of several sunshine warlocks, everyone also quickly crossed this plain and entered a large stretch of mountains. After arriving here, everyone became a little more serious, because mountain giants generally only act in the mountains. Eli also stretched his body, looking around at all times. He is very curious about what the original owner of this world has become, and whether there are mountain giants above the true spirit who have been polluted and still stay here, and when they arrive in the mountains, maybe he can find the goal of this trip, Yongye Flower. But just before Eli and the others took a few steps, everyone suddenly stopped and looked up. In the black mist in the mountains, a huge figure of nearly 500 meters was moving slowly, roaring. The mountain giant above the true spirit, so tall, at least shines the sun. Eli pursed his lips. The existence above the fourth ring actually existed polluted. Such a great material. He was faintly excited. Seeing the joy in Eli's eyes, the other four people twitched the corners of their mouths at the same time. This is a giant above the sun, and he has also been alienated. Shouldn't you be nervous? Chapter 430. Boom! The huge figure is like a demon god who will destroy the world. His figure walks in the black mist, stirring up the flow of the black mist. Every time he takes a step, everyone can hear a screaming buzzing sound, and at the same time, they can feel the slight movement of the ground. Trembling. A giant at the level of the sun, just doesn't know which stage it is in. Gade looked at the giant and murmured. Corona. Suddenly a voice came, and he turned his head to see Eli. At this time, Eli pursed his lips and looked at the giant. Is the corona layered? Gade didn't have any doubts, but his brows were tightly furrowed, including Stacy, Carol, and Clancy's, and they all became serious, except that the first two were true spirits of the corona layer. The other two are just dark sun. If the giants are at the coronal level, then it is not good news for them, and the creatures here basically will kill the enemy at all costs when encountering creatures, which is even more troublesome for them. After all, if a creature at the coronal level does not care about itself the price, then at least 3 to 5 times stronger to suppress it. Since this is the case, then we'd better not provoke him. After all, our goal is resources. Gade said softly. I agree. The three agreed in unison. No need, get ready to fight. Only Eli stretched his body and laughed softly. It's not necessary, our goal is resources. Gade frowned even more. Although you are very strong, you can't do this. No, but we have been discovered. Eli pointed to the other side, motioning for them to look over. The few people were confused, and looked in the opposite direction of what Eli pointed at, and saw that in front of the giant just now, there were 2 other giants, one on the left and one on the right. The giants were slightly weaker, but they had all reached the level of the bright sun and the dark sun. What was even more frightening was that one of them was looking down at them, its dark eyes gleaming with the darkness of an abyss. 3. Grunt. Who would have thought that when he first entered the giant mountain range, he would encounter 3 enemies at the level of the sun, or 3. Gade broke out in cold sweat in an instant. He found that he seemed to have underestimated the strength of the first battle echelon of the wizarding world back then. He compared the current world to the wizarding world back then, but how powerful the wizarding world was back then, but a powerful world enslaving several big worlds. Run! Gade was also very straightforward, but when he turned his head, he found that at some point, the giant in front had already stood behind him, blocking their way, or in other words, they had already been spotted when they entered here up. His body froze immediately, his eyes were a little dull, and the other 3 didn't know what to do. Let's get ready to fight. Eli patted Gade's shoulder and said lightly. Okay. Gade's smile was extremely bitter, and the expressions of the other three people were not much better. Well, let's deal with the two Dark Sun level 1s, one of them, and I'll deal with the Corona level 1 behind. Seeing that Gade seemed a little sluggish, Eli also directly took over the command work. Okay. Everyone finally reacted at this time. At this time, accompanied by a huge roar, the three giants also passed through the black mist and appeared in front of everyone. Eli looked at the giant in front of him, raised his eyebrows. It stinks. The giant in front of him doesn't look like a mountain giant. The huge body that should be made of rocks is now covered with a layer of black liquid. Every step he takes, black liquid flows down, and then the ground is corroded into pits one after another. As for the soul breath, there is no hole at all. These true spirit giants seem to be in worse condition than those low-level ones, completely unconscious. Of course, this is not the time to think about this. He has to pull Chi away first, and then leave room for the other four to fight. Thinking of this, Eli's mental strength moved, and a group of flames with a radius of tens of meters suddenly flew towards the giant. Boom! The giant let out a mournful cry, and the black liquid on his chest evaporated instantly, revealing his blue-black rock body. And Eli has come to the other side. Fly towards the plane position. The giant hesitated for a moment, then followed, striding forward, more black liquid flowing from his body. On the other side, Gade and the others relaxed a lot when they saw the giant at the Corona level being led away, so they looked at the three of them, and said, Carol and I will deal with the one on the left together, Stacy and Kay Leahy on the right. After finishing speaking, he flew directly towards the giant, and at the same time, a huge tree demon of 200 meters appeared in the sky, with pupils growing one after another on his body, and silver optical fibers were released, directly entangled the giant. Go to the side. The holy Pegasus warlock Carol neighed, transformed into a white Pegasus with wings on his back, and flew towards the giant. The other two looked at each other, and Stacy turned into a 100-meter spider whose back was as gorgeous as a starry sky, and the 8 spiders flashed coldly like sharp swords and attacked the other giant, while the huge spider web controlled the giant. Suddenly, Klein also turned into a 100-meter blood-colored giant wolf, and rushed towards the giant. Boom! The two sides started fighting at the same time, and the surrounding black mist was instantly dispelled, and even the space trembled. This was because this was a fragment of the world, not a solid world. While fighting, Gedo also shouted in another direction, loudly saying, Hurry up, everyone, Eli is facing the Corona level alone, we have to destroy the giant as soon as possible and help Eli. Good. Everyone nodded in unison and stepped up their offensive. But soon everyone discovered that they still had a wrong perception of the giant's strength. Although in the Dark Sun stage, with the giant's half-body's strong physical fitness level 1 physical condition, and the blessing of the black mist, the strength of the two giants was comparable to the Corona level. This made the battle tense, and it made Gad start to worry about Eli. Eli, hold on. Hey, it's interesting. Eli blinked his eyes, patted away the tentacles that were about to reach out, and then looked down. At this time, he was flying at a height of 7 or 8 meters above the ground, less than 1 meter away from him. A huge mountain giant was lying on the ground, and shadows were like octopus tentacles binding the giant to the ground. The giant roared, but it had no effect. The tentacles made of black liquid wanted to attack from time to time, but were easily stopped by Eli. Eli landed directly, and the sharp palm of his right hand turned into a wind knife, and then began to analyze the mountain giant. The black liquid attached to the true spirit seems to be a higher level form of black mist, and it seems to have a weak consciousness. Hey? The giant's body has completely lost its vitality. Is it the black liquid that is working? But what is the giant? The remaining instinct is moving or the black liquid is controlling it. Eli scraped the black liquid and dissected the giant's corpse. Ignoring the roar of the giant, Eli dissected, thought at the same time, and used other means to scout from time to time. Hey? I don't know if the purification runes are useful. Eli blinked suddenly, as if thinking of something. A mysterious rune emerged from Eli's hand, and a sun-like mark appeared in the center of his hand. In the next second, a white light appeared instantly and flew towards the body of the giant under his feet. Slay! Ah! The sound of being corroded and the giant's painful roar sounded at the same time. Eli felt the giant trembling violently under his feet, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. What surprised Eli was that the black liquid was shining under the white light. Hey, it dissipated at a fast speed. This feeling is like water meeting fire, the two cannot coexist. This. Eli's eyes narrowed instantly, this phenomenon was beyond his expectation. After all, if this thing could really suppress the black liquid, this purification rune would definitely not be so unknown, and it would even play a huge role in the war that year. Maybe it has something to do with the black liquid being killed by the rules. Eli guessed. Although the functions of these black liquids are complete, they are actually completely obliterated from a higher level of power, and only the great battle at the beginning caused such a result. At least it is impossible for the absolute purification rune to have such a high-level effect, otherwise the wizards would not leave. Of course, maybe the black mist is just an inconspicuous part of that civilization, all of which are possible. It seems that Eli will dig deeper into this purification rune in the future, and it may play a big role in the future. Shaking his head, Eli continued to study the giant. He was thinking about how to kill a giant that had no life consciousness. Soon he came to the conclusion that as long as half of the body is broken, the black liquid will lose effect, turned into a lower concentration of black mist. After being broken, it is more convenient for Eli to observe. He also collected a lot of samples, just like being in his own laboratory. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Eli. At this time, a loud sound suddenly came from the black mist in the distance, and 4 anxious figures pierced through the black mist. It was the 4 who had defeated the giant with great difficulty, and there were also varying numbers of scars on their bodies. Obviously everyone paid a price in order to end the battle as soon as possible. And when the 4 of them came out and saw the scene in front of them, the corners of their mouths twitched. Aren't you kidding me? Gad's mouth twitched as he watched Eli kneeling on the ground in the distance, carefully collecting the giant's heart. At this moment, the giant was just lying on the ground, with only half of its body, and the other side turned into countless debris, and Eli wasn't even contaminated with a speck of dust. To such an extent, I'm afraid the giant has been dead for a long time, but it hasn't caused any trouble to Eli. Stacy also twitched her mouth. At this time, most of her clothes were torn, and she looked a little embarrassed. Outrageous! The other 2 also gasped, feeling deeply shocked. Hey, you're done. Wait for me for a few minutes, and the materials will be collected here. Eli sensed a few people coming out, and waved at them. Several people looked at each other in blank dismay. At this moment, they understood that Eli's strength was completely different from theirs. The relaxed posture made everyone think that Eli seemed to be half relaxed on the outing. Soon, Eli finished processing, then got up and walked towards the few people, and said with a smile, "This giant is very powerful." Stacy, Carol, Clancy. Even Gade was silent at this time, looking up at the black sky, with a hint of melancholy in the corners of his eyes. Listen to what you said, is it credible? Eli smiled, there's nothing wrong with it, it's comparable to a giant at the Yaor level, isn't that strong? And soon, everyone regained their expressions, and walked towards the entrance of the mountain again, but this time everyone had faintly followed Eli as the command. But when Eli came to the mouth of the mountain range, he suddenly stopped and closed his eyes, and he recovered after a full 3 seconds. The others also stopped, which was a little strange. What happened? Gad asked. It's okay. Eli shook his head, but couldn't help but look towards the sky. The secret realm is still calm, but the outside world is already stormy. It's a double line. Go on, this continent is not small. We are collecting resources, so it will take at least 3 months to a few years to complete the exploration, so we have to be careful next time. Eli said. Okay. Although the 4 of them were a little confused, they still nodded. So under the leadership of Eli, everyone continued to set off. Chapter 431. Brush. In the land of greenery, in the wizard's tower, Eli suddenly opened his eyes, adjusted his clothes, and walked outside. Going down the stairs step by step, all the way to the bottom of the tower, pushed open the door, and Eli walked out. At this time, 2 figures were already waiting at the gate, namely Nicholas and Goring. My lord. The 2 bowed down respectfully at the same time. Come in together. Eli turned his head and walked towards the upper level of the wizard tower. Goring and Goring looked at each other and followed quickly. Soon, everyone arrived at a reception room. Eli sat on one side, and the 2 sat on the other side. Tell me, what happened? Eli asked at this moment. Just now, he suddenly sensed the call from Goring, so he woke up suddenly. This is also the reason why Eli's clone trembled suddenly. At this time, Goring also had a serious face, and said directly, "My lord, you also know that we are in the northernmost position close to the western regions, with the Saya Mountains in the west, and other secondary forces in the east. Batch, but in the far south is the heart of the abyss." "You mean there's something wrong with the heart of the abyss?" Eli frowned, he was confused by the name recently. "It's not, my lord, the problem is the location in the east, a secondary force called the Saka family," Nicholas said at this moment. "The Saka family?" Eli does know that it seems to be a power not far from the Holy Tower. Its bloodline is a kind of dawn python with wings. One of the top 10 forces. Was this incident caused by the Saka family? Eli looked at Goring with puzzled eyes, waiting for his answer. Sarah took a deep breath, and then said, "Master, you may not know that just yesterday, the Saka family died." "What?" Even Eli couldn't keep calm anymore, and opened his mouth wide. "That's a second-level force. Even if it took them several months to destroy the 8-armed snake demon, you suddenly told a second-level force in the same area that it was gone. How could this be? Let him not be surprised. What happened? Let's talk about it all at once." Eli looked at him with serious eyes. Goring nodded, and then said, "My lord, it's like this. Just yesterday, in the area of the Saka family, a space crack suddenly appeared, and the location of the space crack is in the core area of the Saka family. In just a few minutes, tens of thousands of demons descended directly on the area of the Saka family, followed by brutal massacres and bloodshed. Then in the next 2 days, the demons covered most of the Saka family's area." "Hiss!" Eli gasped. "Cracks in the devil's space, could it be that the Abyss world has once again opened the door to the wizard world, and is it about to start a world war? No, if it is really the Abyss world, how did they pass through the world debris layer of that layer? Could it be even more impossible to pass through the world teleportation array that used to be with the wizard world?" All kinds of thoughts were circulating in Eli's mind. A few seconds later, Eli suddenly raised his head, looked at Goring and asked, "Is this space crack leading to the abyss guarded by the heart of the abyss?" "Hey, my lord, how do you know?" Goring was a little surprised. This is the news he got at a great price. He nodded and replied, "My lord, you are right, judging from those demons, it seems to be the devil from under the cave of the abyss, and the space crack seems to lead to the bottom of the abyss." "Sure enough." Eli nodded, but then more questions arose. Why is there a space crack, and what role does the heart of the abyss play in this matter? At this time, Nicholas said again, "As soon as this happened, the heart of the abyss issued a statement to the outside world. They knew nothing about it. This is the behavior of the demons in the depths of the abyss, and has nothing to do with them." "What a ignorance!" Eli raised his eyebrows and said, "What about the area of the Saka family that the demons invaded now?" "My lord, the demons didn't do anything after slaughtering the Saka family. Instead, they began to expand the scope of the space, and even completely merged the space. At this time, the secondary forces in the east have been linked together to prevent the coalition forces are ready to attack, and they have also contacted various forces in the western regions, hoping to lend a helping hand," Goring said with a sigh. "Then send certain warlocks there." Eli nodded, "This matter is indeed serious. My lord, I am going to support this time, as well as other warlocks." At this time, Nicholas said from the side. "Can." Eli agrees that Nicholas' strength is almost at the peak of Huyu at this time, and he also has that ability, and it is also very difficult for the undead at this stage to keep him. At this time, Eli also fully understood why Goring wanted to wake him up. Indeed, this was an event that would shake the western regions, and even the central regions. If it became serious, the war might spread to other places. "How many people did the heart of the abyss send?" Eli said, never forgetting the heart of the abyss. "Ahem." Goring coughed and said awkwardly, "My lord, the heart of the abyss said it was because of this incident that they had to be more cautious about the abyss, and decided to strengthen the guarding of the abyss, and the abyss was handed over to the western regions. Other forces will solve it." Eli's mouth twitched. As the number one force in the western regions, and the abyss still had problems under its guard, they actually chose to let go. What about the responsibility of the big forces? Immediately, Eli felt more and more that there was something wrong with the heart of the abyss. This thing actually has something to do with psychology, just like you think a person is a bad person, and once anything happens, he will be associated with him. He is in this state at this time. See, something is wrong with the heart of the abyss. Well, all right, then you make arrangements first. Eli nodded. It's adults. The two nodded. 3 days later. Several huge sky cloud whales hovered above the sky, and thousands of warlocks stood on them waiting to set off. In the sky not far away, Nicholas looked at Eli in front of him, and said with a smile, "My lord, there is no need for you to come and see me off, there will be no problem." "Young man, you are setting a flag." Eli smiled, a wood carving appeared in his hand, and handed it to Nicholas. "My lord, what is this?" Nicholas was a little puzzled. "The small statue of faith allows me to determine your location and allow me to perceive the surrounding situation, take him with you," Eli said. "Okay, sir." Hearing that it was related to Eli, Nicholas took it with a bright eye. "Then let's go, this time the opponent can destroy a secondary force in less than 3 days, don't relax, go." Eli patted Nicholas on the shoulder and reminded. "Okay, sir." Nicholas nodded, and then flew towards the cloud whale in the sky. Soon, with the buzzing sound of several cloud whales in the sky, Eli was full of emotion. Abyss Demon, if he really makes a big move, it will have a great impact on his stable life, so he gave a statue to Nicholas in case of emergency. If it is really a last resort, he will make a move. This time I really have to focus on 2 things. Hope nothing goes wrong. At this time, in the mountain giant world fragment, Eli easily killed a giant at the true spirit level, and then looked at what they found not far away, a medium-sized ore vein. The 4 behind him looked at him in awe. "Let's deal with it, be careful that the giants hear the sound coming from a wide range," Eli reminded. "It's my lord." Several people nodded hurriedly, and began to pull the ore veins out of the earth veins. 3 hours later, after the mine veins were divided, Eli judged the surrounding area, and then chose a direction to move forward, and the others followed. Gade followed behind, looked at Eli's back, and thought silently, "Eli is too strong, I heard that Eli will also clone, I wonder if there will be a chance to see him during this journey." Of course, he just thought for a moment, then he shook his head, and he continued to follow quickly. Fortunately, Eli was invited. Chapter 432. Back in the land of greenery, Eli first came to the center of the potion field. There are blood bamboo flowers growing here, occupying an area of several acres. Each blood bamboo flower has reached the limit of the 3rd ring. The thick branches are slightly swaying, and there are huge stamens growing on the top. The translucent deposits are swaying with the wind, as if ready to hunt at any moment. Eli looked at one of them casually, then shook his head and walked towards Hill. Soon, Eli came under Hill, and Hill skillfully stretched out his tentacles, and said in a childish voice, "Father, the level of blood bamboo flower is too low, and my current level can't make it break through to the 4th level. The level of the ring, maybe the 4th ring I broke through will be fine." At this time, Hill's wisdom has increased significantly compared to before, and his wisdom is equivalent to that of a teenager. Upon hearing Hill's words, Eli nodded thoughtfully, then looked at Hill and said, "It's okay, there's no rush." After finishing speaking, he headed back towards the wizard's tower, and met Dylan on the way. "Eli, I've been thinking about a question recently." Dylan looked at him and said, "What's the problem?" Eli shot him a look. "I think my strength is still too weak. If I can become a mechanical creation of the 4 rings, then I may be able to directly perceive the position of the main body, or increase the range of perception." Dylan blinked Yalin's eyes, Chen Ken said. "Good idea." Eli nodded. In fact, he still had some expectations for Dylan. In the background, the war between the Heart of the Night in the western regions and the Tower of Blood was caused by him, and it was brought by the tower owner of Vivica from the western regions. Maybe it really has something to do with the Grey Wizard Tower. Of course, he must first find his body and retrieve his lost memories. "It depends on what materials you need, go directly to Goring to ask for it, and just tell me what I said," Eli said directly. "Okay." Dylan's eyes lit up, and he happily ran towards the exit of the green land in the distance, without saying anything. The current level of wealth in the Bloodline Tower does not need to be said, at least as long as Eli agrees, give him enough time to break through to the true spirit. Resources certainly have a way. In addition, those races in the green field are also good at metal manufacturing these years, and they can also help him. Maybe it won't take long for him to break through the 4 rings, and then perceive his body. Thinking of this, Dylan's pace became much lighter. Behind him, Eli smiled, and then headed back towards the wizard's tower. He still had nothing to do. Back in the room, Eli closed his eyes silently, his consciousness suddenly plunged into darkness, without any light. In the next second, a little light suddenly lit up in it, and this was just the beginning. The first light seemed to be a signal, and then one light after another lighted up, shining like stars in Eli's consciousness. If you observe carefully, you will find that it is like the city distribution map of the Bloodline Tower. This is indeed the case. These highlights are actually statues carrying Eli's beliefs, standing in every city. This project started a long time ago. One is to enrich the faith, and the other is to make it easier to reach everywhere, especially after the giant statue of faith. Of course, these are nothing, and Eli's purpose this time is not to observe these three. He looked towards the edge of the light spot. At this time, he could see a huge light spot on the north side, a moving one on the east side, and a faint light spot on the south side. The highlights belong to Greenfield, Nicholas, and the three statues around Vivica. Nicola's speed is quite fast, and it should arrive in 3 days. Eli first glanced at Nicholas, and then looked at the southernmost point, the lonely bright spot. In the next second, Eli's consciousness focused on that bright spot, and a ray of light suddenly bloomed. Abyss. Located in the south of the Bloodline Tower of the Western regions, it is also guarded by the Heart of the Abyss, a first-class power in the Western regions. Its interior leads to a mysterious underground cave, and the deeper part is inhabited by the Abyss world race left in the Wizarding world, the Demon family. The demons in it are trying to enter the human world all the time, but whether it is the Heart of the Abyss or the Guardians of other worlds, this task has become extremely difficult. All of this is related to a magnificent city, that is Dawn City. Vivica stood on the city wall, took a deep breath, and wiped off the devil's blood on her face. Looking into the distance, a huge crater suddenly appeared on the ground in the distance. It is conservatively estimated that the radius is at least 12 kilometers, and the inside of it is dark, but the evil crimson will flash from time to time. Color, and the outgoing roar. That is the abyss, which leads to an underground cave. No one knows how deep it is, and no one knows the size of the area inside. But they know that even though the slaughter and war have been maintained for hundreds of years, the number of demons has not decreased every year. And further outside, there is pitch-black scorched earth stretching for tens of kilometers, with no grass growing. Every inch of the land can smell a strong smell of blood and stench. At this time, thousands of warlocks are dealing with this demon corpse below. And proficient. Further outside is the area where Vivica is at this time, the city wall of Dawn City. And this city is not facing the abyss, but a hundreds of meters high wall stretching for tens of kilometers to wrap the abyss, and then is the true face of the city. According to Vivica's self-estimation, the city there should be tens of millions of human beings living in it, and it is a well-deserved giant city. 30 years soon. Vivica sighed looking at the abyss. No one expected that the original decision would change her so much. She is no longer the naive girl she was at the beginning. Thousands of killings every year also let him understand that it was not easy for Eli at the beginning, and they saved her from danger. But I can only help Brother Eli if I become stronger. Vivica touched the silver armor she was wearing. At this time, she was already a warlock with the limit of the 3rd ring, only one step away from the 4th ring. She turned around and walked down the city wall, preparing to end today's battle, when she suddenly felt something. As soon as her eyes lit up, she speeded up immediately, and quickly entered the city, and then returned to her residence. Regardless of cleaning her clothes, she took off her armor, and then took out a sculpture from it, which was exuding a glowing glow. Light. As if sensing a safe place, the light of the sculpture bloomed instantly, and a phantom of Eli appeared in front of Eli's eyes. Put on your clothes. Eli turned his head subconsciously. The little guy was only wearing underwear under his armor. Vivica also blushed immediately, took out a warlock robe and put it on, then looked at Eli again, and asked curiously, "Brother Eli, why did you contact me all of a sudden?" It's no wonder she was curious, because Eli only shot a few times when she was in danger before. "Come to ask something," Eli said directly. "What is it?" Vivica blinked her eyes, a little confused. "It's just what happened in the Sokka family recently. The demons invaded the western regions. Didn't the Heart of the Abyss declare to the outside world that it will step up the supervision of the Abyss? The outside world doesn't know about these contents, but you should know something when you are here." Yulei asked. "This is also the purpose of his coming this time, he is still worried about the Heart of the Abyss." "Is this?" It seems that there is such a thing. Recently, it seems that the guards of the abyss have increased their manpower, and they have also sent people into the abyss, but it seems. Viveka hesitated. Looks like what? Eli asked. It seems that's the case, and there is no gain. It's like walking around and perfunctory everyone. Viveka pursed her lips and said. Eli's eyes lit up suddenly. Sure enough, something was wrong. With such a big change, how could they be so perfunctory, unless they decided that nothing would happen here? Of course not necessarily, after all these are just speculations of Eli, so Eli just nodded, and then said to Viveka, well, this news is very important to me, and it helped me verify some conjectures. You 30 years will come soon, and you will come back directly when the time comes. Hearing that she helped Eli, Viveka's face burst into joy. She nodded and said, yeah, brother Eli, I miss you too. Okay, see you later. The avatar transformed by Eli's power of faith touched Viveka's head, and then collapsed suddenly. Sensing Eli's departure, Wei was stunned for a moment, then quickly cleaned up the armor, put it on again and walked outside. She could see that elder brother Eli seemed wary of Abyss Heart, and seemed to suspect that this matter was done by Abyss Heart. Brother Eli must want to check it out, but it's a pity that he can't come over, but since I'm here, then leave it to me. Before I go back, I must at least find out something. Viveka took a deep breath, her eyes were full of determination, her steps became stronger, and a few places where she could check for news quickly flashed in her mind. Chapter 433. Moonlight screams. The sky cloud whale cut through the sky, leaving tracks in the sky, and Nicholas who was sitting on it also opened his eyes. My lord, we have entered the Holy Tower area. A warlock came to the side and said. Well, let's move on, this time the Alliance team seems to be gathering in the Holy Tower, and someone will definitely come over later. Nicholas nodded. Yes. Warlock retreated. After an hour, the team of the Bloodline Tower flew normally, and a flame flashed across the sky in the distance. A warlock with 3 rings appeared and respectfully said to Nicholas on the Cloud Whale, thank you, Lords of the Bloodline Tower, for coming, but the coalition forces are not here, adults follow me. Good. Nicholas said. After a while, the warlock of the Bloodline Tower followed the warlock and set off in another direction. A few hours later, the sky was slightly bright, and Nicholas and others also came to the gathering place of this alliance, a plain located in the Holy Tower area. With the dim light, Nicholas looked down. At this time, the hundreds of acres of plains were already full of warlocks, densely packed, at least 100,000 or more by visual inspection, and even with just a glance, Nicholas saw no less than a dozen true spirits, which shows the situation of this war. It is highly valued by several forces, and it may even come even more than they expected. The arrival of the Bloodline Tower also caused a commotion, and the warlocks looked towards the sky one after another. Although many forces have not ranked the forces in the western regions, no matter how they are ranked, the Bloodline Tower at this time is definitely in the top 3 in terms of power influence, and also in the top 5 in terms of territory. 10. Of course, this high-end does not consider the existence of Eli. Even many warlocks in the western regions have to admit the reality, that is, Eli of the Bloodline Tower has the strength to destroy a second-level force by himself. The war of the Snake Demon family is the best witness. And what everyone is curious about is not how many people the Bloodline Tower has supported, but whether that one has come. And they were not the only ones who were curious. As soon as the Bloodline Tower entered the airspace, several rainbows flew out from a huge tent in the distance, and flew towards here. Each of them was at least a bright moon or even a bright sun. Soon, several long rainbows spread out to reveal the warlock inside, an old man with white hair standing in the front, and beside him stood another man with a stern face, and a woman with a smile on her face. All 3 of them are warlocks at the glorious sun level. Behind them are Yaori and Huyu, but they are obviously not as high as the first 3. Even Nicholas saw Luo Yat, who was standing behind the white-haired old man, wearing a red warlock robe. Look at him. Hello, I am the Lord of the Holy Tower, Holy Sword Whites. The old man first introduced, but his eyes always looked behind Eli. The other 2 also opened their mouths to introduce. The patriarch of the Twilight Monitor Lizard family, Chigu Mark. The head of the Siren family, Vicky Haley. Nicholas nodded. Of course, he had heard about the few people in front of him. They were the patriarchs of the 4 second-tier powers in the eastern part of the western regions. As for why there were only 3 of them, it was because the last power had been wiped out by demons. Hi, everyone, I'm Nicholas from the Tower of Blood. Nicholas introduced himself to several people, neither humble nor overbearing. He understands that he represents more than himself. At this time, while listening to the introduction, several patriarchs were observing behind Nicholas, and they were all disappointed to see that there was no Eli. Of course, people are old and mature, and they will naturally not show it, so after chatting with Nicholas for a while, they took him to the decision-making tent and flew. At this time, almost everyone who could come also came, so Patriarch of the Holy Tower also quickly called the high level and representatives of various forces for a meeting to decide how to fight next. After a while, in the tent, the three Patriarch warlocks and Nicholas sat at the forefront inside, and the other warlock forces were on the two sides below. Nicholas was also full of melancholy. Originally, he was going to sit down, but he was forced up by the three Patriarchs. No one will find fault, right? Nicholas was a little worried, but soon he realized that he was thinking too much. The warlocks seemed to have no resistance to him sitting here, and even gave him a smile from time to time. At this moment, he finally understood how high Lord Eli's status is in the western regions. Even though he has never seen any of the true spirits here, these people still respect him because he represents Eli. This is the status brought by strength. In the following discussion, Nicholas also listened, but did not put forward too many opinions. After all, this time it was dominated by the Holy Tower. Soon, the discussion ended, and at the final summary stage, the Patriarch of the Holy Tower coughed and said directly, "The arrangement for this war is very simple, we will directly shrink from the outermost layer of the Saka family and then shrink inward, giving the heaviest blow of the demons will definitely not turn this place into a second abyss. As for the specific location arrangement..." He said a lot, but Nicholas only felt that he heard 5 words from inside, surrounded and beat inside. Sure enough, it was a warlock he was familiar with. After the meeting, all the warlocks, including Nicholas, also left quickly, and began to guide the warlocks to the battlefield, and the plain was quickly emptied. It was originally a blitzkrieg, and the secondary forces did not plan to dawdle. They want to directly destroy the space channel. After half a day, Nicholas looked forward, and there was another plane in front of him, but the ground of this plane was scorched black at this time, and as far as the eye could see, there were bones everywhere. In the direction assigned by Nicholas and the others, they will go all the way in this direction and go straight to Huanglong. Of course it's not just them. He turned his head and looked to the right. On the right was the warlocks of the Holy Tower, and then to the left, was the Twilight Monitor lizard family. "Good guy, you really take care of them. Start." A voice came from afar at this time, it was the Patriarch of the Holy Pagoda. The order came quickly, and Nicholas also looked at the warlock of the Bloodline Tower on the ground, and then shouted, "Forward!" Boom! Hundreds of thousands of warlocks began to move forward, and they circled towards the interior of the Saka family. The huge team even made the ground tremble slightly. Nicholas was always vigilant, but soon he realized that something was wrong. As they moved forward, they did not encounter any demons. There were only dead human corpses and bones along the way, as well as the scorched land. It's not right. Nicholas was a little strange, but the team was still moving forward. At least these years, there were a large number of warlocks checking here every day. They must know the situation here, and at this time a warlock was also flying towards him. "Luo Yet." Nicholas looked at the person strangely. "Yet." Luo Ye nodded, and then said to himself, "The demons on the periphery seem to have sensed our actions a long time ago, and almost all of them gathered towards the center, so there are no demons on the periphery. And the scorched blackness is all because the main body of the demons this time is Baylor, and the scorched blackness on the ground is caused by them walking. That's it." Nicholas suddenly realized. Then Luo Ye talked with Nicholas for a while and then left, and finally he told him the reason for coming. It turned out that they had already discussed these contents, and they came here because they were worried that he would not know. Nicholas has no opinion on this, but he is more touched by Master Eli's face. What a face! As time passed, Nicholas also found that as they got deeper and deeper, the temperature of the surrounding environment became higher and higher, and there was an unpleasant smell, and even the surrounding air could be seen glowing. Mars, as if they were really going to hell. A day passed in the blink of an eye. As Nicholas passed through a high mountain again, he suddenly heard a loud noise coming from a distance, and it didn't look like a human being. Arrive! Walking through this section of high mountain, he looked towards the ground, his mouth opened wide in an instant, and there was a huge valley bottom underground, with a very wide range, and the ground in this area at this time had turned into red cracks, and in the area, is the unknown Balrog. They all have ferocious faces, strong bodies, and a pair of horns on their heads that look like bull horns. Their bodies exude scorching heat, and their heights are not fixed. Some are less than 2 tall, and some are as high as 100 meters. Barlow's Balrog, true spirit level Balrog. And the center is a human city, or a destroyed city, in which there is a 300-meter high Barlow demon. A huge face that looks like a face exudes a unique burning sensation. At this time, the huge Balrog also seemed to sense the arrival of everyone, and opened his eyes directly. Then all the demons raised their heads and looked around. At the height of the valley bottom, there was the human army that had arrived, and the eyes of tens of thousands of demons were dark and warlike. The temperature did rise rapidly, it was each Balrog using their abilities. Next second, the demons roared and rushed towards the human warlock without a trace of fear in their eyes. Fighting! In the distance, Holy Sword, the patriarch of the Holy Pagoda, also shouted loudly. At the same time, his figure turned into a flame and rushed towards the huge Balrog in the center. Little human, I am Boggs, the king of the Balrog. The Balrog in the city roared, and the surrounding flames flew towards the Holy Sword like a natural disaster. The long whip attacked towards the Holy Sword. And the other true spirits also flew towards the battlefield one by one, and the Balrog also responded. Generally speaking, the number of warlocks coming from humans exceeds that of demons by almost half, and even those at the level of true spirits far exceed demons. It seems that this is a crushing game. On the hill, Nicholas looked at this shocking scene, but he didn't move, but looked towards the huge lair in the sky. He has seen this thing before, about 5,000 years ago, when he was a third-ring warlock. If he remembers correctly, this thing seems to be a troop transporter of the demon clan. How could it appear here? He was a little uneasy. Back! Suddenly, a voice came to his ears, and he looked down. At this time, the statue in his pocket was shining brightly. Nicholas was taken aback for a moment, because it was the voice of an adult. But why do you want to withdraw? What did the adults find? Boom! At the same time, a buzz came into Nicholas' ears, and he felt a headache, and he saw the nest from the corner of his eye. But at this moment, the lair seems to be collapsing, and as it collapses, an unknown number of figures slowly appear in it. Nicholas didn't care to open his mouth, but his eyes got bigger and bigger, because he saw that in the huge lair, there were many roads and bodies as huge as Balrogs on the ground, ready to come out. The only problem is, the demon on the ground has enough combat power to match the Patriarch of the Holy Tower at the peak of Yaori. Chapter 434. Click! Large chunks of flesh and blood fell around the flesh and blood brood in the sky, and demons jumped out of it one by one. And that's not the worst part. In the center of the mother's nest, there are 8 huge Ballow flame demons. They also hold huge flame whips, have thick and ferocious horns on their heads, and their aura has reached the peak of the sun. At this time, they looked at the humans on the ground with a smile, full of ridicule and fooling. Boom! In the next second, only 8 Ballow demons jumped, and their figures became bigger and bigger as they landed. Accompanied by the tumbling air waves, the 8 Balrogs landed on the ground, and the impact caused the flames on the ground to roll over. Unknown number of warlocks and demons were unconsciously killed by several Balrogs during this landing. The landing Balrog looked ferociously at the human spirits present. At this time, all human beings have been sluggish, opening their mouths wide and watching the changes in front of them. Ah, how could this be? The demons hide most of their combat power, we were deceived. 9 Yaori peaks, how do you fight this? Conspiracy, this is a complete conspiracy. All the warlocks were panic-stricken and felt a burst of despair. This time, their combat team was formed strictly according to the demon team scouted before. Of course, a part was added for insurance, so there were still some more warlocks, but it was still far from the hidden strength of the demons in front of them. As far as the peak 8-armed snake demon in the second level is concerned, there are only 3 shining suns, let alone them. Even if several forces come out in full force, they can gather at most 8 or 9 shining suns, but there are 8 peaks of shining suns hidden in the demon lair in front of them. This power is even enough to fight head-on with several secondary forces. The Santa Tower Master who was fighting with the Barlow Balrog in the distance also stared blankly for a moment. How is it possible? His body was almost trembling, and for the first time he felt that the plan this time might not be so perfect. The strength of the enemy is much stronger than they imagined. And the moment of sluggishness gave the Balrog on the opposite side an opportunity. He saw his right hoof trampling the ground, and the long whip in his hand instantly turned into a 100-meter pillar of flame flying towards him, making a shrill sound of piercing through the air. The holy sword couldn't dodge in time, was hit instantly, and flew towards the distance. Boom! He was directly blasted into the ground, and it took him a few seconds to get up again, but at this time he had already suffered serious injuries. This is the case in top-level battles. As long as there is a momentary distraction, the enemy can find a flaw and cause serious damage. Light damage. But obviously he didn't have time to pay attention to these at this time. When he got up again, he found that the Balrog in front of him had turned into two, and the other two family heads were also facing at least 2 peaks of the Sunday. 3 are facing other true spirits. Grunt. The corner of Shenjian's mouth twitched, but he felt even more despair in his heart. One of them is evenly matched, plus he is injured now. If he faces 2 of them, he may have to hate the battlefield in less than an hour. And it's not just him, the patriarchs of the other 2 families are even weaker than him, and I'm afraid they will last longer than him. When they are dealt with, I'm afraid the other true spirits will never be able to escape, and the high-end combat power dies. Then the fate of other warlocks is probably self-evident. He seemed to have thought of the headline news of Central Continent tomorrow. The 3 second-level forces in the western regions were ambushed by demons, and the entire army was wiped out. Die. At this time, the Balrog in the distance had already stepped on the ground again, rushing towards him, 1 on each side. Shang Jian took a deep breath and greeted him again. In a minute. Boom. The holy sword was blown away again. At this time, there were several wounds on his body, almost 3/4 of his clothes were destroyed, and a layer of faint flame was burning on his body, constantly corroding his body. Look around. Not far away, the patriarchs of the other 2 families were on the verge of collapse under the attack of the Balrog. They were also seriously injured, and they almost risked their lives to resist. As for the other 3 Balrogs, 2 of them are fighting the Sunshine Warlock one-on-one. One of the warlocks has been torn off half of his body, blood-colored mist is floating in the sky, and the remaining one is being attacked by the Balrog. Dodging left and right, there is no chance to attack at all, and the last one is slaughtering low-level warlocks. Often when you wave your whip, you will see a tsunami of flames. Every time hundreds of warlocks die, even if it is a real spirit, warlocks of the same level are almost hard to resist. The gap is too big. 1 Yaor level combat power is enough to break the balance of the war, let alone 8. He underestimated the enemy and overestimated himself. I'm going to become a sinner of the Holy Tower. The days of the Holy Sword in the past have never been so desperate as they are today. At this time, accompanied by another roar, the other 2 patriarchs were attacked and flew away at the same time, and they flew towards the Holy Sword. Seeing the 2 people gathering towards the Holy Sword, the 6 Balrogs neighed and gathered together. The other 3 also walked towards the Balrogs, and whether it was the true spirits or the warlocks gathering towards the back of the Holy Sword. In less than a minute, the battlefield was instantly divided into 2 halves, and on one side was the bloodthirsty and violent Balor. 9 peak Balos stood in a row, like an insurmountable mountain range. It is the warlocks who are desperate, and the true spirits support each other one by one. At this moment, even the most resolute warlock could not help but feel a burst of despair. Luo Ye clutched a wound on his chest, looked at the terrifying demons in front of him, and the arrogance in his heart also dissipated this time. It's impossible to win. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and then said in despair. Hee, it looks like today is my last day. Who the hell would have thought it would end like this? Heart of the Abyss, they definitely did it, otherwise how could so many demons come out? The warlocks cursed one by one, and at the moment when they were about to lose their lives, everyone reacted differently, or closed their eyes in silence, or cursed, vented their dissatisfaction, or burned their blood, preparing to fight to the death, or looked around to see if there was a chance to escape. At this moment, even the heads of the 3 families didn't want to care about it anymore. At this moment, the 3 of them looked at each other with bitterness on their faces. It's over. Shang Jian sighed, but the flames around his body began to move in the next second. He changed the subject, gritted his teeth and said ferociously, but before I die, I have to drag a demon into the water, and my blood is burning. In the next second, his figure slowly flew into the sky, and a layer of scorching flames suddenly brewed towards his body, exuding a powerful force. And watching his movements, no one was smiling, and they were all more bitter. Bloodline burning, this is a method that every warlock can only use when they are in a desperate situation. Once it starts, there is no way out. But even so, seeing that the patriarch was actually preparing to burn the blood, the other families or warlocks also took a deep breath. In the next second, thousands of blood were ready to brew, as if they were about to start burning, and their eyes were only on the fiery fighting spirit. Come on, demon bastards! Standing high above the sky, the holy sword shouted loudly at the Balrogs, which made the Balrogs take a few steps back unconsciously. Although it hasn't started yet, they also feel threatened. Just let my life come. The holy sword's aura is getting higher and higher, and the fighting spirit is getting stronger and stronger. Next second. Patriarchs, wait a moment, don't burn your blood. At this time, a loud voice came from a distance, and everyone looked behind. I saw that on the previous mountain, I don't know when, a huge witch formation has been carved, and Nicholas is standing in it holding a statue in his hand. This is Eli seeing that there are too many enemies, so he decides to let Nicholas hide and portray the witch formation, so as to better attract his power. Nicholas. At this moment, Holy Sword turned his head and frowned at Nicholas. What the hell was he going to do? What can a witch formation do? The others also felt very upset when they were interrupted. After all the old men were about to make an honorable sacrifice, and you called it off. Knowing everyone's displeasure, Nicholas felt a little embarrassed, but he couldn't help it. It can't be that the adults haven't landed yet, everyone burns their blood and dies. Of course, he didn't explain it, he just raised the statue above his head, and the witch formation under his feet was instantly activated. Next second. A golden beam of light shot up into the sky, breaking through the sky. At the same time, the city of blood. Everyone stopped and looked out of the city, only to see the huge statue bursting out with unprecedented light. A beam of light shot up into the sky, destructive and dazzling. Eli in the wizard's tower looked at the two faith imprints that were emptied in the remaining moments, and then closed his eyes. Opening his eyes again, he only saw the light wrapped around him, and the surrounding strands of faith wrapped around him. Eli looked down. At his feet, the Balrogs and human warlocks all stared at him blankly, at a loss. Eli. Loya opened his mouth wide and looked up at the sky with a shocked expression on his face. Others who had seen Eli's portrait also looked at him blankly, as if they couldn't imagine how he could appear here. The demons were a little confused, but one of the peak Barlow flames let out a roar, stepped on the ground, and flew towards Eli with a bang. Torn to shreds. Die. The humming soul sound rang in everyone's ears. Eli looked down at the Balrog, waved his hand, and an unknown number of shadows emerged from the void behind him, then turned into a huge slap, and swung it out instantly. The space trembled, and the shadows were terrifying. In an instant, the shadow came in front of Baloo and lightly touched his body, as if nothing had happened. In the next second, a burst of black light suddenly broke out, and everyone saw only darkness in front of them. But when everyone regained their sight and saw the scene in front of them, they all gasped. Hiss! The burning blood of the holy sword stopped abruptly, and he felt his heart stop for a second. He couldn't believe what he saw. Chapter 435. Boom! The black light suddenly dissipated. Shang-Jian stared blankly at the distant sky. Not only him, but the others also stared blankly at the sky. In the blue sky, Balor's body still seemed to be fixed at the last moment, but at this moment his upper body had disappeared, revealing the dark and red body tissue, but there were still shadows remaining on it, unremittingly devouring the flesh and blood of the Balrog. After losing its head and important body tissues, it was obvious that the Balrog had died. But this is a true spirit at the peak of Yaori, so he died like this? Who is this? This is too exaggerated. Does anyone know? Could this be Eli from the Bloodline Tower? I've been to the Tower of Bloodlines, this should be Eli, but this is too exaggerated. I started to see that Balrog fight against the Sunshine Warlock who suppressed our family before, but he was slapped to death by Eli. At this time, the tens of thousands of warlocks present also raised their heads, talking a lot. Obviously not everyone knew about Eli, but they soon confirmed their identities following the discussions. The figure in the sky is the Bloodline Tower, currently the ruler of the Bloodline Tower, the most powerful force in the north of the western regions, Eli. The shock that Eli brought to them was also unprecedented. A lava fiend at the peak of his brilliance, but didn't survive even a single blow. At this time, not only the warlocks on the human side were shocked, but all the demons also opened their mouths wide, a little confused. That is the demon king of the Four Rings, and he is also a top figure in the abyss, so he is gone? Are you kidding me? Everyone's four-ring Balobalam also looked at each other in blank dismay. After more than 10 seconds, the first Balalo stood up, looked at Eli in the sky, and asked, "Human, who are you?" The Balrog asked Eli, and everyone present was surprised to find that the Balrog could understand human language. You must know that the battlefield just now lasted for a long time, but none of the demons spoke to them. Fighting. The reason for this is self-evident, it's all because of Eli's strength that he has won the attention of the demons. Even they have to admit that the human in front of them is unexpectedly powerful. There is no need for the dying demon to know my name. Eli shook his head and refused. Hearing this, the Balrog was stunned for a moment, but in the next second, infinite anger began to rise in his eyes, and the flames of anger burned on his body. As the most irritable race in the abyss, Balor is also famous for his violent temper. But anyway, he is still a demon at the level of the sun. Although he is angry, he still understands that he alone is definitely not Eli's opponent, so he immediately turned his head to look at the other true spirits, and said viciously, "Let's do it together, kill this brazen human being." Several Balrogs nodded one after another, their eyes flashed with fire. The people on the other side only saw the ground of a few Balrogs cracked instantly, turning into crimson lava. The surrounding temperature instantly rose by hundreds of degrees, and the air even began to distort. Several Balrogs flew towards the sky, 8 in a row, looking at Eli. Next second, infinite heat instantly enveloped the 8 Balrogs, like a meteor flying towards Eli, radiating infinite light and heat. All the demons also raised their heads, their eyes excited. This is the king of demons in the abyss. Even if it is a human being, it is absolutely impossible to match. The other side. Eli also burst into golden light instantly, turning into a beam of light and flying towards the demons, like the first light of creation. Jin Guanjao world. The golden light and the 8 crimson figures suddenly collided, and everyone saw the collision of the two sides and suddenly exploded the bright light, and the surrounding air split into black space cracks one after another, and even the bright space-time power could be seen in it, and then came hearing the buzzing sound of piercing souls. I don't know how many people covered their ears at the same time at this moment, but even so, some people's ears were bleeding out. The light lasted for several minutes. When the light dissipated, everyone looked up, only to see Eli still standing in the space, exuding a bright light. On the opposite side of him are 8 Balo demons who look like gods of war, but at this time their bodies are still cracked with countless cracks, as if they will collapse and be destroyed in the next moment, and then the next meter, several figures the breath suddenly disappeared, and then the body fell towards the opposite side. The peak Yaori demons who were enough to decide the battlefield by themselves all died just like that. People on the ground stared blankly. Apparently the war is over, but not in the way they think. Is this Eli? Patriarchs of several secondary powers in the distance stared blankly at Eli, silent. Is this a fucking secondary force? They finally understood why Eli had to be removed when calculating this power, and also understood what kind of opponent the 8-armed snake demon was facing back then. Luo Ye also took a deep breath, pursed his shriveled lips and said, "The blue is better than the blue. He-Man's disciples have far surpassed him. It seems that our era has passed." At the peak, Nicholas was also deeply shocked, and sighed. "Your Excellency is stronger again. Compared with 30 years ago, it is a leap forward." The true spirits are still shocked, but the warlocks are even more exaggerated. At least Eli in the distance has felt an astonishing amount of power of faith at this moment, and even the fourth mark of faith has begun to condense. It's too strong. Is this Eli? Fortunately, the adults came to support, otherwise, I'm afraid none of us will be able to leave today. Insanely strong. The warlocks murmured, but suddenly another warlock asked loudly, "Wait, the golden light just now seems to be Elliot's clone. Could it be that Eli is just a clone?" Hearing his words, the warlocks hundreds of meters around looked over one after another, their mouths opened even wider. Doppelganger? Is this fucking just a doppelganger? What are you kidding? At this time, the holy sword of the Patriarch of the Holy Tower and the other 2 patriarchs in the sky were also flying towards Eli. The 3 respectfully thanked at the same time, "Thank you, sir, for your help." "It's okay." Eli waved his hand, and said, "Remember to send me the corpses of those 4 ringed demons, and then I also want a share of the resources of the Sokka family. My clone has already exploded." The power is about to collapse. Collapse. Eli's figure gradually began to change, and then suddenly collapsed into countless light spots, leaving towards the distance. The three present looked at each other. It's really a clone. The corner of Shang Jian's mouth twitched, and the other two patriarchs were also stunned at this time. Lord Eli is stronger than we imagined. After more than 10 seconds, the two patriarchs sighed deeply. But the exclamation lasted only a few seconds, because they still had other tasks to do. Holy Sword looked at the two with a smile and said, "My lord has solved the biggest trouble for us, and the rest of the demons depend on us. And find the rift, and destroy it." Chapter 436. The next day. In the wizard's tower, Eli meets Liliana. "Eli, you really surprised me more and more." Liliana looked at Eli and sighed deeply. Even though half a day had passed when she received the news this morning, she still couldn't believe what happened yesterday. The invading demons actually ambushed 8 peaks of glorious Sunday. If Eli hadn't felt it in time, the western regions would have lost at least a quarter, and most of the hundreds of millions of humans in the eastern western regions would have died under the demons. The coming impact will also cause the entire central continent to vibrate. Of course, the most shocking thing is still Eli, which makes her feel that she still hasn't seen this man clearly for the first time. Ridiculously strong. Yet. Eli nodded with a smile, and then asked, "How about the war after that?" The demons who lost their peak combat power are naturally no match for the wizards. After 3 hours of fighting, the wizards regained the territory occupied by the demons, and the cracks in the space were also found in the center of the city, but when everyone arrived, they found that this crack in space had already been dealt with and was indestructible. Liliana was happy at first, but then her tone was a little dignified. "Can't be destroyed." "Yes, demons can still pass through that space crack at this time, and demons at the highest level can pass through the Huido level. Several forces have arranged a large number of warlocks to guard." Liliana continued. "Huido level? But weren't there so many Yaora level demons before?" Eli asked strangely. "I don't know about this, but everyone guesses that this may be because a large amount of space power is generated at the beginning, and the cracks will be larger in that state, but after the area is stable, it may shrink to a certain extent." Liliana explained. Eli nodded, thinking about the whole story in his heart. "But there are too few clues to think about it." "Okay, that's it." Eli shook his head, but there was a sense of urgency in his heart. "It seems that the Giant King's court has to speed up the time, he needs to become stronger." "What? Are you sure it's true?" Tama rubbed his ears, only to feel that he had heard the most outrageous thing in the world. "Yes, my lord, but that's how it happened. Eli came to the battlefield and killed all the high-ranking demons." Tama's confidant said. "Okay, as expected of Eli, it seems that we still underestimated him, but fortunately, there is an adult coming, otherwise the western regions will be in chaos in an instant, and our business will be greatly affected." Tama Shen he sighed deeply. No one took it seriously before this war, but they could have imagined that such a change would happen. But isn't the 9 peaks of Yaori a little too exaggerated? This is probably the plan of the abyssal demons for a long time. Really outrageous. But still the same sentence, fortunately there is Master Eli. "Oh, by the way, my lord, there is one more important thing." Suddenly the cronies spoke again. "Oh." Domo looked over. "Master Tama, Lord Jinji and Lord President have returned from the eastern region, and they should be able to come back in a month at most, and the Lord said that he hopes to see Eli at that time, and I hope you can arrange it." The confidant said quickly rode. "Finally coming back." Tama's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he was relieved. After all, managing power is very tiring. "Hey, didn't you say that the ruins are about the Wizard Gray's students, have you found any clues?" Domo asked curiously. "My lord, I don't know about this. You can ask Lord Jinji about this." The confidant shook his head, obviously this is not what he should know. "Okay." Tama nodded, and then he was going to take stock of the work and hand it over to Jinji. Dawn City. The sun rose slowly, and the light took the lead in illuminating a grey-black wizard tower with a height of 100 meters in the city. At this time, on the top floor, in a room with a little bit of dim light, Tumun stood in front of a table with his head lowered, as if a little nervous. After a few minutes, he raised his head and looked behind the table. On the scarlet high-backed chair sat a man in red clothes. His skin was pale and his pupils were dark. He looked like he was 20 years old. But at this time it has a dark face. My lord, the plan has failed. Tumun said slowly. Do you need to remind me? The man raised his head and looked at Tumun coldly. Tumun felt a chill all over his body, because the man in front of him was the ruler of the heart of the abyss, Nile Stark. Then what should we do next, my lord? Tumun asked again. Nilo didn't answer, just stood up, stretched his body and came to the window, looked at the scenery of Dawn City outside the window for a few minutes, and then said, according to the plan, anyway, the removal of demons is a normal process. Who is this? I didn't expect that there would be such a moth as Eli, and the plan had to be advanced. It's really troublesome. Does your lord need to deal with Eli? Tumun asked. No need, don't rush, take your time. Nilo shook his head, then turned to Tumun and said, just follow the plan, shrink it for decades, don't be found out, you go first bar. Yes. Tumun nodded, and then left directly. After Tumun left, Nilo looked at Dawn City again, his face seemed to be still calm, but after a few seconds, he twisted, as if his defense had been broken. Damn Eli! Ah! It's been 3 months. With the ferment of time, things about the war also spread rapidly, and the western regions were shaken. Not only the western regions, but also part of the relevant information has spread to the central regions, and the high-level officials of many forces also know the name. And for Eli, the most intuitive feeling about this matter is that the fourth mark of faith has been fully formed at this time, and it is still slowly being filled. Of course, at this time, the bodies of the 8 demons were also transported to Eli. Except for one that was intended to be used as research materials, Eli refined the rest into undead and expanded them into the undead army. After all, this is the top good material. Human warlocks are not very suitable in this regard, because as long as they are dead and their bloodlines disappear, they cannot be transformed into bloodlines. Naturally, their bodies can only be regarded as mediocre, but these alien races rely on their strong bodies, which are great materials instead. Even if it was refined, Eli felt that at his level, these were at least 8 Huiu's fighting spirits. Of course, the undead is still not available for a short time, so Eli just keeps adding it, looking forward to the day when it can really be used. In addition, there is also the handling of the Sokka family. The 3 families handed over the disposal of the Sokka family to the Bloodline Tower. Although the territory of the Sokka family has been destroyed, it is still a secondary force after all, and there are still a lot of resources, which also allowed the Bloodline Tower to obtain a lot of resources, and it just so happens that there is actually a super large wind element vein there. It's a good thing for Nicola's growth. The space crack is currently under the joint guard of several families, and is on guard at any time. Eli also decided to go and take a look. Let's see if we can handle it. Chapter 437. 3 days later. Eli's avatar flew across the sky and landed on the area of the Sokka family again, but this day he was not looking for resources, but to see the cracks in space. And this time it was Nicholas who had been here to lead him here. Nicholas led them into the severely damaged city, and in the center of the city, there was a big pit like a small abyss, leading to the dark underground. At this time, people were coming and going around the big pit, coming in and out. The 2 did not attract attention. My lord, come with me. Nicholas led Eli directly out of the deep pit, then passed through the winding and undulating underground passages, and entered a huge underground cave. This is the space crack. Eli looked into the distance. In the huge cave, there was a space crack about 10 meters long in the midair, and then it was dark, and the space crack would have demons coming from time to time, and then stayed here. The demons will kill the warlocks who stay behind from time to time. My lord, this space crack can almost merge with the space here, and it cannot be destroyed. Nicholas sighed from the side. At this time, Nicholas' arrival also attracted many people, including a sunshine warlock who stopped here, who came from the Holy Tower. And when he opened his eyes and saw the person beside Nicholas, he opened his mouth wide and flew over quickly. My lord. The warlock said respectfully. Yet. Eli responded, but his eyes were on the space crack not far away. My lord, I'm afraid there is no way to deal with this space crack, but it was the news from the heart of the abyss yesterday. In order to ensure the safety of the crack, they decided to take some responsibility and prepare to take on the mission of guarding the abyss alone. The supporting teams are cancelled, let them guard this place. Warlock said. Heart of the abyss. Eli frowned. This matter sounds like there is no problem there, and it seems outrageous, but if it loses supervision, who knows what will happen to the heart of the abyss. So, Eli took a direct look at Warlock, and then the clone flew directly towards the space crack in the distance. The warlocks in the underground space raised their heads, each one a little surprised. This is not Master Eli, what is he going to do? Why do adults come here? Even the Sun Warlock was stupefied at this moment. He didn't know what Eli meant, but he didn't dare to organize it. And Eli also quickly came to the bottom of the crack. Looking at the crack, his eyes narrowed slightly. Since it can't be destroyed, then it's better to seal it directly. Eli stretched out his hand, and space chains appeared in the air in front of him instantly. These chains hovered and danced in the air, shining with special brilliance, and then the chains flew towards the cracks in space, entangled in the cracks like needles and threads. And then a little tinkering. In just a few seconds, the space crack was sealed, and there was only a scar-like wound in the air. But Eli wiped it again, and the wound slowly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, and then flew towards Sunshine Warlock. At this moment, he was stunned, and the shock on his face couldn't be concealed. After all, it was a crack in space, so it was repaired like this? This is the effect of a sealed item that I accidentally obtained in the ruins. This space crack has been sealed. You can go and reject the request of the Heart of the Abyss, saying that the space crack can be repaired and no help is needed. From now on, the Bloodline Tower will be in charge here. Eli said directly to the Warlock. Just kidding, he can make the Heart of the Abyss come true? This is just the first one, he still has hundreds of sealing techniques, come one by one, he is not in a hurry. This. Hearing Eli's answer, Warlock's mouth twitched, but his face relaxed a lot. Good sir. He nodded, but still hesitated. And my avatar will always be here in the future, you don't need to worry. Eli naturally understands the Warlock's worries. It's nothing more than worrying about the reliability of the seal. I can rest assured that. Warlock no longer had any worries, and nodded. A day later, all the forces also knew the news. Although all the forces were surprised, they didn't say anything. After all, it was nothing compared to what happened before, but they were more in awe of Eli. This man really has all kinds of tricks. It's just that Tumun, who was far away in the heart of the abyss and was just about to take the Warlock away, received the news, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching, and then he looked up to the sky and sighed, isn't it? It's fucking fine. Then he walked again towards the grey Warlock Tower in the distance. After a while, there was the sound of a glass being thrown from the window. Half an hour later, Tumun rubbed his head and walked out of the gate. Lord Nello's angry voice. He was very sure that the Lord had really broken the defense this time, because evacuating the Warlocks was the next aspect of the plan. It seems that we can only wait for the next opportunity, at least it will take a few decades, otherwise it will be noticed. He shook his head, then left quickly. Just after he left, the black-haired Vivica also happened to pass by here, but her eyes were a little more dignified. After many explorations, it seems that there is indeed something wrong with this Heart of the Abyss. Just when Eli's avatar stayed in the cave to add a seal, Nile broke the defense, and Vivica scouted. Eli, who was far away in the Green Land, had no mind to pay attention to it, because at this time, far away in the fragment of the giant world after 3 months of exploration, several people finally arrived at the final area. Mountain Giant World Fragment. In the thin black mist, Gade took a deep breath, then looked at the 3 people beside him, and then looked at Eli who was leading the way at the front, feeling a lot of emotion in his heart. 3 months. They have been here for 3 months. During these 3 months, they also saw the power of the world's first battle echelon in the wizarding world. Among them, they encountered dozens of giants of the true spirit level, and several of them were even more thrilling than the first time. But fortunately, it was resolved safely. Of course, they didn't solve it, and it mainly relied on Eli's strong strength. Even the mighty Sunshine Giant could not survive one move under Eli's hands. My lord, we should be very close to the core area. Gade said to Eli in front of him. It's not very close, but it's already here. Eli turned around and smiled. Everyone's eyes lit up, and then they looked forward. I don't know when, the front is no longer mountains, but a plain, and on the plain, there are large buildings, each building is several hundred meters high, and in the most central position is a nearly 1,000-meter the tall golden temple is like the residence of the creator god. In front of the temple, there is a giant tree over 1,000 meters long, surrounded by countless black mist. My lord, that's the giant tree in the mountains, and the night flowers that my lord needs usually grow next to the giant tree. Gade shouted excitedly. After being together for 3 months, they naturally all know what Eli needs. I saw it too. Eli was also excited. A few kilometers away, he still saw that not far from the giant tree, there seemed to be a group of flowers growing, which looked a bit like night flowers. Let's go. Everyone didn't hesitate anymore, and the speed increased. Chapter 438. The crowd flew in the sky and soon arrived at the giant's city. On both sides are buildings hundreds of meters high, ancient but almost intact, and basically undamaged. Although everyone is a real magician, they can't help but make everyone feel small. It's really huge. Eli walked on the road, looking at the houses on the side. Their heights can be entered through the cracks of the door without even opening the door. It's an exaggeration. My lord, I'll go to investigate inside. Gade said at this moment, looking at the buildings on both sides. Okay. Eli nodded. Gade then left quickly, entered through the crack of the gate, came out 3 minutes later, and entered the next one again, and after a full 10 minutes or so, Gade returned to the side of several people again. It's just tall stone buildings inside, nothing. Gade said. Well, then go directly to the city center, collect the materials we need first, and then explore the city. Eli said. Yes. Several people nodded. In half an hour, everyone walked to the center of the city. The giant tree in the mountains, the flower of the eternal night. Eli looked at the 1,000-meter-long tree growing in the distance, and the tiny flowers growing not far from the big tree. Even the giant tree has a diameter of hundreds of meters. It stands on the ground like a wall of the world, and its branches reach thousands of meters. Of course, this plant is also wrapped in black liquid, like a dead plant. What is shocking is that there are countless corpses of giants hanging from the branches of the giant tree, swaying slightly in mid-air. I finally know why there are no giants in this city. Gade said aside, but his expression became serious. Really? Several other people nodded. Although it was only for reconnaissance, everyone could see that this giant tree was definitely a peak of the sun, or even above, and its huge body might improve its combat effectiveness. This is undoubtedly a huge trouble. But it's not a big problem. Eli smiled, and then said to Gade beside him, I remember that you need the body tissue of the giant mountain tree, and I need the night flower, so we don't need to kill it, you only need to take a part of it. Such a big creature is troublesome even for Eli, so let's avoid it for now. Of course, this is not to say that the mountain giant tree is not good. In fact, the mountain giant tree is an extremely rare plant, and its tree core is an absolutely rare material. It contains the unique atmosphere of the mountain giant tree. It is an excellent material for refining potions and making witchcraft. Even Eli is very excited. But the giant tree is a bit too strong. Gade judged that this is the peak of the shining sun, but Eli felt faintly that this one might be even more terrifying. Its avatar felt a very strong deadly threat, so Eli was determined. Still only take a part, and the rest will be discussed later. All right, sir. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. If they were really fighting such a giant beast, then they really didn't have the courage. Soon, the final few people made a decision. The other 4 went to lure the giant tree, and Eli went to get the flower of eternal night first, and then came to help get the mountain giant tree organization. Boom! Several people flew directly towards the giant tree, their breath was undisguised. And the giant tree in the distance seemed to be half awake at this moment, countless branches swayed, and a few branches covered with liquid flew towards them like tentacles. The speed was like an afterimage. The bang! Gade and the others took the lead and directly transformed into a huge real spirit body to prepare to fight against it. Snapped! But before getting close, the body brought by Gade returned at a fast speed, and there was a terrifying scar on his body, and the bones could be seen. With just one blow, Gade at the coronal level was seriously injured. The other people also stared blankly, and Eli, who was looking for a chance, was also dumbfounded. You must know that the giant tree can have hundreds of tentacles, and just one can easily defeat Gade. Why is it only the 4th ring, but the strength can reach this level? This is unscientific. Eli was confused, but at this time several other people had already started to fight the giant tree. In just a few seconds, several people fell into a disadvantage instantly, and as the battle started, more and more tentacles came around, which made several people are left and right. The expressions of the few people became more and more panicked, because they clearly felt that as long as they made a mistake, they might be killed instantly. This made the few people panic instantly. They all completely underestimated the strength of Jimmu. Master Eli. She dodged again, but suddenly saw another branch attacking from her side, and Stacy shouted. As soon as the words fell, a figure suddenly appeared, and Eli's hand turned into a wind blade, which went straight down, and the branch broke instantly, and was taken in by Eli instantly. Retreat! After collecting, Eli yelled loudly to the others, and everyone evacuated one after another, and Klein was accidentally attacked before leaving, and flew directly to the distance to evacuate. Soon after, everyone returned to the edge of the city again, but at this time, there were already 2 wounded in the team. My lord, have you found the flower of the abyss you want? Gade yelled, clutching his chest. I got it. Eli nodded, and then took out 2 flowers from his pocket, which looked like daffodils, but the color was indeed black, and there were little silver spots all over them, just like the night sky, and the quality level of the 2 plants has reached the 4th ring. Even Eli looked at the flowers, and couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. Months of exploration finally came to fruition. Of course, he didn't forget what Gade needed, so he took out a branch of a giant mountain tree several meters long. But at this time, the black mist of the giant wood tissue that had been separated from the main body had dissipated, leaving only a green branch. Eli took some and handed the rest to Gad. Thank you, sir. Gade thanked. Without Eli, it would be very difficult for him to get this. It's okay, if you didn't invite me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to get the flower of eternal night. Eli smiled and didn't care. Several people nodded. The purpose of this trip has been achieved, and Eli looked at the giant tree in the distance again, thinking about something. This giant tree has obviously surpassed the level of the 4th ring, but it has not reached the 5th ring, which makes him very curious. Against this kind of opponent, even if it is his body, the result will not be much better. 5 open. I'm a little confused. Eli felt that this should involve his knowledge blind spot, that is, the knowledge about the 5 rings. Of course, he can't be blamed for this, let alone the wizard's 5 rings, even the warlock's 5 rings. Eli has never heard of the 5 rings in the western regions. Even today's Heart of the Abyss doesn't have 5 rings, that's why Eli dared to provoke him all the time, but the enemy in front of him today reminded him, it seemed that he needed to be more cautious. When you go back, prepare the potion and you will advance. Eli made up his mind immediately. My lord, we have basically finished exploring this fragment. There is only one golden temple. Shall we explore it? Gade on the other side also asked Eli curiously about the giant wooden tissue he had collected. Golden temple? Eli raised his eyebrows. If they hadn't said that, he would have really forgotten that there is a golden temple. Are you going? In other words, his harvest this time is actually good, but this time he came out as a clone, so there is nothing to be afraid of. I want to go, is there any one of you who doesn't want to go? Eli turned his head and asked. Among them, Stacy and Gage shook their heads directly. They were injured just now, and they were unwilling to take part in unknown risks, and the 2 of them were unwilling to go. The other 2 warlocks at the Dark Sun level shook their heads directly. It scared the courage of the 2 of them. Okay, I will explore here alone. Eli nodded, then took out a flower of eternal night and handed it to Gade. If I don't come out, you can go back directly, and then go to its time to send this item to the Bloodline Tower in the western regions. Good sir. Gade took the flower of eternal night and nodded solemnly. Then I'm leaving. Seeing that the final question was arranged, Eli nodded and then flew directly towards the temple in the distance. During the period, he also passed through the terrorist attack of the giant tree in the mountains, because it grew in front of the temple. The reason for coming. Soon, Eli was standing in front of the temple. Looking up, there is a golden gate with a height of hundreds of meters in front of him. Standing below, Eli feels even smaller. Go in. Eli pursed his lips, and then his mental strength shook. The door in front of him was accompanied by huge dust and buzzing friction sounds. The door in front of him opened suddenly, and everything in the temple came into Eli's sight, but Eli's smile but a little solidified. The huge temple is empty, only the tall golden pillars standing on both sides, and a golden seat nearly several hundred meters in the center. What surprised Eli was that sitting on the throne was a giant nearly 100 meters tall, wearing a gorgeous golden robe and a shining throne inlaid with gems on his head. But in a strange state. The left side of his body looks like a dead wood, as if he had absorbed his vitality, like a mummy, but the right side is wrapped in black liquid, like a giant polluted outside. Of course, these are not things that frighten him, but at this time, as Eli opened the door, the cloudy eyes on the left side of the giant looked at him, and the breath on his body also slowly emitted. That aura surpassed the fourth ring by some unknown amount, and even compared with the aura of giant trees in the mountains outside, it was like a newborn child. 6 rings. Eli's heart trembled. He guessed that the giant in front of him might be the legendary king of mountain giants. And according to the records, the king of mountain giants is the strongest among the giants, and they are all at the level of the 6th ring. Mom sells batches, this avatar is probably really gone this time. He took a deep breath, and was about to leave, to see if he could hope the giant didn't see him. But when he just took a step, a difficult and painful voice entered Eli's ears. Human, help me. Chapter 439. Human, help me. Hearing this, Eli blinked his eyes and turned his head back. The giant in front of him was still sitting there as before, but there was no doubt that the voice was from the giant. Is this giant still alive? Or not dead yet? Help you? Eli asked tentatively. Yes. The voice came again, and this time Eli confirmed that it was indeed the giant who was speaking. How can I help you? Eli asked again. Kill me. The painful voice came again, and the black mist on the giant's body suddenly bloomed, as if it was about to attack Eli. Eli felt the deadly threat instantly, and he didn't even see the possibility of being alive. But in the next second, a cocky aura suddenly erupted, the black mist retracted instantly, and the giant's voice came again. Kill me. The sound of pain came over and over again. It seemed that the king of giants had been enduring great pain for thousands of years. At this moment, he saw the hope of liberation. Eli was confused, but he didn't make a move, because even a random attack by the giant in front of him could easily destroy this clone. As if seeing Eli's hesitation, the giant's voice came again, and said in a distorted voice, Help me, I can give you a reward you can't refuse, human wizard, you haven't broken through the 5th ring yet, I can help you. When the giant's voice came, Eli was stunned again. This was the first time his identity as a wizard was seen through. And the giant's words also made Eli very interested. If it was really the reward for breaking through the 5th ring, then it would be nothing even if this clone was gone. How can I help you? Eli asked directly. I have been polluted, but the power in my body is still competing with the power of the black mist. I need you to help me break the balance. I know this is very difficult, so you'd better come here and help me solve it within 100 years. I will give you a breakthrough gift at that time. The voice of the giant struggling came again. Breaking the balance? Eli blinked his eyes, seemed to think of something, stretched out his hand, and a white light shone here instantly. With a bang, white light flew towards the giant in the distance, and the giant king's eyes widened. What is this? Purification? This thing is useful. Damn it, the balance has been broken. The pure power of purification burst out suddenly. Although this power is extremely weak, it is not even worth mentioning compared to its power, but this unique power has caused a slight reduction in the power of the black mist, but this slight weakening is for the he is enough. The cocky yellow light bloomed in an instant, and the black mist was instantly suppressed. The other half of the mountain giant king's body slowly began to recover, and the black mist disappeared little by little. And Eli just watched from the sidelines during this process, not because he didn't want to move, but because the surrounding forces made him unable to move at all. It lasted like this for 3 full hours. 3 hours later, the black mist above the giant dissipated suddenly, and the yellow light on the giant's body instantly bloomed, and its shriveled body instantly filled up. The original giant instantly turned into a strong giant king. The king of mountain giants has come again. The moment the king of giants recovered, his bright cocky eyes looked at Eli who was not far away, and thanked him. Thank you, human wizard, if it weren't for your help, I would never have been able to get rid of the 5,000 years coming torture. Yet. Eli nodded, but he was still a little dazed. After all, he was just collecting resources. Who knows how such a thing would happen? And Eli looked at the giant king. At this time, the giant king looked healthy, but his vitality was passing away at a rapid speed. He might lose his life completely in less than an hour. As if seeing Eli's doubts, the king of mountain giants raised his mouth and said, I am very grateful to you for letting me go. In addition to the conditions I promised you before, you can ask me 3 questions. Eli was stunned for a moment, but he also understood that this was a rare opportunity, so he asked directly, "My lord, do you have the knowledge to break through the 5 rings of wizards?" "No." The king of mountain giants shook his head and replied, "Although I have 6 rings, I don't know much about the system of wizards, but I can tell you that the 5 rings of wizards are related to laws. The ring is related to the world, and the gift I promise you is also related to this." "That's the first question, next one." "The 5th ring is related to the law, and the 6th ring is related to the world." Eli was stunned. This was the first time he heard this knowledge, and he immediately felt that it was worth it. Although the knowledge is a few words, its value is already for him immeasurable, at least it gave him a sense of direction. "Second question, my lord, what exactly is the black mist?" Eli asked again. "Black mist?" The king of giants seemed to have thought of some painful memory, and said, "The black mist is the rules mastered by the most powerful man in that civilization. After his death, the rules were scattered, polluting every fragment of the world, and I was also polluted by it, and chose to stay here. It's really surprising that the black mist is a rule left by the death of an Xian. Even if he died, or even lost the rules, he could still torture a 6-ringed king of mountain giants for nearly 5,000 years. What a formidable opponent he was." "Okay." Eli took a deep breath, and finally asked, "My lord, do you know where all the wizards have gone?" "Aren't you a wizard? You don't know where the wizard has gone?" The king of mountain giants looked at Eli strangely and asked. "My lord, I have never been out of the wizarding world." Eli replied calmly. "Hiss." The pupils of the king of mountain giants suddenly dilated, he took a breath, and then looked towards Eli, as if he saw something. He was even more surprised. "The power of faith that belongs to the Sea clan, you are not the main body," he whispered, and then, as if trying to understand something, he said, "Oh, don't you walk the path of a wizard? Or something else, it's a bit strange, then you should not be affected by the curse, no wonder." The king of mountain giants made up his mind, but Eli didn't say anything. "Where did the wizards go?" "It's hard for me to answer this question, because the wizards divided into 3 groups and left in 3 directions to find a new residence," the mountain giant replied. "Okay." Eli is satisfied. Although there are only 3 questions, Eli is already satisfied. This time the harvest is too great. And he hasn't forgotten that the king of giants will offer him a reward for advancing to the 5th ring. Is it a rule? Sure enough, in the next second, the king of giants slowly opened his mouth and said, "I promise to give you a satisfactory reward, that is a law." I saw the right hand of the king of giants suddenly raised, and grabbed the space in front of him suddenly, only to see a black shadow and was captured, and there was still a thick black mist around it. Seeing the shadow, Eli's eyes widened, and within it, he seemed to see all the affairs of the shadow. Corrode, devour, dark. That's the shadow itself, the shadow is what it is. Since the mountain giant world was shattered, most of the world will contain some rules, and it is also the most important thing to maintain the world fragments, and you are lucky, the world fragments of the world rules happen to contain a complete the law of the shadow world, you are very lucky. Of course there is a downside, that is, it is also polluted by black mist, you can only feel a small part, unless you can completely solve the pollution of black mist. Of course, even if you can only feel a part of it, this is a very precious item, which is cheap for you. The king of mountain giants looked at him and threw the shadow to Eli. Eli caught it, looking at the shadow wrapped in black mist, feeling hard to breathe. Wait. Eli suddenly looked at the giant king with vigilance, and asked tentatively, "Then, my lord, if this is the most important thing that makes up the world fragments, if they are taken out now, wouldn't the world fragments collapse?" "Yes." The mountain giant king nodded approvingly, and said, "So within 5 minutes, you'd better get out of here." Eli's mouth twitched. It was so sudden, but it was indeed time for him to leave. Eli nodded and was about to leave the temple, but was stopped by the mountain giant king again. "Wait, this is going to be destroyed anyway, so let me give you another gift, the material of the great wizard's staff, many people can ask for it from me at the beginning." The giant king stretched out his hand, and Eli only heard a burst. There was a roaring sound, and Eli looked outside. Not far away, the mountain giant with a height of 1,000 meters suddenly broke away from the ground, shaking the ground, and then began to shrink slowly, flying towards Eli, and shrinking slowly in the process, until it was finally compressed to a size of only a few meters. Eli could even see the giant corpse the size of a grain of rice above it, and the giant tree had lost its breath of life. This is the horror of a king of giants in the Six-Ring Mountains. The mountain giant tree that caused a lot of trouble to a few people just now didn't even have the slightest resistance. "Thank you, sir." Eli bowed respectfully towards the king of mountain giants, and then left directly. Time is limited. At this moment, as the rules were pulled out, Eli could feel the ground even start to shake. And watching Eli leave, the mountain giant king just stretched his body, and then sat on the throne. In the last stage of his life, he chose to live and die with this fragment. He looked into the distance, looking at Eli who left in the distance. Etc. The eyes of the mountain giant king suddenly widened, and a white light flashed in his eyes. He was not calm for a moment when he was ready to face life and death. "I rely on it. So it is." Chapter 440. In the Golden Temple. The king of mountain giants sat on the throne, but whether it was the hands clenched on both sides of the throne, or the deep shock in his eyes, it showed that he was not calm at this time. Even his body moved forward slightly, but returned to the original position after a few seconds of hesitation. And it wasn't until Eli left his sight that he seemed to let go, and sat down on the throne again, sighing deeply, "Forget it, it's none of my business. Leave everything to time." The other side. Outside the giant city, Gade and the others were still waiting, but they were suddenly awakened by a bang. The few people reacted quickly, and almost instantly judged that the sound came from near the Golden Temple, and turned their heads to look over. Is this so possible? Damn it, the mountain giant tree was pulled up, it was still shrinking and then flew towards the temple. Is Eli okay? Several people were stunned. The giant tree in the mountains thousands of meters away suddenly broke away from the ground, and then flew towards the Golden Temple in the distance. You must know that this is a terrifying creature that has surpassed the fourth ring. It is so defenseless. What is there in that temple? And what happened to Eli? Are you okay? Several people looked at each other in blank dismay, not knowing what to do next. But in the next second, everyone saw a golden light flying towards them, and their eyes lit up. Eli. In the next second, several people only felt a blackness in front of their eyes, and then felt a strong impact. However, when everyone woke up again, they found that they had left the fragments of the mountain giant world and were in the outer space of the wizard world. It is even dozens of kilometers away from the world fragments. My lord, what is this? Gade shook his head, he is still confused until now. The others were also confused. Eli didn't answer after bringing them out, but just looked at the fragments of the world in the distance. Seeing that Eli didn't make a sound, the others followed their gazes. 3 minutes later. Everyone could only see that cracks began to appear in the fragments of the world in the distance, and the surrounding space was also collapsing little by little, just like a black hole. In the blink of an eye, the fragments of the world collapsed into hundreds of fragments, and the black mist dispersion, but they all melt together in the annihilation of space. In the meantime, Eli also saw a faint yellow color, and Eli knew that it was the king of mountain giants. Perhaps a name should be asked. Eli has some regrets. At this moment, the other people were stunned, opening their mouths wide, watching this scene. Row, they are well informed, and it is the first time that they have seen the world fragments and they can be broken again. A little accident happened, and the exploration is over. After sighing, Eli turned his head to look at the few people. Several people looked at each other again, and finally Gade said, "The exploration is over, it is indeed time to leave." Then Gade handed Eli the flower of eternal night that Eli had left for him before. Eli took it, then looked at everyone, and said goodbye. Everyone is destined to meet again, if you need help, you can go to the Tower of Blood to find me. As soon as the words fell, Eli turned into an arc of light, and then disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving a few people behind. Several people looked at the back of Eli leaving, and after a few seconds, Stacy said slowly, "Everyone, don't you want to know what happened in the temple? And what happened to the giant mountain tree?" Stacy squinted at a few people, seeming to have some thoughts. "Stacy, I advise you not to think about it, we have gained enough this time, and even if it weren't for Eli, you wouldn't have gotten so many resources." Gade said bluntly. "That is, one should not be too greedy. Indeed, at least I didn't have the courage to cross the giant trees in the mountains." The other two smiled, also denying the words in Stacy's subconscious mind. The corner of Stacy's mouth twitched, but she didn't say anything, she just sighed slightly. A few minutes later, Everyone also separated, and returned to the wizarding world one by one, and returned to their own forces. Gade was the first to return. Same as last time, he flew directly towards the wizard tower in the center, and saw the familiar butler again. "My lord, another major event happened while you were away," the butler said respectfully. "Oh." Gade also wondered, it was so strange why things always happened when he left. "What happened?" he asked calmly as he walked. "My lord, some time ago, there seemed to be some problems with the Heart of the Abyss, the first level power in the western regions. The abyss they guarded seemed to have somehow led to other areas in the western regions, which caused the invasion of the Below Yanmo clan, and the 3 second-level powers in the western regions jointly exterminated, but encountered an ambush, the ambush of the 9 peaks of the Ballow Flame Demon." "What?" Before the steward finished speaking, he saw Gade turn his head, stunned, and asked anxiously, "What's the matter?" "So now a large part of the western regions has been occupied by demons. It's no wonder that he is worried that these forces that are mainly close to the central territory are important partners of their thousand-eyed tree demon." "My lord, don't worry. On that day, the clone of Talat, the bloodline of the western regions, descended and killed a few Barlow flame demons in a crushing posture, and then left," said the butler. "Eli? Doppelganger?" Hearing what the butler said, even though he tried his best to survive the storm, he couldn't keep calm. After all, he was still exploring the secret realm with Eli a few days ago. However, according to the housekeeper, they might be exploring with a clone. But even a clone is too exaggerated. What a fucking pervert. In the end, Gade uttered these words almost twitching at the corner of his mouth. "Fuck, are clones so strong?" And when Gade was shocked, several people who returned at the same time also knew the news. Stacy took a deep breath, feeling extremely grateful, clutching her chest and relaxing. "The matter of the mountain giant's world fragments has come to an end, nothing happened, it's just ordinary exploration." The corner of Clancy's mouth also twitched and sighed, "What a double? This is too exaggerated." Carol was silent for a long time, and then returned to his house. He needed to slow down. The other side. Eli also returned to the land of greenery a day later, handed everything over to the main body and turned it into the power of faith again. Eli then began to take inventory of the harvest this time. In fact, it mainly consisted of most of the precious materials, some of which were hard to find in the wizarding world, and special products from the world of mountain giants. Eli collected these resources carefully. Used. After tidying up these, Eli took out his 2 most important gains this time. One is a shadow wrapped in black mist, and the other is a beautiful flower whose leaves are like stars. A law polluted by that supreme being, and the flower of eternal night I need. Eli looked down at the 2 items. The rules in them really seemed unreal, but even with just a glance, Eli could still see the endless darkness, corrosion, changes, etc., that was the shadow itself. Even just the appearance after just a few glances, Eli felt that his understanding of the shadow had increased. This is the law. Of course, Eli can only feel part of it because it is entangled in the black mist, but even so, it is an extremely precious thing for Eli at this stage. It seems that there will be a rule of 3 hours a day for comprehension in the future, and of course we have to consider whether the black mist can be dispelled. Eli thought. Since the king of mountain giants said that the 5 rings are related to the rules, then Eli thinks it is necessary to understand the rules, and since the power of purification is useful, it may help him get rid of the pollution of the black mist. Of course, the power of purification at this level it may not be possible, and this requires Eli's efforts in the future. Eli intends this to be 2 major completions for some time to come. As for what the other is, there is no need to mention it. Eli looked towards the flower of eternal night. At this point, all the materials are ready to break through to Yaori. Chapter 441. Just when Eli made up his mind, at the edge of the western region, a sky cloud whale slowly entered the western region. At the front of the cloud whale, Jinji's clothes were blown by the breeze, and he looked calmly at the land in front of him. Finally home. Jinji took a deep breath and felt a burst of relief. It has been almost 60 years since he left here last time. Although the president said that the situation here is very good, returning to his own place is really reassuring for him. It's a pity that it's a waste of time. Although the ruins are the ruins of Gray's students, there are only some leftovers of his practice and some materials. Although there are some inferences about Gray's wizard tower in the materials, it is not yet how long does it take to deduce it, and the deduction is likely to be waste, Anyway, this situation has been experienced countless times. Jinji shook his head, not optimistic about this. Fortunately, even if it is inferred, with the efficiency of that group of people, it may take decades, so there is no rush. The most urgent task is to go to the headquarters of the western regions to reassess their own forces. Of course, Jinji still remembered another thing that made him miss. Meet Eli once. Jinji whispered. Time flies, and a month passes again. During this period of time, Eli also knew the news of Jinji's return, but he didn't pay too much attention to it, because at this time he was still nervously configuring the potion. In the laboratory, Eli looked nervously at the 5 eternal night flowers on the table in front of him, as well as a large number of auxiliary resources. Although there were only 2 flowers brought back, relying on the source of life and cultivation methods he had saved before, he quickly cultivated 5 eternal night flowers that met his breakthrough needs. However, Eli is familiar with the preparation method of Yanjai potion, but at this moment, Eli still feels a little nervous. After a long while, Eli took a deep breath and slowly started to move. Start configuring. Although he was a little nervous, when Eli began to configure the potion, his expression calmed down instantly, and the movements of his hands were smooth and smooth. The potions were processed one by one quickly, and then their spirituality was fused together in various ways, and finally fire it again. And only 3 hours later, in front of Eli's eyes, there was already a potion bottle, with black potion flowing in it, and silver light dots dotted in it, like a galaxy flowing with stars. It was very beautiful, and at the same time, it emitted a strong appeal. Eternal Night Potion, it's done. Eli took a deep breath and was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he had never even simulated such a high-level potion, and he succeeded just once. But it's normal to think about it, after all, he has been studying potions for more than 2,000 years, and his level is really very high. He was a master of potions. Now that the potion is ready, the next step is to prepare for a breakthrough. Eli walked outside, summoned Nicholas and Hydra, and said, I'm ready to break through, block the valley, and no one is allowed to enter. Yes. Nicholas nodded in shock. He was following Eli, so he naturally knew that the last breakthrough was more than 20 years ago. Breaking through so soon is really outrageous. Hydra has no idea, he now devours the wind element veins every once in a while, and his strength is also improving rapidly. Now he is at the peak of Hu, and he is at the same level as Nicholas. Soon, the green land was filled with mist again, and the witch formations were opened one by one, while Hydra and Nicholas were guarding the outside. Eli entered the wizard's tower and entered a state of meditation. Meditation begins. His consciousness has also sunk into the spiritual world. The dark sun like true spirit is entrenched in the sky above the spiritual world, surrounded by dazzling power of the true spirit. This is the state of the true spirit at the corona level. The huge corona also shows that he is already at the peak of the corona. Eli gradually connects with the true spirit, and his spirit and body gradually reach the peak. After one day, he suddenly opened his eyes and took the medicine. The cold medicine enters the body along the throat, and then passes over the limbs and bones, passing through every inch of flesh and blood. Eli's sense of consciousness is also gradually sinking, and the corona of the spiritual world is also gradually extinguished, as if returning to the dark sun stage, and this is just the beginning. After a while, even the dark sun also began to extinguish, even compared to before. Even darker. Without the illumination of the true spirit, the consciousness space also fell into darkness. In this environment, Eli's perception of time and space is gradually blurred, but he can clearly perceive that a new change is happening in the dark sun. Time goes by little by little. After a month, in the space of consciousness, Eli suddenly opened his eyes, and at the same time, the great sun composed of the true spirit suddenly bloomed. A ray of flame rose from the inside of the dark sun in an instant, and instantly swept the entire true spirit. In the blink of an eye, the flame enveloped the whole dark day. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura emanated from Eli's body. Nicholas and Hydra outside the green land in the distance turned their heads to look at the same time. Breakthrough! Nicholas breathed a sigh of relief, smiling at Hydra beside him. Hiss! Hydra also neighed happily. On the other side, the virtual flames burned completely from the inside to the outside, and Eli's consciousness gradually returned. Eli slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the familiar laboratory in front of him, Eli lowered his head and glanced at himself, and felt that the space of consciousness was really a true spirit that was as dazzling as the sun, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at the time, more than a month has passed. 1 month, it's okay. Eli stood up, stretching his muscles and bones. At this moment, he felt stronger than ever. At this time, his true spirit power has also reached 260 units. Although he only broke through 1 unit, Eli felt that his strength was at least 30% stronger at this time, and the power of witchcraft was also improved. Breakthrough, the improvement of strength is very great. I don't know how far my current strength will be against the giant tree in the mountains. Eli was suddenly curious, and took out the fate dice. Cast. The golden power of destiny dissipated, and the dice stopped after spinning for a while, showing 13. 13? Not bad. Eli was still very happy. After all, he felt that he only scored 50 or 5 points before. Hey, I don't know the heart of the abyss. At this time, Eli remembered that he hadn't tested the heart of the abyss yet, so he shook it again. The possibility of defeating Nero, the heart of the abyss. The name of the ruler of the heart of the abyss is not a secret, and Eli also read it directly. But soon he discovered that the dice were spinning all the time, but they didn't stop, and they even kept spinning for a full hour. Disturbed. Eli put away the dice, not surprised. As the strength gets stronger, sometimes the dice do become less accurate, but this is the first time that this is unpredictable. Could it be the 5 rings? This is impossible. If the heart of the abyss was so powerful, the abyss would have been eliminated long ago. So there should be some items that obscured the prediction, or other reasons. Eli guessed. Since Nilo can't do it, let's get another one, 2 mun. This time it went very well, but when Eli saw the same winning percentage of 14 points, he couldn't calm down. Damn it! Eli opened his mouth wide, obviously the scene in front of him was beyond his expectation. 2 mun's strength is so strong? It's no different than a mountain giant tree. It seems that the heart of the abyss is really not simple. You must know that 2 mun has always been a warlock at the Yaora level, and it seems that being stronger should also hide his strength. It's getting more and more strange. A warlock of that level would actually wander around and even contact forces everywhere. What is his purpose? Eli took a deep breath. After thinking for a long time, Eli didn't have an answer, so he finally gave up. Forget it, let's grow in peace, wait until the peak of Yaori, or reach the level of the giant tree in the mountains. Eli immediately decided to keep a low profile. To manage the heart of the abyss. At least the heart of the abyss has been very stable for the past few decades, and there shouldn't be any problems in a short period of time. But Eli still felt a strong sense of crisis. After all, there was only more than half the probability of defeating the enemy, which really made him feel very uneasy. He needs to be stronger. I need the information to break through the 5th ring, and according to the law of the 5th ring, then 2 mun, the giant tree in the mountains is so strong, it is probably related to the law, and I also need to start to understand the law. After the peak of Yaori, the strengthening should be it's about this. But this will take time, at least it will be useful after the peak of Yaori, maybe I need to start from other aspects. One is to refine the mountain giant into the body of the staff, which will improve me to a certain extent. The second is to refine the corpses of the dozens of 4-ringed giants hanging from the giant trees in the mountains into undead, which will be of great help. Thirdly, I need to be stronger. The improvement of the power of the true spirit alone is only one way. I should not hang on a tree. Maybe I can try to combine the path of the warlock and the true spirit. Maybe I can combine the blood body and use it with the real spirit body at the same time. There are many thoughts in Eli's mind, thinking about the opportunity for him to become stronger. The improvement of the power of the true spirit is naturally needless to say, but he thinks the third one is also possible. In fact, he has already had an idea about this. After all, he has to use the real spirit body or the blood body, which is equivalent to using the 2 powers separately. People's magic and martial arts both work together, and he is very clear here. Greatly reduced potential. If they can be used together, it will definitely be terrifying to improve the combat effectiveness. Even this unprecedented pioneering work will start a new path for wizards. I want to try. Eli pursed his lips, and immediately decided to add another one in the subsequent experiment. Regardless of whether it can be done or not, he has to give it a try. Although no one has done such a thing, then he will be the first. Of course, these are all arrangements for the future, he has to go out to rest for a few days first, after all, he just broke through. Thinking about it, Eli pushed open the door and walked outside. There were still Nicholas and Hydra at the door. But at this moment, Nicholas had a strange expression on his face. Seeing Eli coming out, he said, "My lord, an old friend of yours has come to visit you." "Old friend?" Eli, who had just taken a breath of fresh air, looked over in doubt. "Yes." Nicholas nodded, and then slowly revealed a person they both used to know well. Ginger. Chapter 442. The huge sky cloud whale stands not far from the Bloodline City. Compared with other cloud whales, this sky cloud whale, which has reached the fourth ring, has a length of 3 kilometers, covering the entire city. And the castle above it is several acres in size, covering the city. People with knowledge know who is coming, and people without knowledge also know that the person who comes is probably the top few people from the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce. Indeed. Eli just glanced at the cloud whale in the sky with 4 rings, and then turned back. The first sight is a simple and warm room, the brown sofa is soft and hard, and the orange alchemy lamp emits a warm light. Jinji was sitting on the sofa, wearing his iconic golden clothes, all kinds of precious witchcraft and 10 rings on his hands. His appearance was a little fat, and his face looked like a rich middle-aged man. The image of a shrewd businessman. But at this moment, his eyes were slightly smoky, and tears flashed faintly in his eyes. At this moment, he looked at Eli, choked up and said, "Without Lord Herman, there would be no me. It's a pity that I didn't even know when he died. Time is merciless." Eli shook his head, sat back on the sofa and sighed. This time, he still chose to keep his identity, without revealing it. Eternal life is a secret that cannot be revealed. Maybe in the future when Jinji is about to die, Eli will go to meet him as Herman, but let's forget it now. At present, he still doesn't have the ability to bear the strength exposed by eternal life. "Thank you for telling me the story of adults." Jinji wiped away tears and thanked. Half an hour ago, the two met in this room, and after a brief exchange, they started talking about Herman. "It doesn't matter, you are the person the teacher helped, and I am the teacher's student," Eli said with a smile. "Yet." Jinji nodded, then looked up at Eli again, and sighed, "Actually, you still speak very similarly to adults, and it even makes me feel like seeing adults again. I have been with the teacher for hundreds of years, and I have been greatly affected," Eli said casually. "That's right." Jinji smiled and said, "My lord has helped me a lot, so I always miss him very much." "I see." Eli smiled. Although they didn't recognize each other, it was very rare for Eli to see someone he knew before. At least this proves that he left many traces back then and really existed in this world. Yet. Jinji nodded again. He is almost 1,000 or 2,000 years old. At this age, he misses the past more than young people. Seeing Eli is like meeting a very good friend. Although this friend's strength is not as weak as his now, it is also very reasonable. After all, he is a student of an adult, great. Of course, his purpose is not just to meet, after all, his success is now inseparable from the Tower of Blood, but the two have not even met, so today, apart from meeting Eli to reminisce, it is also to deepen the relationship between the two. Lai also understood. Now that we've finished talking about the adults, let's talk about things next. With the relationship between the adults, I think we can deepen our cooperation. Jinji sat up straight, and his eyes gradually became clearer. Good. Eli nodded, no doubt about him. If Jinji just wanted to meet him, then it would be incompatible with Jinji. The Jinji in my memory is a shrewd and knowledgeable young man. Thousands of years have passed, and these things will only deepen with time. Soon, a new round of cooperation discussions began, and the two were talking about cooperation in the general direction, such as the cooperation of potions, the cooperation of witchcraft, and the layout and connection of various aspects, etc. And in the process in the movie, Eli also confirmed that Jinji is really nostalgic. At least many of the conditions are even a bit uncommon, and the benefits given up are too much. Of course, it's just a general direction, and some details will naturally be discussed by the people below. It is a very complicated and huge project. After 3 hours, the discussion is over. Since the matter is over, logically speaking, I should be leaving. I don't know if you have anything else to ask. As long as I know, I will try my best to answer it. Jinji sat with his teeth bared and said relaxedly. Question, the cooperation is gone, but I really want to ask some questions. Is there any level above the fourth ring? Eli asked directly. Hearing the question, Jinji was also taken aback, and after thinking for a moment, he replied, is it above the fourth ring? Actually, this should involve the fifth ring, which is top secret knowledge, but for people at your level, it's okay to know. Sooner or later. The fifth ring, in fact, is almost difficult for warlocks to cross. First of all, the bloodline is the first ring. If the bloodline does not meet the standard, it is very difficult, but there is another one, that is, the fifth ring requires a thorough understanding of the bloodline. It is the essence in the blood, or the law contained in the blood. You should know the rules. I know. Eli nodded. In fact, he still has a complete rule in his hand. Hearing that Eli knew, Jinji nodded and continued, it is naturally very difficult to comprehend the law, and it is impossible for most warlocks, but there are also some who can comprehend the law of Tao and finally break through. 5 rings, and this is a process, so they will break through the previous realm, collectively called the seed stage, also known as the half-step 5 rings. Seed? Half-step 5 rings. Eli's eyes lit up when he heard this, he didn't know these things. That's right, it's the seed stage. In fact, it is to form a law seed in the blood, and then keep comprehending the law, and finally until it breaks through. This is the characteristic of this stage. For example, Nilo in the heart of the abyss is this stage. Jinji nodded. Nodded. Nilo is a half-step 5 ring. This may be the reason for the unexpected, but it seems that Tumun is also a half-step 5 ring. Eli thought of some knowledge he had learned recently, and then nodded. Anyway, there are so many. Afterwards, the 5th ring will be involved. I have signed a contract, so I can't tell you, but I can tell you that the warlocks at this stage are far superior to the 4th ring. With the blessing of the law, the power of witchcraft is more than 10 times that of the peak of the 4th ring, and it is possible for one person to fight dozens of peaks, and only a warlock with this several times can be called a first-level power. You'd better not mess with warlocks at this stage. Jinji said with a smile. Of course, I won't cause trouble for myself. Eli nodded with a smile, but was more vigilant in his heart. After reaching the 4th ring, the gap between each ring and each ring is greater than the gap between humans and dogs. From the 4th ring to the 5th ring is another level of change. Even if it is only a transitional state, it is also the beginning of a qualitative change. No wonder Eli and the door's forecast is only 10 o'clock. Well, that's all. Do you have any other questions? Jinji asked again. No. Eli shook his head. Okay, it's almost time, I should leave too. Jinji nodded, ready to leave. Eli was just about to get up, but suddenly saw Jinji turn his head again, as if remembering something, and said, I almost forgot, I went out this time, and I brought something back. If the adults are still there, it must be I'm very interested, but since my lord is gone, I'll give it to you as a present. Gift? Herman would be interested? If he remembers correctly, it seems that Eli only helped him find the knowledge to break through the 4th ring, right? No way, no way. Eli pursed his lips, his eyes became brighter, and he looked at Jinji. Jinji slowly took out a crystal ball at this time, and said to Eli, it's a piece of knowledge for wizards to break through the 5 rings. Thump! As if a stone fell into the bottom of the river, Eli closed his eyes to hide his inner joy, but it was more emotion. The seeds planted back then have borne fruit again. 2 fruits. Chapter 443. The buzzing sound passed through the clouds, and the cloud whale in the 1,000-meter sky slowly left the vicinity of the Bloodline Tower. On the tallest wizard tower, Eli stood on it, watched Jinji leave, and then looked down at the crystal ball in his hand. The crystal ball is ordinary, but the small content in it is of inestimable value. You must know that Eli has been looking for it for decades, but he has not found it. This piece of information is here with Eli, which is no less than the value of a second-level power, or even higher. No wonder he was happy when he thought that there would be such an unexpected surprise. It turns out that breaking through the 5th ring is like this. Eli also checked the crystal ball and learned something. It is similar to the breakthrough of a warlock, but the 5 rings of a wizard comprehend the law in the great sun of the true spirit, and then condense the seeds of the law in the true spirit, and then continue to comprehend, and finally the seeds break out of the true spirit, and then grow out of the law tree. Master one rule, then this is the 5 rings. The king of mountain giants is not lying. Eli sighed deeply, and became clearer about the road ahead. Improve the power of the true spirit, comprehend the law, try to purify the pollution of the law, and experiment with the true spirit blood body. It seems that time will be tense next time. Having found his goal, Eli finally saw the direction he should move forward, and immediately looked forward to the future even more. After an hour, Eli had already thought about the next thing, and was about to return to the land of greenery, but before he took a few steps, he looked back. He sensed that something happened to Jinji and the others. The eye of Mercury opened, and Eli's line of sight quickly spanned tens of thousands of meters, and then stopped. Between the majestic mountains, a huge sky cloud whale stood. Jinji and a group of people stood in front, and in front of them was a warlock blocking the way. Wearing a black warlock robe, the top of which turned into mandala flowers, his head was covered by a hood, only his eyes were exposed, and his aura reached the peak of the sun, and he was looking at Jinji with an unkind expression, as if he was "I have been waiting here, without hiding the killing intent in my eyes." Ambush? Someone wants to kill Jinji. Eli didn't even start, but after listening to a few words, he also understood that it was indeed the murderer. "This is my lucky star, so I can die so easily." Eli shook his head and held out his right hand. In the next second, a 100-meter black beam of light left directly in the distance, and Eli turned back to the green land. On the contrary, the warlocks on the ground looked up at this scene, curious about what happened. "Saw your mountains? It's still the mountains." At this time, the huge sky cloud whale restlessly stopped in place, neighing, and Jinji also had an ugly face. "Who told you to kill me?" Jinji gritted his teeth as he looked at the warlock who was covered by a black robe. "You don't need to know about it. You just know that you will die here today." A hoarse voice came from under the warlock's robe, but it was slightly sarcastic. Everyone's faces were extremely ugly, especially Jinji. At this time, his muscles were tense, and his blood vessels felt a great sense of fatality. He is only a warlock of Huido level, and the subordinates he brought this time do not have the level of Yaori. After all, they are just a chamber of commerce, and this time they are also meeting friends within their range. Jinji smiled bitterly, gritted his teeth and said, "Upland invited you, I can give you twice as many magic stones as he produced." Hearing Jinji's words, Warlock seemed to be taken aback for a moment, but he still said, "Sorry, killers have professional ethics too." "Killer?" Hearing this, Jinji's eyes lit up, and he said more quickly, 5 times. "Hiss." Even the killer gasped at this moment, because he knew how much money it was. "Pity. He took out all his worth, and everything, you can't afford it." This time the warlock shook his head again and said. Jinji's face suddenly fell. The killer in front of him was very confident that he could kill all of them, so he chatted with them a few words, and what he revealed also let him know who did it, but it was really like a warlock as he said, he really couldn't afford it. "Forget it, it's time to go on the road after knowing it." Warlock didn't want to talk anymore at this time, he stretched his body, and his momentum exploded completely. The cloud whale in the sky let out a mournful cry, and landed slowly towards the ground. Under the pressure, the warlocks above were even unable to move, and all of them showed despair. Even Jinji just gritted his teeth fiercely. He knew very well that today might really have to die here. "Go to hell." Warlock's speed was very fast, and he flew directly towards Jinji, obviously this was his primary target. Jinji turned on all the witch weapons on his body, and dozens of shields opened in an instant, but he still knew very well that as long as the warlock approached, he couldn't last long. Jinji, would die in such an absurd way. Jinji gritted his teeth, looking desperate. Warlock was also getting closer and closer at this time, and he could even clearly see his contemptuous eyes. But boom! A huge black beam of light arrived in an instant, the sea of clouds rolled, and the space oscillated. Everyone saw only a black beam of light in front of their eyes, and then saw their eyes go black. But when everyone opened their eyes again, they only saw a large pit several hundred meters below the ground, and at the bottom of the pit was a sorcerer whose body was torn apart. He died. The sudden turning point made everyone stunned, but the despair in their eyes was filled with surprise in the next second. Whatever happened? But they seemed to be saved. Even Jinji's eyes were dull, but thinking of the shadow just now, he seemed to have thought of something, and immediately turned his head and bowed deeply in the direction of the bloodline tower in the distance. There is no doubt that Eli did it this time. And seeing Jinji bowing, the other people here are also high-level officials of the bloodline tower and they are not fools. They naturally understood what it meant and bowed to the bloodline tower. At this time also disappeared without a trace. These warlocks who occupy most of the top management of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce are also completely convinced by Eli. After a few minutes, Jinji got up. The others also got up and looked at Jinji, waiting for the next order. At this moment, Jinji's eyes were sharp and he said, changing direction, I'll leave alone. This time, Applin went too far. If that's the case, I can only send him on the road. The others nodded when they heard this. In any case, Upland could not survive. Hitman please? It would be fine if they died, but if they didn't, with Jinji's current power, he wouldn't be able to survive. Of course, they can also understand why Upland did this, it's nothing more than unwillingness. But he was really unlucky, because his connection with the Bloodline Tower caused his power to lose to Jinji, and now even the hired killer was killed by Eli, and he will lose his own life in the future. What a poor kid. Soon, everyone left in 2 ways, and a bloody storm was about to begin. Of course, Eli didn't know about these things, and he wasn't interested, because he was going to be busy next time. Let's experiment. Chapter 444. After 1 month. Liliana visits, and Eli gets the latest news. Master Eli, just yesterday, the Vice President of the Western Regions of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce, A-Plan, died. Currently, the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce is completely controlled by Jinji. I think this news may be of interest to you, so let me tell you. Liliana said. Upland. Eli nodded. It seems that the assassination last month was made by Upland, but Jinji's counterattack was also very quick. Of course we have something more insider. I don't know if your lord is interested. Liliana skillfully sat next to Eli and leaned over. Oh. It's said that Jinji was ambushed by Upland, but he didn't die. That's why these things happened. It should be due to economic and power reasons. Liliana whispered. I know. Ah? Your Excellency knows. Liliana raised her head and made a surprised sound. It happened when Jinji visited me last month, in the area of the Bloodline Tower, and then I made a move. Eli said calmly. Ah. Liliana opened her mouth wide. This incident is the biggest news in the Western regions recently, but I didn't expect it to be related to Eli, and judging from the recent Bloodline Tower and the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce, I am afraid that the relationship between the two is not normal, but how is this possible? How could the two know each other? After pondering for a long time and finding nothing, Liliana looked at Eli with even more curious eyes. How many secrets does this man have? Oh, by the way, the one who assassinated Jinji was a Sunshine Warlock wearing a mandala flower warlock robe. Do you know which killer organization this is? Eli asked suddenly. This was also a question he was rather curious about. There is a killer organization at the level of the sun, which is a bit outrageous. Datura flower. At this time, Liliana sat up directly, and then moved slightly. My lord, are you sure it's a datura flower? Right. Hiss. Liliana took a breath, and then solemnly said, if it's not a disguise or something, then the adults should be talking about the Death Mandala, which is one of the largest killer organizations in the Central Territory, with a great reputation, and they have the assassination is half a step of the 5th ring record. My lord, you didn't mess with them. Eli's mouth twitched, killing a member of the peak of the Yaori, this should be considered an offense, right? And seeing Eli's reaction, Liliana also understood something, the adults saved Jinji, it must be a murder. Of course, you don't need to worry, my lord. Since Mia, the leader of Mandala, took office more than 100 years ago, she has established a rule to use money to do things. Even if there is an accident, she will not do things without much benefit, unless someone asked them to assassinate the lord. Liliana comforted. Hearing this, Eli relaxed a little, after all, no one wants to be missed by a killer organization. Death Mandala, Mia, etc., why does this name sound familiar? I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Eli frowned suddenly, and he finally remembered how familiar this name is. Isn't that the name of the hapless daughter of Udo, West Coast Santa? Mia? What else do you know about this person? Eli turned his head and continued to ask. Although I don't know why the adults are interested in this organization, Waiwaika still replied, Mia, I don't know her combat power, but it is said that she used to be a warlock in the western regions. It is said that she was killed by the killer organization when she was young, and then later growing up, one person destroyed a killer organization, and then the death mandala was established later, and then developed to the present. Yes, Eli confirmed, this is Yudo's daughter, the experience is almost the same especially before, not to mention the follow-up. It's just that it doesn't seem to need his care, it's good. And so far away, Eli felt that the two did not have much intersection. There is a high probability that we will not meet. After waving their hands, the two turned over this article, and after Eli asked some more questions, the two entered the room. After a month, Liliana leaves. Eli also started 2 experiments at the same time. One is a pollution experiment to clear the black mist outside the shadows, and the other is an experiment of mixing blood and true spirits. For the experiment, Eli also built a large number of laboratories on a large amount of land outside the Greenland, recruited many warlocks to assist in the experiment, or made some small branches, just like the western regions back then, and he was responsible for the main part. At this time, after Eli's transformation of the bloodline tower over the years, these warlocks are barely competent for these tasks. Although it is only some simple places, even so, it can save most of Eli's time. Everything is going in order. 1 year later, the Shadow Laboratory, which is a laboratory dedicated to researching and clearing the black fog and clearing the rules, was built in the Greenland. In addition, Eli will come here every day to feel the shadows. This day is no exception. In the laboratory, Eli looked forward. In front of me is an experimental instrument with a length of 100 meters, like a huge glass tube slightly slanted. On both sides are the elemental particle emitters that Eli personally refined, and in the center is the shadow rule controlled by it, surrounded by black fog entangled, but controlled by an invisible force field. Eli walked to one side, turned on the device, and instantly the instruments on both sides started, and weak particles flew towards the center at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The shadow remained unchanged, but the black mist was separated a little, and then entered a glass container on the other side along the pipe. Eli leaned forward, watching with silver eyes, analyzing the separated black mist. Soon, the black mist dissipated little by little, and Eli finished his observation. The black mist wrapped around the shadow rule seems to have some more characteristics than ordinary black mist, so it cannot be cleared directly with the power of purification. It seems that continuous testing is required, and a lot of resources and material resources are used to judge whether these characteristics are true or not. What? Eli made a judgment. Unlike the times of the Burn Empire, he doesn't need to worry too much about funding when doing experiments now. After all, with such a big power, he really doesn't lack ordinary money and material resources. This is why he wants to build power. Of course, the completion of the basic transformation is now also a prerequisite. Take your time, after all, this is the rule. Eli shook his head, separated a few traces of black mist for observation, and compared it with the normal black mist collected before. An hour later, the experiment ended, and Eli began to comprehend the rules. Dark shadow change. As time passed, Eli's understanding of the shadows gradually deepened, and he even felt that the power of shadow witchcraft had slightly improved. After 3 hours, Eli sealed off the lab and went to another place, another lab. Different from the previous laboratory, this laboratory is located outside the greenery, covering an area of tens of acres, and the number of people has reached thousands. As soon as Eli walked into this area, he was recognized immediately, and then Nicholas flew in from a distance, and he was temporarily in charge of this place. "How's the experiment going?" Eli asked. "My lord, you know that warlocks don't know anything about true spirit bodies, and they don't have that deep research on blood vessels, and it's only been a month, so there's not much progress," Nicholas explained. Eli nodded and said, "Normally, what you need to do now is to find the common ground between the blood and the true spirit, or the turning point between the soul and the flesh. Take your time, it will take a lot of time, and I will always participate in it." "Okay, sir, but there is still a problem. Your blood is dragon blood, and although the dragon blood you gave us is several hundred liters, it is still too little for experiments, and even later experiments need live bodies. I think adults may need to find some sub-dragons, or even live dragons," Nicholas said again. Live. Eli thought. There was nothing wrong with what Nicholas said, it was definitely impossible for him to experiment on him, so it was natural to find some living bodies. But dragons don't seem to be seen in general. Eli once saw a red dragon in the western regions and took some blood, but other than that, he didn't see a living dragon. If there is a dragon clan, maybe he can sneak around and grab one. Okay, I will bring a living body back later. Eli nodded, and at the same time, the clone in the green field also left the elf territory and flew towards the green field to hide deeply. Hunt the Dragon. Chapter 445. Green Field, Dragon Territory. The red dragon Ortiz stretched his body, shook off the gold coins outside his body, glanced at the cave, and then stepped on a large number of gems and walked towards the outside. Although these are very ordinary, he likes them very much. There are a lot of shiny little things to collect. Walking out of the cave, the warm sunlight shone on his body, making him feel comfortable for a while. Why don't you go outside for a walk? I haven't been out for hundreds of years since I was accidentally drawn blood by humans last time, and now I'm at the peak of the sun, I should be fine. Orsti showed her white teeth, then glanced around, and flew directly to the outside. Soon, he flew out of the range of the dragon clan. Looking at the unfamiliar yet familiar environment around him, Orsti felt extremely relaxed. It's been hundreds of years, and it finally came out again. It's a pity that the blue dragon guy will definitely not come out. Accident, what kind of accident can happen? Ortiz glanced at the sky and smiled, but he suddenly found that his eyes were a little dark. It's dark. Isn't it daytime? There's a problem. Ah! Boom! Eli looked at the black dragon in front of him, blinked his eyes. He thought it would take a long time to find a chance. Who would have thought that he found it so easily, and it was a high-level shining red dragon, so lucky, this level conditions are also fully satisfied. But this thing looks familiar. Eli looked at the unconscious dragon in front of him, the light in his eyes became more and more strange. No, it's still that one. A few seconds later, the corner of Eli's mouth twitched. What kind of evil fate is this? The giant dragon in front of me is actually the one I saw in the western regions. Fate. Eli smiled, then wrapped it into the shadow, and left quickly. And all of this, because the red dragon left without authorization, no one even found out. Even the blue dragon was just wondering why the red dragon didn't come to him recently. It's normal to not see each other. That's all. Eli returned to the elf territory smoothly. Master Eli, have you gone out today? Elven Queen Alwyn came over in a white dress that looked like a dress, and asked curiously. Well, go out for a little business. Eli nodded. This avatar is resident here, and Eli doesn't even know how to use it at ordinary times, and the consciousness comes only when needed. Does your lord need our help? Alwyn asked enthusiastically. It's been dealt with, and I need to use some teleportation arrays that go directly to the Greenland in a while. Eli said. Okay, I will order the elves to activate the teleportation array. So is your consciousness going to leave again soon? Alwyn asked. No, stay for 3 days. Eli smiled at Alwyn, but lowered his head shyly. It would be extremely shocking for other elves to see this appearance, because outside, they are all a confident and proud image of a queen. Where is it? Will show such a shy expression. Alwyn whispered. See you tonight. Eli gently stroked Alwyn's face, then carried him into the treehouse not far away. After one day. In the treehouse, looking at Erwin's skin as white as snow, Eli gently covered her with a quilt, and then walked towards the distant space teleportation array. After confirming that it was safe, he threw the red dragon into it. Activated, the red dragon disappeared into the teleportation array, while Eli returned towards the treehouse. A rare visit. 3 days, what a joke. The other side. Greenland. Eli smiled as he looked at the teleportation array in front of him and the red dragon hundreds of meters above. With the living body, the experiment can continue. Eli didn't expect it to be so easy this time. But just when he was about to move the red dragon in front of him started to move, as if waking up. Are you awake? Eli blinked. Ortiz blinked, feeling that his body was in excruciating pain, as if it had been washed by sulfuric acid, and his consciousness was also drowsy. What happened? I seemed to be going out, and when I went out I was covered in shadows and lost consciousness. No, I seem to have been knocked out. As if realizing something, Ortiz suddenly opened his eyes, and then saw clearly. The strange valley, the strange environment, and the strange and somewhat familiar atmosphere. Haven't seen you for a long time. Eli smiled kindly. Ortiz's smile froze instantly. This feeling reminded him of a bad memory. He remembered that he had definitely seen this human being 800 years ago. He was only a 1600-year-old man that year. He was a young dragon, but he was drawn hundreds of liters of blood by a human, and became a joke of the dragon clan. Now 800 years have passed, and he is already a mature dragon clan, but this time, he seems to have encountered this demon again. Run! Orsti tensed his muscles and was about to run away, but when the human in front of him smiled again, he felt a breath of death. Run, you will definitely die. Long time no see. Ortiz cried, feeling that the future was gloomy. Why? 800 years have passed, and this human being is stronger than that. Are you drawing blood? How much do you want this time? He asked aggrievedly with tears in the corners of his eyes. No, no, I don't need blood this time. I just need you to cooperate with me in an experiment. If it goes well, it may be over for decades. If it doesn't go well, it may take longer. After the end, I will let you go. What do you think? So? Eli said kindly. Ortiz really wanted to say no, but after seeing Eli's kind smile, he fell silent. After a few minutes, he looked up to the sky and sighed, okay. What can he do? He is also desperate. Seeing that the red dragon voluntarily agrees, Eli also nodded. The living body that cooperates and the one that does not cooperate are two concepts, and they can recover by themselves. This living body is enough. Okay, you're staying here for the time being, and I'll call you when I need you later. Eli said, and then walked directly outside. Seeing Eli's undefended action, the red dragon Ortiz was also taken aback. Aren't you afraid that I'll run away? He blinked, a little joyful. If you run away, I will send you to your dragon clan and catch you back. Before entering the wizard tower, Eli suddenly turned his head and showed him a kind smile again. Orsti's eyes froze, and the light in his eyes disappeared little by little. He felt that Eli had this strength. He is already a top-level fighting force, but he has no ability to resist. The Dragon King is sleeping, and the remaining dragons alone really have no match for him. Why? In the end, he sighed deeply, and then chose to lie flat. Isn't that just selling himself? Bring it on. Next time he goes back, he will never go out again. Why is Long Sheng so miserable? Thinking about it, a little teardrop shed. Wronged. Another month has passed. The Blood Tower Warlock team guarded by the Abyss returns, and Waiwika also returns together. Eli greeted Vivica in the City of Blood, and smiled at her sassy and heroic appearance. And Vivica shed tears when she saw Eli, and ran over to give Eli a hug. I miss you so much, Vivica whispered. Eli patted Vivica's back lightly, but said nothing. After more than 10 seconds, Waiwika let go of her hand, and then wiped away her tears, as if she was a little embarrassed. Let's go, your room has been cleaned. Vivica looked at Eli, and said in a low voice, Brother Eli, I recently found out something about the Heart of the Abyss, you should be interested. Oh? You secretly investigated the Heart of the Abyss. Eli frowned, he really didn't know about it. After all, he couldn't give this task to Vivica, it was too dangerous. Hey, am I all right? Seeing the change in Eli's expression, Vivica smiled. Well, I hope there won't be a next time. Eli said helplessly, everyone has their own ideas, and they can always follow him. Tell me, did you find anything? Eli asked. Vivica also straightened her body, and then said, Brother Eli, after the past year of reconnaissance, I found that there is indeed something wrong with the Heart of the Abyss, especially in terms of personnel deployment. It seems that on the territory of the Heart of the Abyss, demons, although the frequency is high, it is not worth mentioning compared to before. Even because there are fewer demons, they once again proposed to reduce external help, and they can easily deal with it themselves. There are other. Vivica talked eloquently, telling all the information she collected in one go. Eli didn't bother, just listened quietly. Most of them are useless, but Eli's eyes widen when he hears one. Also, the Heart of the Abyss seems to have secretly collected a batch of supplies in the central region, and then transported them to the Sokka family. Vivica said. Hearing this, Eli suddenly thought of Gate of the Thousand-Eyed Tree Demon family in the Central Territory. He once said that the Heart of the Abyss bought a batch of boundary-breaking stones with them, just before the Sokka Patriarch incident. Boundary-breaking stone. Items with space effects. In addition to refining the space ring, it can also cause certain disturbances to the space. As long as it is suitable, it can break the space. It's the Heart of the Abyss. Eli's throat moved slightly, and he closed his eyes. At the same time, the clone in the underground cave opened his eyes instantly, and began to look around. Seeing Eli's stunned expression, Viveka in front of her also stopped, waiting quietly. 5 minutes later, Eli opened his eyes again, and looked at Viveka with complicated eyes. "Viveka, you did a great job this time," Eli praised. "What happened?" Viveka asked subconsciously, still in a daze. "No, I just found some interesting ones." Eli smiled, but his consciousness was focused on two purposes. At this time, the clone was staring at a corner of the cave. In the crevices of the rocks, a little light is flickering. It was the broken boundary-breaking stone reflecting the light in the cave, shining like a diamond. Chapter 446. The Sokka family incident was done by the heart of the abyss. After seeing the fragment of the boundary-breaking stone, there were no doubts and answers. But Eli's heart sank. That is the heart of the abyss, the only first-level power in the western regions, and also the strongest power in the western regions. What a troublesome thing! Eli stood up, thinking about what to do next. But for him who is cautious, there is actually no other choice for this problem. There are only two: one is to act as if nothing happened, and then develop slowly as usual, and the other is to run directly. It's not that far yet, but Eli is always ready. Eli thought for more than 10 minutes before finally choosing a plan. The first is to develop slowly, let your strength become stronger and stronger first, but you can't make the heart of the abyss too comfortable. After all, you can open the devil's channel and the place where the blood of the 8-armed snake demon was opened, which shows their purpose. I'm afraid it is plotting the entire western regions, or even more. The second bloodline tower should also be ready to fight at any time. For war weapons such as airships, secret preparations must be made, and finally be prepared to run away at any time. No matter how precious the bloodline tower is, it is not as precious as my life. This kind can be rebuilt as long as there is time, although it will be a little troublesome. And in the end, I need to build a large-scale witchcraft to expand my degree of divination and witchcraft, and see how strong Nero is. Eli quickly thought of 3 plans. After thinking about it, Eli also breathed a sigh of relief, because he found that it seemed that at his level, it was not easy to kill him, but he still had to be serious enough, because no matter what the next plan of Heart of the Abyss whatever it is, it will have a major impact on him. Unless he has to, he doesn't want the system or huge power he built to simply disappear. Thinking of this, Eli turned his head to look at Viveka. At this moment he was still waiting for Eli. Eli asked her, "What are your plans next?" Seeing Eli come to his senses, Viveka was taken aback for a moment, and then hurriedly said, "Brother Eli, I want to join the new guarding team of the Heart of the Abyss." "No, this is not negotiable. I can tell you that there is a big problem with the Heart of the Abyss." Eli rejected her terrifying idea without even thinking about it. Viveka wanted to say something more, but she seemed to understand something when she saw Eli's firm eyes. After a full minute of silence, she said, "Then I will join Brother Eli's laboratory. I am in the abyss. During these days, I always felt that I should have a talent for these things." Hearing this, Eli showed a strange expression. After decades of fighting, logically speaking, shouldn't the transformation be smooth? Good guy is still in transition, but it is transferred to the research field, which is a big step. "All right." Eli agreed very simply. Anyway, this is her personal choice, she has no right to interfere, and he has another feeling in his heart, maybe it is really possible, he has not forgotten, this child Viveka. Come on, I was a genius in the field of bloodline research, and even researched bloodline reincarnation. Although it failed in the end, it might really help him shorten the experiment process. Viveka also smiled. After talking about this, the two talked about what she had experienced in the Heart of the Abyss, and finally separated. Viveka walked towards the laboratory, while Eli returned to the Green Land. 3 years later. For Eli, this is an ordinary year, but for the Tower of Blood, it still has a lot of significance. This year, Alita was promoted to True Spirit, and the Bloodline Tower also completely absorbed the Sokka family, becoming the overlord of the western regions. And this year, Eli secretly commanded the race of the Greenfield and the warlocks of the Bloodline Tower to start producing war wizards to prepare for possible future wars. At this time, Viveka joined the laboratory and began to understand and research the blood of warlocks. No accidents, she found nothing. After all, she just started to do research, and Eli can fully understand that even if she is a genius, some accumulation is not enough. needs. In this year, Jinji also completely controlled the entire Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce in the western regions, and his power expanded. The cooperation they talked about 3 years ago also entered the initial stage. Everything is going in order. 10 years later. With the support of a large number of high-cost potions, Eli's true spirit power has reached 260 points at this time. At this time, with the cooperation of the giant dragon Ortiz, the experiment on the bloodline true spirit body was carried out in an orderly manner. At this time, Vivica also showed extraordinary bloodline talent, as if Eli saw the shadow of Vivica once. At this time, she is already the person in charge of the bloodline of this experiment. At this time, the accumulation of wealth in the Tower of Bloodlines is completely the standard of a first-tier power. Shadow rules and black mist are also being studied, but after all, they are a bit advanced from Eli, so the research progress is slow. Of course, Eli doesn't care, and still spends time on research every day. Among them, the heart of the abyss is the source of suggesting the cancellation of various forces with various forces. And Eli was the first to object. Under the oppression of his forces and the desire of other forces to establish a connection with the Bloodline Tower, everyone also opposed one after another. Rai is happy. Another 10 years. This year, Goering died. Although he had been treated by the source of life back then, he was already at the end of his life. Although it was more than 10 years earlier, it was normal. The Tower of Bloodline observed 3 days of silence. Everyone respects the warlocks of the last era of the Tower of Bloodline. Eli and Alida presided over the funeral together. Seeing the death of this new friend, Eli was also filled with emotion. Since becoming a high-level warlock, Eli rarely felt the death of his friends, but until this day, he understood, what about true spirit warlocks, they will still die when their lifespan expires, no one can not die, except himself. This year, Eli's true spirit power was 270 points, which he achieved with the help of his accumulated wealth and various channels. Money can do most things. Another 5 years. In the land of greenery, a huge building like a signal tower was built here. This is a tool used to increase the reliability of divination, and it cost millions of magic stones. After consuming a lot of life, Eli finally had an understanding of Niall's strength. The victory rate is 7 points. This is also the first time that Eli knows that Nello's strength is so terrifying, far exceeding the average half-step 5th ring, because the 2 Mun tested at the same time only has 16 points, so Nello's strength is already very close to the 5th ring, or even there are other means. This year, Eli's true spirit power was 274 points. At this time, the analysis of the true spirit body and the bloodline body has reached 50%, and the rapid development, Eli also invested more resources and magic stones. Of course, not only this, at this time, whether it is an airship or a witch, the storage capacity of the device is also huge, as if for a war. Eli is still developing silently. At this time, he no longer investigates the heart of the abyss. Anyway, he has already determined that there is a problem, so why bother, but he will specifically observe its movements, and secretly cut off many of their resource channels, which has made the heart of the abyss a lot of trouble recently. They are miserable and Eli is happy. Another 10 years. The analysis of the true spirit and the bloodline body reached 75% and 76% respectively, and Vivica's progress surpassed Eli's for the first time. At this time, after decades of development, the Tower of Bloodlines has already developed a gap with the second-level strength, almost only below the heart of the abyss. And just when Eli thought the year would be normal, something happened. The western regions shook again. Chapter 447. New calendar year 4683. The abyss rioted, and a large number of demons broke the seal, causing countless casualties in Dawn City. It took 3 full days before the heart of the abyss was successfully suppressed. Eli received the news that day, and after seeing the news, he became alert. The seal of the abyss is an important reason to ensure that a large number of demons in the abyss cannot come out. It is also the super large wizard formation left by the wizard when he left. It can repair itself and absorb energy from the blood of dead demons and nature to maintain itself. There haven't been any problems for thousands of years, but this year there is a problem. Whether it is the western regions or other places, everyone is concerned, but fortunately, it was finally resolved smoothly, which made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. But Eli didn't care about this, but noticed one thing, that is, all the warlocks from other forces who settled in Dawn City died. Spy time to do something else. Of course this was just speculation, but Eli was still alert. Of course, he was not so nervous at this time. At this time, his true spirit accumulation reached 285 units. The probability of defeating Nilo is already 9 points, while Tumun even reached 18 points. This is only considering Eli's own means, but if he is near the City of Blood, Eli can even use the power of faith to the maximum extent, which will strengthen his strength again. Even if he can't defeat Nero, he will be defeated on the spot. The possibility of death failure is also greatly reduced. Of course, this is just Eli's guess, and it is impossible to predict the future 100%. So Eli's choice is to spread news in a large area through the Charm Mansion, something about the Heart of the Abyss. After a month. Heart of the Abyss. Damn it! Nilo smashed the table into countless powders with one punch, even his eyes were red. Tumun, who was also not far from his room, said nothing, but gritted his teeth. My lord, I don't know the news about the sale of a large number of gates in the charming mansion. Our Heart of the Abyss is connected with the demons. At this time, many forces have arrived in the Heart of the Abyss and are ready to verify this matter. At present, I have shrunk all hands, the original plan has also been cancelled. After more than 10 seconds, Tumun raised his head to look at Nilo not far away, suppressing his anger and said. Hearing this, Nilo also sighed, and then felt powerless for a while. Tumun, who do you think did this? Suddenly, Nilo looked at Tumun. Tumun also said bluntly, I have several suspects. First of all, those forces in the Central Territory, they always want us to join the Warlock Council, maybe they are slandering us. Secondly, it may be some mistakes we made before, and finally it's Eli from the Bloodline Tower, and although the 8-armed snake demon was cleaned up back then, there are indeed traces left behind. Yet. Nilo nodded, and then said, then go investigate, come one by one, I want to see who is targeting us. Yes. Tumun nodded, and left the house. After leaving, Tumun heard the sound of throwing things from inside the door again. The adults broke the defense again. Eli didn't know Nile's broken defense. The important thing was that many nails were inserted into the body of Heart of the Abyss. Although it is not the nail of Eli and the others, it is enough for Eli, which can at least make everything stable for decades. Patience. Eli happily returned to the Wizard Tower. Time is merciless, and so is Eli. 22 years later. When Eli sensed 300 units of the true spirit, he understood that he had finally entered a new stage. Peak of the Four Rings. Eli took a deep breath, feeling extremely relieved. At this time, his probability of defeating Tumun has increased to 20 points, and even Nilo has reached 13 points. Although there is no seed stage, he has already reached the seed stage, that is, the half-step 5-ring combat power. Fantastic connection. It's not the first time that Eli's combat power has crossed a small level. In the past 22 years, many things have happened. One of the cracks in the abyss opened again, in the west of the western regions, in an uninhabited area, but it was a pity that Eli discovered and sealed it in time. And after this time, many forces also have great opinions on the Heart of the Abyss, because it has not had any problems in the past few hundred years, but in the past 70 years, 3 major incidents have occurred, which has to make many forces have a deep understanding of the Heart of the Abyss. Hard pointing. Heart of the Abyss is also very melancholy and confused, but what they don't know is that all these negative news are actually secretly arranged by Eli. Of course, Eli also understands that he will be discovered sooner or later, but there is nothing to say about the enemy that will have to face sooner or later. At this time, he has the strength, so he is not afraid at all. Of course, there are 2 important reasons. One is about the law of shadows. Although the black mist has not been eliminated, the direct experience of 60 years has given him a deeper understanding of the law of shadows, and he can even feel a kind of an indescribable feeling arises in the great day of the true spirit. As long as he continues to observe and comprehend, sooner or later he will advance to the half-step 5th ring. Of course it may take a little time. But even so, his shadow witchcraft has also been slightly improved, which is a little different from the general peak of the sun. There is also the second one, that is, the analysis of the true spirit body and the bloodline body has already reached 100%. At this time, the experiment has entered the final stage, that is, to find the final balance point, or to transform that thing, to find the commonality between the two. Eli now spends about 10 hours a day on this, and has already it lasted 10 years. It's hard, but Eli has seen the light. At this time, Ortiz was even doing experiments every day, and he was a little too busy, but he was being studied. For 60 years, Eli's investment in this experiment is probably close to 100 million, a large amount of investment every year. About 30% of the wealth of the Tower of Blood over the years is spent on it, and the number of people involved has reached tens of thousands. People, one can imagine how much Eli invested. Although it has not been successful, he already feels hopeful for the future. But I'm afraid there is not much time left. The heart of the abyss is being investigated very closely. Something may have happened. Eli took a deep breath, walked to the window of the wizard tower, and looked outside. The green land outside the window is green and eye-catching. In the corner, Hydra, who was promoted to Yaori 10 years ago, is stretching his body, while Nicholas, who was also promoted to Yaori not far away, is studying his soul witchcraft. There are Dylan and Hill farther away, and the two are still the limit of the third ring. Although Dylan gave Eli a lot of resources, but Eli didn't know much about machine life. Although he gave a lot of resources, he didn't succeed in promotion, and Hill was too big a life body, so he didn't know much about machine life. Just reached the promotion standard. And with the passage of time in these years, although Dylan did not advance, relying on their influence, they still took him through large and small areas of the western regions, but still got nothing, of course not all areas, only in the north and east. The south is the area of the heart of the abyss, so there is no way. So if nothing else happens, Eli guesses that the clue to Dylan's body is likely to be in the heart of the abyss. Heart of the abyss, why does everything seem to be connected to him, the clues from Wizard Grey Tower, the stable environment, everything. Why is it like this? I just want to grow stronger and develop slowly with peace of mind, why is there always someone or force to stop it? Eli is a little bit emotional, but in fact he is not as nervous about it as before, because compared to 60 years ago, he has already laid too many cards. In addition to these on the surface, there are war witch weapons that are enough for dozens of war reserves in the back, the staff that Eli has already refined into a staff body, the power of faith, and the few harvested from the world of mountain giants by Luyi's men. 10 of them have been transformed into undead 4-ring giants by him. Even Eli calculated that the winning rate between them and the heart of the abyss may reach 70% to 80%. It's not enough, I need more protection. Eli did not relax because of this, but became more cautious. What's the difference between a 70% or 80% winning rate and a failure? No difference. It's best to break through to the half-step 5th ring. The second is to find the balance point as soon as possible, but the latter is obviously not enough for Ortiz. I need more dragons. Of course, the third is if I can find a half-step. The battle with the 5th ring is over, I need to familiarize myself with this level in advance, preferably before the war with the heart of the abyss. Eli muttered. But he knows that his ideas are still very troublesome, and it is difficult to realize each one. It takes a chance. Even Eli couldn't find a suitable target at all, which made him even more helpless. Who will give me a half-step 5 rings? Eli prayed inwardly. Clap clap. The door knocked suddenly, and Eli turned his head suspiciously, only to hear a hurried voice behind the door. Brother Eli, something is wrong. A major event has happened. Chapter 448. Time back to a day ago. Greenfield, the territory of the Dragon Clan. Saius, the king of the Blue Dragon, sleeps with his eyes closed in the huge forest lake, immersed in it like a bright sapphire. Roar. Suddenly, a distant dragon's roar came, and under this dragon's roar, the surrounding air rippled towards the surroundings. Saius also opened his eyes suddenly, and his huge body burst out of the water in an instant. The dragon's head looked towards the place deep in the Dragon Clan not far away, with an excited expression on his face. Lord Dragon King is awake. Saius's eyes lit up, and the dragon wings glowing with blue light spread out behind him, and he gently stirred his huge body into the air, flying towards the source of the sound. And it wasn't just him, the sky here was filled with giant dragons one after another, and they all flew towards the sound just like him. Saius speeded up a bit, very fast, he crossed this area in the blink of an eye, and entered a barren area. The air here was scorching hot, exuding scorching high temperature, and the core area of this high temperature was a huge mountain. The mountain reaches several thousand meters, even in the green field, such a mountain is rare, and there are red and black cracks all over the mountain, and even the stones are melted because of this, forming a huge lava lake around it. But after Saius arrived in this area, he didn't pay attention to these, but stared intently at the huge figure entrenched on the high mountain at this time. It was a giant dragon with a length of 1,000 meters, wrapping the entire mountain. The huge dragon wings were hundreds of meters long, like wings covering the sky, and the red scales on its body shone with unique brilliance. Each is several meters long. At this time, the giant dragon was standing on the high mountain, its red eyes calmly looked at the ground, and looked at the thousands of giant dragons on the ground. All of them were all members of the giant dragon clan at this time. Sais was very fast, and he came under the mountain in the blink of an eye, and before the eyes of the dragon, he lowered his head and said, "Master Giovanni, you have finally awakened." Seeing Sais, Giovanni looked down at this loyal subordinate, but then showed a puzzled look and asked, "Where did Ortiz go?" Ortiz. Hearing this name, Sais was taken aback for a moment, and then realized that he hadn't seen this guy for almost 50 years. "My lord, I've been in a deep sleep, so I don't know, but the last time I saw him seemed to be 50 years ago, and he didn't seem to come, and I didn't seem to sense his aura just now." Sais looked around. "I looked, but I didn't see that familiar face." Hearing his words, the body of Giovanni named Dragon King quickly burned with a layer of scorching flames, which even made Sais feel unbearable. He knew that this was the part of his understanding after he advanced to the half-step fifth ring. The flame rules are completely different from ordinary flames. "What's the matter?" Seeing the appearance of the Dragon King, Sais obviously also realized that something was wrong, because Ortiz has another identity. He is the son and only descendant of the Lord in front of him. "I feel that he is being imprisoned at this time, and it seems to be in the south of the green field." Giovanni closed his eyes and sensed it, and opened his eyes the next second, as if there were flames burning in his eyes. "Imprisoned?" Sais was also shocked, and opened his mouth wide. "Then what should we do, my lord?" Sais asked quickly, but still panicked. "It's not far from here," Giovanni said in a low voice, then turned his head to look at the nearly 1,000-headed dragon lying under the mountain at this time, and a thunderous voice sounded. "During the period of my sleep, human beings have less and less awe of the green field. It's time for them to recall our strength. All adult dragons obey the order, follow me south, and save Ortiz. Stupid warlocks will pay for this." After finishing speaking, the Dragon King Giovanni flapped his huge wings, and accompanied by 2 storms, his huge body soared into the sky. On the ground, all the mature dragons let out a dragon roar, with a flash of excitement in their eyes, and then flew up one by one. Among them, there were hundreds of dragons with 4 rings, and the lowest ones were all 3 rings. The blue dragon Sai watched all this dully, hesitated for a moment, and quickly followed. Nearly 500 dragons fluttered their wings like a natural disaster, and under the leadership of the 1,000-meter dragon, they left the dragon territory in mighty force. "Go south." "What, the dragon clan is heading south?" In the wizard's tower, Eli raised his eyebrows, listening to the news Waika just told him. It was still from the green field. Yes, it was discovered by the Amina family. They discovered that the dragon tribe rioted in the depths of the green field, and they were flying towards the south under the leadership of a 1,000-meter-long dragon. "They are asking for our support," Vivica said bluntly. But remained calm. "A 1,000-meter-long dragon." Eli's throat twitched slightly. This length even surpassed Ortiz. This fucking dragon couldn't be a 5-ringed dragon. He immediately took out the dice, played it once, the dice rolled, and finally stopped at the position of 17. 17? Half-step 5 rings. Seeing the number, Eli relaxed a little, and then let go of his plan to escape here immediately. However, the half-step 5-ring giant dragon went south, which also shows that this matter must be no small matter, but it is also an opportunity for him. It just so happens that his experiment has reached a bottleneck, and more dragons are needed for experiments. Verify the gap between his half-step 5th ring and the peak of the 4th ring. 1 stone 2 bird. Of course, all of this must be within the range of the bloodline tower, so with the help of the power of faith, he can ensure 100% suppression of the dragon. I haven't done it myself for a long time, and the scene is so big, I'm afraid I can harvest another wave of faith points, and the 4th mark is not full yet. Eli stretched his body, showing his white teeth, and even looked forward to it in his heart. Seeing Eli's expectant expression, Vivica looked weird. Shouldn't she be worried at this time? "Send the order, tell Amina not to stop me, I will handle it myself." Eli then said to Vivica. "Yes." Vivica nodded, only then did she realize that it was Eli who wanted to do it herself. It's been a long time since she saw Eli do it himself. I'm also very curious about how strong Eli's brother is. While the two were talking, they were in the laboratory in the Green Land. The giant dragon Ortiz suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, there are dozens of pipes inserted into his body, and scarlet blood flows in them. But at this moment, he has no time to worry about these things, he is just trembling with excitement. He sensed it. Father was awake, and was flying fast towards him. It's saved. Ortiz burst into tears, feeling that he was getting closer and closer to freedom. Dragons will never be slaves. Food and lodging is not enough. Chapter 449. Amina Family. Green Frontier. Selena was hiding in a cave on the far side of the city, looking up at the city wall not far away. At this time, the city wall was almost cleared, no one was guarding it, and all the warlocks had to evacuate urgently. The giant dragon clan, the overlord force in the green field, is powerful in combat. It is completely on the same level as the outer zone or even the inner zone. It is powerful. Selena murmured the information of this race with her head lowered. I was shocked, and even more shocked why the dragon clan traveled thousands of miles south. Thinking about it, as if he suddenly sensed something, his eyes turned further away. Suddenly a dark cloud covering the earth flew in the distance. It was not a dark cloud, but hundreds of giant dragons. About 500, each head has at least 3 rings, the volume has reached 50 or 60 meters, and there are more real spirits, all of which are hundreds of meters in volume, probably more than 100, of which there may be 20 or 30 at the level of the sun, even at the peak of Yaori, there are nearly 10 of them, and of course there is the 1,000-meter dragon in the front, whose strength is even stronger in my opinion. Selena looked more and more frightened, and even felt a little hard to breathe. Too many. Too strong. This amount, let alone a second-level power, even a first-level power would not dare to take it lightly. The giant dragon roared towards it, but it didn't destroy the city, but just flew over it without paying attention. On the other hand, Selena lowered his head fiercely, because he realized that he was still reckless this time, and he even faintly saw the leader of the giant dragon seem to have glanced at him, which instantly made his back drenched, but the giant dragon Long also didn't seem to care about him, and continued to fly forward. A few seconds later, watching the dragons leave, Selena plopped against the wall behind her. Master Eli. Although she survived the catastrophe, she was even more worried about the future of the Amina family. In this direction, I am afraid that the goal of the dragon clan is the bloodline tower. Can adults really defeat these giant beasts? Selena feels confused about the way ahead. My lord, there was a human true spirit hiding there just now, shouldn't we kill him? In the sky, the blue dragon Sais asked the Dragon King Giovanni curiously. Giovanni turned his head and glanced at him, and then said, Don't cause trouble. Our purpose this time is to rescue Ortiz and show deterrence. There is no need to cause trouble. After all, even if the wizard is gone, the warlocks are still there. There will be some powerful beings. Fortunately, it's relatively remote here, even if you take a trip, the powerful warlocks won't be able to arrive in time, as long as you don't block it, don't worry about it. Yes. Sais nodded. But in fact, they were thinking too much. When the powerful giant dragon raced across the sky, which force in the western regions would dare to stop it? Even the secondary forces shrank their heads under their pants and let the dragon trample on their dignity. But soon they were delighted to discover that as long as they did not block the way, these giant dragons would not attack. The blocked city turned into nothingness. Over time, all forces have also discovered a problem. Although these giant dragons occasionally stop, their direction is very clear. That is the Tower of Blood. This discovery shocked the entire western regions, and also made all the forces have a lot of ideas. Santa. The Tower Master, Holy Sword, listened to the news told by the subordinates in front of him, and his expression became more and more cautious. How did the Bloodline Tower provoke the dragons in the green field? You must know that these alien races have hardly come out to the outside world. What is the reason? Shang Jian frowned, feeling extremely tricky. The enemy this time is too powerful, and their opponent is the Tower of Blood. This is doomed that one of the two parties must suffer heavy losses, or one party will be destroyed. It would be fine if the Dragon Clan retreated, but once the Bloodline Tower is destroyed, it will even deal a heavy blow to the western regions, because at this time it is not a joke as the economic center of the western regions. Once destroyed, so many forces will be affected. And there is another important reason, that is, Eli also saved them once. Give me the order, set off immediately to support, we need to be able to catch up with this distance. Shang Jianjian stood up, his eyes serious. Yes. At the same time, the other two factions in the eastern part of the western regions, the Dusk Monitor Lizard family and the head of the Siren family, also caused an uproar. Dusk Monitor Lizard family. Patriarch Kigumark frowned and said to his subordinates, the distance is too far, we will not support, I am not very optimistic about the Bloodline Tower. The Dragon Clan is too strong, and I even conceived that the giant dragon is half-step 5 ringed. If my guess is correct, then the Bloodline Tower is probably doomed. Supporting a hopeless family will only consume our interests. Giving up? Yes. The men nodded and left. Siren family. Vicky Haley also frowned, sighing uncontrollably, wondering whether she should support her or not. My lord, the Twilight Monitor Lizard family has no plans to support them at all, and they seem to have shrunk their power. Shall we follow their example? A warlock asked not far away. Retracting forces. Vicky frowned, but did not respond. Since the last time, the Bloodline Tower has also established contact with several forces, and a large number of rare goods have also improved their forces to a certain extent. It can be said that they are all those who have gained huge benefits, but the Dusk Monitor Lizard made a move at this time. This choice is almost the same as betrayal. Do they have to make the same choice? After all, the opponent is really strong. After thinking for more than 10 minutes, Vicky finally sighed, waved her hand and said, ready to support. My lord has saved us, and we can't abandon you in times of crisis. Yes. Warlocks from the two sides quickly gathered and left their respective areas, and the patriarch of the Dusk Monitor Lizard family only smiled contemptuously when he heard it. He is not at all optimistic about the future of the Bloodline Tower. Go ahead, anyway, if several forces are damaged, then he is the only winner. Heart of the Abyss. Although the green field is too far away from here, the spread of news is faster than mobile. My lord, that's how things are. Tumun said to Nilo with a smile. Okay, the 1,000-meter giant dragon, I'm afraid the strength is already half a step 5 rings, or it is infinitely close. Eli is absolutely impossible to be the opponent. This damn guy is finally going to die. Nero showed a happy smile. Don't hide your dislike for Eli. Recently, following their investigation, it was found that every plan was destroyed or encountered obstacles, almost all of them had the shadow of the Bloodline Tower. Last instructions. Seeing Nilo smile, Tumun also showed a happy smile, and said relaxedly, if the Bloodline Tower is destroyed, then we can continue our plan, because of them, we have been delayed for decades. Well, wait for the good news. Nilo nodded. Tumun also responded a few words, and then left as well, but this time when he left, he didn't hear the sound of throwing things behind him, but laughed loudly. This time the adults didn't break the defense. He is very happy. The giant dragon galloped, and many forces gathered their eyes on the Bloodline Tower. At this time, the Bloodline Tower is like a lone wolf being targeted by a tiger, and the others are animals watching around. There are bats who want to drink blood, vultures who want to eat meat, and even some who want to help former clansmen. Everyone is waiting. And at this time, with the trek of unknown diversity, the giant dragon clan who crossed thousands of mountains finally arrived at the destination, the Tower of Blood. Dragons are coming. Chapter 450. Roar. The sound of the dragon chant resounded in the blue sky, and the Dragon King Giovanni lowered his head and looked at the distant city. We are very close to Ortiz. Giovanni said while flying. Hearing his voice, the eyes of other dragons also lit up. Are you finally reaching your destination? Speed up! Giovanni yelled, and the speed picked up again. The other dragons followed closely behind. Anseus also accelerated to keep up, just looked down at a city not far away at this time, and there was a huge human statue tens of meters in it, with dim eyes usually looking forward, shining in the sun, as if observing just like them. How fast is the dragon? 3 hours later. When the mighty dragon clan came outside the City of Blood, the whole city instantly turned into darkness. In the sky, the gigantic body of the kilometer-long Giovanni exudes scorching heat, like a new sun. The 100-meter-long body of hundreds of giant dragons behind them also looked down at the City of Blood not far away, and the surrounding elements gathered like a storm, like an ocean. In front of the team of these behemoths, the relatively large Blood City is like a child's toy. Is Ortiz right here? Sayus looked at Blood City curiously and asked forward. Yes, here I sense his blood. Giovanni blinked his thick eyelids, staring at the city in the distance, or a valley behind the city. He was sure Ortiz was here. It seems to be imprisoned in the valley, it seems that it should be a powerful warlock. But with him, today they must pay for their stupidity. His body was gradually covered with flames, the color of the flames was deep, like the hottest magma, and wrapped around his body, it was like the battle robe or crown of the Dragon King, even his eyes became red, he looked down at the valley in the distance. Human, hand over Ortiz. The thick voice swept over every inch of the City of Blood, as if telling the anger of the Dragon King. On the ground. All the warlocks stared blankly at this scene. The news of the dragon's invasion had already spread, but no one thought that the final disaster would fall on their heads. Such a powerful dragon family, why do you want to attack them? And what is Ortiz? What the hell happened? If these giant dragons swarmed up, I'm afraid the city would be razed to the ground today. What the hell is Ortiz? What stupid things did the upper echelons of the Bloodline Tower do? It's over, it's not right, we still have Lord Eli, and Lord Eli can definitely solve this trouble. The warlocks were at a loss, their bodies were overwhelmed by the dragon's voice and breath, and they couldn't move, but their thoughts flowed rapidly, or they were shocked, or desperate, or painful, or sad, but no matter what it was, everyone's thoughts turned into hope in the end. Eli. The enemy is at present, only Master Eli can save them. But the enemy is so terrifying, can adults really solve it? My father is here, my Lord Father, I am here. In the green land, the red dragon Ortiz suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the dragon camp in the distance, stood up immediately, and shouted loudly. His eyes were full of joy. It seemed that as long as his Lord Father came, he could leave this terrible place. Stop shouting, there is a shield here, he can't hear your voice and see you. At this moment, a voice came, and Ortiz turned his head away. It was Eli in full armor. Wearing a black wizard robe, dotted with dots of light, holding a staff in his right hand, the head of the staff is a gemstone shining with silver gravel, the body of the staff is a tree that seems to have shrunk countless times in an instant, and there is a wizard books, rings, earrings, bracelets, boots all look extraordinary too. Even these are not all, even in the wizard robe, he also saw the armor flowing like mercury. Grunt. Orsti blinked, and recognized that every piece in this body was a witch weapon with at least 4 rings. Among them, the staff, the wizard's book, Amir's wizard's book, the trophy of the Manticore family, if he didn't make a mistake, the grade should have reached the 5th ring. So rich? Eli's scepter, Amir's book, Bernali belt, red gold ring, scarlet feather earrings. Eli took stock of his equipment one by one. Combat strength also has a certain degree of increase. After taking stock, he glanced at Ortiz on the side, and then flew directly into the sky. Flying over the green land, it came directly to the sky above the City of Blood, and at the same time, the breath of the true spirit also emitted, covering it downwards. The warlock on the ground suddenly felt the pressure that had enveloped him dissipate. It's Master Eli. Master Eli is here. The warlock looked up and saw that it was Eli, all of them looked excited. Everyone still recognized Eli's combat effectiveness. At this time, Giovanni on the opposite side also looked at Eli, staring at Eli. The dragon's mouth opened, hot flames flowed unconsciously between the teeth, and said angrily, I sensed Ortiz's breath in you, and you imprisoned Ortiz. Eli didn't answer, just looking at the dragon, especially the flame, really felt a unique feeling, as if it could burn everything. It seems that this is a little bit special to feel the rules. Answer me. Seeing that Eli didn't respond, Giovanni said angrily, and a fiery storm rolled up around him. Seeing the flame storm, Eli waved it away, and then calmly said, I took him away, but it was not a prison, but just cooperated with me in some experiments. When the experiment is over, I will naturally let him go, but since you here it comes, my experiment just happens to lack a high-level giant dragon experiment body, so let's keep it to. Indifferent tone, contemptuous words. At this moment, listening to these insulting words, Giovanni was completely angry. Not only him, but the other dragons behind him also showed angry expressions. If Giovanni hadn't been in front, these dragons might rush out in the next second and kill Eli. Come on, let me feel the fighting power of the half-step 5th ring, let your clansmen stay here first, Don't move around, or you will bear the consequences. Yi flew towards the sky, not forgetting to remind him. The corner of Giovanni's mouth twitched, wishing he could kill Eli immediately, but he still said to Sais behind him, "Wait." Although the human being in front of him was arrogant, the contact just now made him inexplicably feel a little palpitation. The human being in front of him may not be as simple as he thought. After finishing speaking, Giovanni soared into the sky, and the flames around him were burning like a torrent of red. One person and one dragon came to a higher place. Eli stretched out his hand, signaling the dragon to do it, and at the same time activated all the defenses on his body. Then he held the wizard's book in one hand and the staff in the other and looked at the dragon, as if he was a teacher who was testing students before an exam. "Don't care." Giovanni's mouth twitched. But in the next second, countless flames fell off from his body, and then changed continuously, finally turning into the appearance of a dragon's head, opening its fiery dragon's mouth, roaring and flying towards Eli. The flames streaked across the sky, and there were cracks burned through in the surrounding space, and there was a shrill scream. The warlocks on the ground also closed their eyes one after another, feeling that the surrounding temperature was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bubbles appeared in the lake, the water vapor evaporated, and even many plants were quickly withering and turning into mummies. It's just a flame attack, whose power is beyond the ordinary peak of Yaori. This is the half-step fifth ring. How do you deal with it? Giovanni looked at Eli seriously. This attack looks ordinary, but at least 70% of his strength has exploded, and its power is terrifying. If the warlock in front of him was really just a peak sunshine warlock, then he would definitely die straight away. The scorching dragon's head streaked across the sky, and the scorching flame exuded a terrifying aura. Eli raised his eyebrows. In the next second, an ocean-like shadow condensed in the sky, turning into a huge shadow giant hand, grabbing directly towards the dragon's head. The flames are hot, but the shadows are stronger. Under the eyes of everyone, the huge flaming dragon head was directly caught in the palm of the hand by the shadow, and then flew towards Eli. Easy. Compared with ordinary flames, the flame is not only higher in temperature, but also seems to have some other properties. It also seems to have the feeling of burning everything, as if it is a rule. Eli looked down at the flame. Among them, the flames continued to burn the shadows, and the shadows also appeared gaps one after another at a fast speed. This is the first time Eli has encountered such a strong flame, or it is not just a flame in front of him, but even a sense of rules. But fortunately, the number and quality of the shadows are high enough to barely suppress the flame, but it cannot be extinguished. A flame that burns forever? It turns out that this is the half-step 5 rings, the seed stage. It seems that this is the reason why they are stronger. Eli felt the flames, and his understanding of the half-step 5 rings deepened. At this time, Giovanni, who was not far away, was watching this scene blankly. Got caught? His flame attack was caught in the palm of his hand? This is too outrageous. Who the hell are you? This can't be Sunday. Giovanni yelled at Eli. I'm Eli. Eli looked at the flames and couldn't figure out anything, so he looked at the Dragon King again and raised the wizard book in his hand. Continue, other methods are also used, your flame is really interesting. Giovanni couldn't help but twitch the corners of Giovanni's mouth as he treated the experimental tools, but the anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. I am going to kill you. The furious anger made the flames outside his body more violent, and also made Eli see more methods. He soon became more aware of the difference between the half-step 5th ring and the 4th ring. One is that at this stage, you have to initially comprehend a rule, just like Giovanni is the rule of fire, and its special feature is that this flame can burn everything, not just shadows, elements, true spirits, and even spiritual power. Combustion. The power is also many times that of ordinary flames, not a simple increase in temperature and power. The second is that the flame rules seem to be feeding back the main body, making it more adaptable to the rules. At least the body of this giant dragon is stronger than his son's. Sun hit. That's it. Eli resisted an attack casually again, and then recorded the data in the wizard's book by the way. Then he closed the book and looked at Giovanni on the opposite side. At this time, the flames on his body had dimmed a lot, and he was panting heavily, but the flames did not stop in the slightest, but compared to the beginning, know how weak you are. It seems that your strength is all there is. If that's all, then you should stay here today. Eli said. Roar. With a low growl, Giovanni looked at Eli suspiciously, feeling that he must have seen a ghost today. Obviously more than half of the 5 rings, but easily suppressed him. It's outrageous. He finally understood why Onasige was captured. Too strong. During the period of his deep sleep, such a powerful warlock unexpectedly appeared in the northern part of the western regions unknowingly. But want to capture him? You're delusional. You're very strong, but you're not much stronger than me. You can't stop me from leaving here. Giovanni looked at Eli and said cautiously. Really? Eli nodded in agreement, and then changed the topic. Capturing and killing are indeed 2 different difficulties, and I am a little bit surprised, but it is a pity that you chose this battlefield, and this is my main battlefield. Giovanni? What do you mean? I don't understand. The next second, he saw Eli wave the staff in his hand, and the giant humanoid statue on the top suddenly burst into bright light, and the golden light shot up into the sky and flew towards Eli. Countless golden lights wrapped around Eli's body, like a layer of golden gauze, emitting light. Like a god. The warlocks on the ground also looked up at the sky, all of them showing horror. For most warlocks, the battlefield is too high from the ground, plus the elemental smoke turned into battle, they can't see the picture at all, but at this moment, everyone can only see a huge light and shadow in the sky, one of his with a book of witchcraft in one hand and a staff in the other. The light illuminates thousands of areas, and also illuminates the huge red dragon that is thousands of miles long not far away. Next second, everyone only heard a seal. A huge shadowy giant hand suddenly appeared in the sky, it was also thousands of feet long, and then it grabbed the giant dragon. Roar! Accompanied by a shrill sound, the giant dragon was captured by the giant shadow hand, like a small earthworm. Then it exploded suddenly on the surface of the shadow, and layers of light spots lit up like a formation, and then directly wrapped Giovanni. The flames were extinguished bit by bit, the power was instantly sealed, and the limbs could not move, just like waiting the slaughtered lamb is average. There are materials. Looking at the sealed dragon, Eli smiled.